In the divine ocean continent, countless people were looking up towards the heavens. In the sky above the continent, it was as though a deity was standing up there. Emperor Xi had become a divine deity. The destructive storm covered the space. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, the powerful emperor Xi was facing the onslaught of the law of the great path. Light of catastrophe of various colors was charging towards him, attacking his figure again and again. However, Emperor Xi was surrounded by a terrifying light shroud of the great path. He withstood the blows from the light of catastrophe. Rumble. A dull sound could be heard. The ocean was being pushed back. Huge waves churned on the divine ocean. With Emperor Xi as the center, an absolute domain of the great path emerged. It was as though it was the domain of a deity that formed its own independent space. An extremely dazzling galaxy circled his figure endlessly. Emperor Xi stood at the center of the galaxy, appearing to be its master. Legends told that deity-level existences possessed their own divine domains of the great path. Such existences transcended this world and were not restricted by the laws of the great path. They existed high above the heavens and were one with the universe, immortal and indestructible. This was what all cultivators pursued. However, it was said that only those with flawless great paths were qualified to chase after this goal. The heavenly law had changed. It did not allow for the existence of transcendent-level figures. Hence, this tribulation of the law of the great path had descended. Emperor Xi needed to complete all 3 stages to transcend. However, it was rumored that each stage was a life-or-death experience. Even for existences at his level, they could still perish to the tribulation and be destroyed. Emperor Xi had cultivated on Turtle Deity Island in the divine ocean continent for many years to prepare for this. The light of law rampaged. It charged into the light of the galaxy and collided with the power of the great path of the galaxy. It annihilated the light of the galaxy. It was as though even the domain of the great path of the galaxy could not withstand the unending onslaught of the light of law. Emperor Xi's figure shone brilliantly, radiating divine light. Above his body of Wei, a gigantic shadow of a divine turtle appeared. It was a gigantic Xuanwu. It was like a boulder that enveloped Emperor Xi's figure. The galaxy and the Xuanwu protected his body. The people below felt their hearts tremble in astonishment. Emperor Xi was so powerful. Yet, such a figure had to go all out to face such a tribulation. Many Renhuangs trembled when they felt the might of the tribulation. Countless demonic beasts in the ocean did not dare to surface. They could only bow and submit to this power. This was a heavenly might that they could not resist. They were also only sensing the pressure of the might. This power was aimed solely at Emperor Xi and would not attack them. At most, they would only feel the aftershocks. Millet Emperor retracted his defenses, allowing Yi Futian and the others to personally feel the power. This was Yi Futian's first time witnessing someone facing a divine tribulation of the great path. He was also in awe at what was happening. This tribulation was the most powerful event that the world could accommodate. Would Emperor Xi be able to withstand it? What is that? Yi Futian asked as he saw an even more frightening power accumulating above Emperor Xi. An endless storm of clouds of catastrophe gathered together. They were far from where Yi Futian was, but they still made his heart falter. A law attack of the great path is gathering over there, Millet Emperor explained. I have heard that every time a cultivator faces a tribulation, the law attack which appears is different for each of them. There is even a difference in power. I wonder what type of power of law Emperor Xi will attract. The divine light of the law of the great path coalesced. The light that radiated from there caused the people around here to cower in fear. The light was also blinding, resulting in people not daring to watch. The power gradually took form. It left the crowd in awe. It was actually a sword. A sword of law. The Millet Emperor's expression became serious. Teacher, is that law attack very powerful? Zhong Chan asked the Millet Emperor. If he could reach Emperor Xi's plane, he might experience a similar scene in the future and face his own tribulation. The Millet Emperor explained, it is very powerful. A sword of law gathers the swordsmanship of the heavens and the earth. It is considered an existence with terrifying attack power. For Emperor Xi, this might prove to be dangerous. This caused the hearts of the surrounding people to quaver. Would it pose a danger for a figure as powerful as Emperor Xi? This sword of law must be the most critical blow of the tribulation. In the sky, the darkness dissipated. Endless streaks of light of catastrophe gathered around the sword. A beam of light descended from the sky, seemingly penetrating this part of the world. The heavens were pierced through. If this sword attack landed on the divine ocean continent, it would even stab right through it. All of the cultivators of the divine ocean continent had stern expressions as they stared at the sword of law in the heavens. Before this, many people were excited about the event. Yet, right now, everyone was gazing up in the sky with profound respect. This was a tribulation, the first of 3 stages. Legends claimed that each stage was like passing through death's door. Passing each stage was like being reborn into a new life. There would be 3 stages of tribulations, each one stronger than the last. The third one was the most critical one of all. Legends said that very few people had managed to survive the last stage. Many transcendent figures had reached this stage only to perish to the tribulation. Hence, some cultivators were willing to put off facing this last stage and cultivate in seclusion, preparing for tens of thousands of years to face it. The divine prefecture was too vast. It was practically endless. Many people believed that such reclusive figures as these old monsters who had lived for countless eons existed. At that moment, many people were worried about Emperor Xi. Could he withstand this law attack? Rumble. Intense rumbling could be heard. Yifutian's group lowered their heads and peered down. Beneath Turtle Peak, the earth shook, and huge cracks appeared on the surface, forming frightening chasms. From underground, seemingly buried beneath the earth, a gigantic creature appeared. It had the shell of a turtle. This humongous creature slowly rose into the sky. The crowd felt their hearts tremble intensely. This gigantic creature was actually a giant beast. A Xuanwu. A great turtle. The crowd revealed astonished looks. Beneath Turtle Deity Island, there was actually a hidden Xuanwu that no one knew about. It seemed to be hibernating without a sound or presence and had become one with the earth. A deep sound could be heard as the Xuanwu let out a cry. The divine ocean roared, and huge waves churned on the surface. He raised his head, and then, with a flash of his figure, he charged into the sky. In an instant, he traversed the space. Such a gigantic creature was actually so fast. Before the witnesses could react at all, he had arrived beside Emperor Xi. "You are already so old. Why did you come out from your burrow?" Emperor Xi asked. "To help you," the Xuanwu replied. "That won't be necessary," Emperor Xi answered. The Xuanwu raised his head and looked at the sword of law. No one else understood Emperor Xi's abilities better than he did. Such a sword could destroy Emperor Xi's entire life's cultivation. "I have slumbered for 1,000 years just for this day," the Xuanwu said. "It is just as you said. There is no meaning in living forever." As he said this, his gigantic figure advanced and came up beside Emperor Xi. He actually merged with the gigantic shadow of the Xuanwu that was enveloping Emperor Xi's body. His eyes looked up at the divine sword, and a scorching glow burst out from them. The sword light splashed down. The crowd saw that in the heavens above, the sword of law was charging down. At that moment, the world was pierced right through. The Xuanwu lifted his head and bellowed. The heavens trembled, and earthquakes shook the continent. The divine ocean was sent into a frenzy, and huge waves swept over the various islands. The crowd felt their spiritual souls quavering. Their chi and blood churned within them. However, their gazes were still fixed on the sword in the sky. The sword stabbed down, and blinding divine light followed. It caused many people to involuntarily shut their eyes, not daring to look at it. Only Renhuangs could withstand the blinding rays of light. They squinted as they watched the sky above. They saw the galaxy shatter and the sword stab down. The gigantic figure of the Xuanwu, the black turtle, was ripped apart gradually. However, the humongous beast still had an unshakable and calm look in his eyes. The great path collapsed, and mountains and rivers shattered. However, he remained standing. The surface of the divine ocean continent was pierced through by the sword light. The body of the Xuanwu was not destroyed yet. The might of the great path was released to its utmost limit from Emperor Shi's body, merging with the Xuanwu. Emperor Shi's long hair danced frantically in the wind. His eyes revealed a pained expression. He had already prepared to face the tribulation and had allowed people from all around to witness it. Regardless of whether he survived or died, he had prepared himself to accept it. At the same time, this was also a warning to the world of what a divine tribulation was. "Old friend, I'll be heading off first," said the Xuanwu with a muddy voice. His voice sounded exceptionally heavy, like a mountain. It was as though a part of the sky was pressing down on Emperor Shi. Be it man or demonic beast, those who cultivated sought the highest way. No one truly wanted to die. Even if they lived for countless eons, they would still be reluctant to die. The words of the Xuanwu had merely been to comfort Emperor Shi. At that moment, Emperor Shi did not ask the Xuanwu why he had done so. Instead, he calmed down and said, "You go on ahead. I will come find you in the future. For the next stages, if you cannot manage, just don't face them," said the Xuanwu. His body shattered under the sword, constantly exploding. It appeared as though the heavens and earth were falling apart. Endless divine light radiated from Emperor Shi's figure. He became one with the galaxy and was bathed in the residue sword light. After cultivating for a lifetime, was it still that difficult to face the first of 3 divine tribulations? Blinding light radiated, and the sword of law became beams of light that dispersed without a trace. Many people still had their eyes shut. After a long while, the clouds of catastrophe in the heavens above seemed to dissipate gradually. Countless people raised their heads and looked up into the sky. The sword had already disappeared, and the tribulation was also over. Only one person remained standing silently in the sky. It seemed as though he had been standing there for a long time. This figure was Emperor Shi. "Congratulations, Emperor Shi!" cried countless people from all over the divine ocean continent. Regardless of whether Emperor Shi could hear them, they were still happy for him. So, this was a divine tribulation. They had taken it too lightly before. Now that they had witnessed a true divine tribulation, it was as though they had died and been reborn and had actually experienced it themselves. Emperor Shi had gone through a life-or-death experience. "Congratulations, Emperor Shi!" cried out countless people on Turtle Deity Island as they congratulated him on successfully facing the divine tribulation of the Great Path. The top figures looked at the silhouette in the sky. They did not say anything as they looked up in the sky quietly. To survive this tribulation, Emperor Shi had also paid an enormous price. The super-powerful Xuanwu had perished. They actually had not known that such a terrifying Xuanwu had been slumbering beneath Turtle Deity Island. Emperor Shi kept too low a profile. If it weren't for this tribulation, no one would have known. Unfortunately, such a gigantic Xuanwu had perished just like that. He had taken Emperor Shi's place so that he could survive this tribulation. Emperor Shi stood high in the sky, quietly. He just stood there. No one knew what he was thinking. However, they knew that for Emperor Shi, there was no joy in having passed the tribulation. For Emperor Shi, this was a tragedy. After a long while, Emperor Shi's figure floated down to the ground and came to an empty spot. The once tall Turtle Peak had been reduced to a plain. It was not just Turtle Peak. Huge chasms had appeared on Turtle Deity Island. Even the divine ocean continent had been pierced through by the sword. The surface of the ocean was constantly roaring now as the ocean surged back into the land. There was a huge hole down below. It was the place where the gigantic Xuanwu had slumbered. Emperor Shi stared at that spot, not saying anything for a long time. This Xuanwu had been his demonic beast companion. He had followed Emperor Shi for many years, and they had grown up together. Many years ago, the Xuanwu began his slumber. Upon his awakening, he had perished to aid Emperor Shi in facing the divine tribulation. "Emperor Shi, do not grieve," said the chief of Domain Chief's manor. "Brother Xuanwu has a righteous spirit. Aiding you in facing this tribulation must have been his wish. Do not feel so sad. The various top cultivators looked towards Emperor Shi. Although they were giant figures, for many of them, this was also their first time witnessing a divine tribulation. There were 3 stages for a divine tribulation of the Great Path. Each was more difficult than the previous one. This had only been the first stage, and it was already so terrifying. They thought to themselves that if they were to face the tribulation themselves, they would not have done any better than Emperor Shi. They would have most likely perished during this stage. The sword of law was too frightening. Such a blow was enough to destroy them. Now, Emperor Shi's abilities could only be compared to the chief of the Donghua domain. The others did not have the confidence that they could stand shoulder to shoulder with Emperor Shi. Teacher, please do not feel too sad. The thunder-punishing Sky Lord also spoke. Although he was a Sky Lord and a giant figure, he still called Emperor Shi his teacher and was very respectful. Back then, if it hadn't been for Emperor Shi's guidance, thunder-punishing Skylord might not have been able to reach his current level. Emperor Shi nodded his head slightly. He turned his gaze to the crowd who was comforting him and said, "Thank you, all of you. My intention for facing the tribulation this time had originally been to allow the world to witness what a divine tribulation truly was. I had made peace with whether I lived or died to it. It is just that I never imagined that I survived while the Xuanwu had taken my place in dying. Nevertheless, if I cannot make it through the second tribulation, I'll go give him some company." Before the Xuanwu had perished, he had asked Emperor Shi not to face the second tribulation. However, Emperor Shi had clearly not taken his advice to heart. Having cultivated until his current level, Emperor Shi had his own beliefs. Regardless of whether he lived or died, he would give things a try. It was still the same now. However, after having felt the might of the first stage, Emperor Shi himself did not have high hopes of surviving the second tribulation. The sword of law appeared during the first stage. What would appear during the second? No one knew, but it would certainly be even more terrifying. Right then, Emperor Shi lowered his head and looked down below. He extended his palm forward, and immediately, the power of the Great Path began to accumulate. The hole in the ground was filled up, and then a mountain rose from the ground. Its shape was the same as Turtle Peak before it. It was as though everything from before had been preserved just as it once was. After reforming Turtle Peak, Emperor Shi took a step forward and landed on it. The cultivators from the various top forces also headed over to where he was. They soon landed on Turtle Peak. Many people were somewhat curious as to how much Emperor Shi's abilities had improved after facing the tribulation. However, they would most likely not have the chance to know. Emperor Shi would not display it to them. Although the process was somewhat saddening, I still have to offer my congratulations. A person who has passed the first stage of a divine tribulation has appeared in our Donghua domain. Another legendary figure has emerged in the divine prefecture. The Donghua domain chief said, as he looked at Emperor Shi. It would have been inappropriate for others to have said this, but this person was instructed by Donghuang the Great to supervise the Donghua domain. He was the domain chief. There was naturally no issue with him stating such things. Emperor Shi replied, "The divine prefecture is vast and has countless cultivators. There are too many experts, and there are still hidden existences. The Donghua domain is similarly full of cultivators. The crowd that came here today are all among the top figures. In the future, there will be a surge of prominent figures emerging. For me to be able to survive the tribulation this time was already pure luck. It is not worthy of praise." He seemed to brush it aside casually. Experiencing this tribulation was equivalent to having a life-or-death experience. His mindset was more at peace. "You are too modest," said the chief. "Emperor Shi, are you willing to enter the domain chief's manor to cultivate? Or maybe the imperial domain? I am sure that His Highness also needs figures like you." Emperor Shi shook his head and said, "I've grown accustomed to idling about. Also, I do not wish to leave. In the future, I will continue to stay here and cultivate. Matters in the divine prefecture's cultivation world still require the chiefs to bear the burden of the great emperor." The chief nodded his head. He was merely offering a suggestion. Such matters could not be forced. "If that is the case, I will not continue to disturb Emperor Shi's meditation," said the chief with a smile. He then glanced around at the crowd and said, "Everyone, if you have the opportunity, come visit the Donghua Heavens next year. My visit is somewhat abrupt this time. Next year, in the Donghua Heavens, I wish to meet with the prominent figures of the various continents. Since Chief has invited us, I will naturally not turn down the offer." The Ling Shao Palace Lord replied with a smile. This caused many people to give him a look. Ling Shao Palace was originally located in the Donghua Heavens. He would certainly have no problems with this since he did not need to travel. "I will consider it," responded Sword Goddess of Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow. The others also give their own responses. "We will also not disturb Emperor Shi's cultivation." "Farewell," Sword Goddess declared. She was also someone with a flawless great path. Her cultivation was extremely potent, and she was known as one of the top existences in the Donghua domain. Having witnessed Emperor Shi face the tribulation, she was inspired and planned to continue cultivating in seclusion once she returned. If she were to invite a divine tribulation of the Great Path one day, would she be able to receive the Sword of Law? "We will also bid farewell," members of the crowd said one after another. The tribulation passed, and there was no need for them to remain. Although they were acquainted with each other, that was all just formality. They were not on very friendly terms. All of them had only come for the divine tribulation. As it had passed, they should be returning home. Emperor Shi nodded his head. He did not ask them to stay. Or rather, he was not in the mood to ask them to stay. "May all of you have a safe trip home," Emperor Shi said. All the cultivators slowly left Turtle Peak with their respective groups. "Let's go," the Millet Emperor commanded Yi Futian and the rest. Everyone nodded in agreement and flew up to the sky. They followed the Millet Emperor and were ready to return to the Dongshao continent. They left Turtle Peak and traversed in the sky. "Hang on, Millet Emperor." A voice suddenly came from behind them while the Millet Emperor and his group were traversing among the clouds. The Millet Emperor stopped in his tracks. Everyone turned around and saw a group of cultivators approaching them. Very quickly, the approaching group caught up and stopped when the two groups were near. They stared at the Millet Emperor and the rest of his group. When the Millet Emperor saw the approaching group, he frowned. Yi Futian and the others also revealed cold looks. The person who had called out to them was the Prince of Great Yen ancient royal family. He stood at a distance from them with an imposing manner. He swept a glance over their group. Behind the prince, the cultivators of the Great Yen ancient royal family were also here. They were all looking at the Millet Emperor. A formless pressure enveloped this part of the sky. Previously, Yi Futian and the rest were already dissatisfied when Yen Dongyang from Great Yen ancient royal family led the cultivators of the Yen kingdom to the Wangshan watchtower. Moreover, the two groups had bad blood with each other to begin with. Emperor Yen and the Millet Emperor were not on good terms with each other. Now, most likely, nothing good would come from the prince calling out to them. Far off in the distance in different directions, the people who were initially about to leave noticed the situation over here. They could not help but stop in their tracks. Their wills emanated from their bodies as they observed the situation over here. It seemed as though the storm had yet to pass. "Is there anything you need?" the Millet Emperor asked as he swept an indifferent gaze towards Emperor Yen. The old grudges between them ran deep, but they did not resort to blows. The Millet Emperor's tone was clearly cold. He, naturally, would not give the other party face. "Yes, there is," Emperor Yen replied while nodding his head. He said, "Eastern Deity Island has once again begun to be active outside after so many years. They have actually emerged from Eastern Deity Island. Hence, I wish to demand a few people from the Millet Emperor." The Millet Emperor was quite calm. His expressions did not change much even after hearing his counterpart's words. Then he asked, "Who do you want?" Emperor Yen answered, "The people from Eastern Deity Island." "How do you want them?" asked the Millet Emperor. "Millet Emperor, you only need to ask them to follow me," answered Emperor Yen. "They are right over there. You can go ahead and ask if they want to go with you," answered the Millet Emperor as he pointed towards Yi Futian's group. Emperor Yen glanced at Yi Futian's group and said, "If they are not willing, then I can only ask them to go. Please go ahead, the Millet Emperor said as he gestured with his hand, seemingly indifferent. The conversation between the two had no hostility. It was like a chat between two old friends. However, those looking at the two from afar could sense a confrontational aura around them. Did it mean that Emperor Yen could take them away just because the Millet Emperor said that he could go ahead? After hearing the Millet Emperor's reply, Emperor Yen became even more hesitant. He stood there quietly, looking at his counterpart. The two stood in the air and looked at each other. At that moment, the atmosphere around the entire area became unusually dense and heavy. It was as if a frightening aura had shrouded them. It was as if a battle could break out at any time. Yifutian and Goddess Penglai looked at the cultivators from the great Yen ancient royal family. They had indifferent and somewhat cold expressions along with sharp gazes. They did not show an ounce of fear. It was not so easy for the great Yen ancient royal family to use them. Since Senior Millet Emperor has replied, then I have no choice but to invite them to visit our great Yen. At that time, a voice emerged. Behind Emperor Yen came the Crown Prince, Yen Hanxing. He strode forward, carrying a tremendous aura. His divine might of the great path covered the sky while an intense pressure filled the sky. Faint cries and roarings of dragons could be heard in the distance. Careful, Li Chongqing reminded. He walked forward by himself. Then, at that moment, a thunder-rumbling dragon's roar completely split the skies. A giant divine dragon seemed to appear in the sky. Its cries and roars crushed mountains as well as rivers while heaven and earth crumbled. A frightening great path soundwave shot out and transformed into a vast and scary storm of the great path that transformed the clouds and the sky. Yen Hanxing was a renhuang at the cultivation level of the 9th plane. He was already a peak existence among renhuangs. And as to how frightening was the song of the Yen dragon, one roar was enough to cause one's blood pressure to dip. Even Yifutian could feel his internal organs tremble. His spiritual soul also shook intensely. It was excruciating. Behind him, droplets of blood dripped from the corner of Xia Qingyuan's lip. Her face turned pale. Bang! Yen Hanxing leaped into the air with one step, and a low and dull sound rang in the air. As if stepping on people's hearts, a violent and intense thumping tremor emerged. Everything seemed to have frozen. They looked at the figures striding towards them from the sky. At that moment, the crown prince of the great Yen royal family was like a god of war. He was domineering and unparalleled. Emperor Yen did not take action personally, so the Millet Emperor would not intervene. Instead, he watched quietly. Li Chongqing stepped forward and released a powerful aura of the 9th plane. His divine wheel of the great path also emerged. It was a huge ancient tree. Its branches and leaves fluttered as they covered the sky. In an instant, it had spread all over the sky, enveloping Yen Hanxing's body within. Many people looked toward the battlefield. Li Chongqing was an old man who had followed the Millet Emperor for many years. He was very strong. He did not usually display his true strength and kept a very low profile. However, he handled most Wangshan Watchtower affairs, and the Millet Emperor rarely made an appearance. So, in fact, Li Chongqing was the equivalent of Wangshan Watchtower's most senior disciple. So, it was natural that he would be the one to fight the crown prince of the great Yen Hanxing at this time. While Zongchan was a high-level renhuang with a perfect great path, he had only recently broken through, and his cultivation level was only at the 7th plane. There was no guarantee that his combat strength was sufficient for him to defeat Yen Hanxing. After all, Yen Hanxing was not a common high-level renhuang. Before becoming a high-level renhuang, his divine wheel of the great path was also perfect and flawless. Yifutian raised his head to look at the battlefield in the sky. Yen Hanxing's attack was overwhelmingly strong. However, Li Chongqing's cultivation level was also very powerful. The divine tree seemed to have taken root in the sky. Roots spread out and sealed the area, trapping Yen Hanxing within it. Bang! Then, at that moment, the cultivators of the great Yen ancient royal family began to flash as they moved towards them. The Millet Emperor stood high up in the sky as his gaze was fixed upon Emperor Yen. It was as if this battle was not related to them in the slightest. Last time, the great Yan ancient royal family led the cultivators of the Yenyun continent to test the Wangshan watchtower. This time, it was a real clash between the two sides. Dragon roars filled the air as the song of the Yen dragon continued to burst forth. The great Yen ancient royal family cultivators wanted to kill and defeat the practitioners of the Wangshan watchtower. Goddess Penglai's body disappeared in a flash. Like a swallow, her body soared through the air, and in an instant, she landed in front of those cultivators. Immediately after she landed, divine fire of the great path burst from her body, and a large illusion of a divine phoenix appeared. It let out a sharp, piercing shriek. From the body of the divine phoenix, endless crimson flame radiated from the feathers on the divine phoenix's body. Like indestructible flaming red swords, the flaming feathers cut down the cultivators. Then, a blinding divine light appeared and pierced through the skies and headed straight towards Goddess Penglai. It was a dragon lance. It transformed into a beam of bright golden light that broke through space, leaving a golden arc between heaven and death. The dragon lance arrived instantly. Accompanied by a domineering dragon roar, the lance thrust forward towards its target as if wanting to crush the sky. Goddess Penglai's body disappeared in a flash and transformed into a bolt of flaming red lightning. The two clashed together instantly, and their exchanges were so fast that one could not follow them with their naked eyes. In another location, an elder clad in a magnificent golden robe walked toward Zhongchan. His aura was stunning. He was also a being of the ninth plane, someone from the great Yen ancient royal family, a direct descendant of Yen royalty. His aura was frightening. Multiple pure-blooded dragons appeared in the sky. Each one of these dragons roared. He stretched his hand out and made a grabbing motion despite the gap between him and Zhongchan. However, as he did so, an immensely strong power of the Great Path appeared. Zhongchan felt his body in the sky being bound. Rumble. In the next moment, the elder's body transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged forward at a ridiculous speed, as if a divine dragon was charging forward. The entire area seemed as if it was going to be crushed into pieces. Before the person arrived, the will of the punch had already arrived. A frightening explosion sound came from the sky, and the area Zhongchan was in looked like it was going to crumble. At that moment, Zhongchan released his perfect grade aura of the Great Path. Seals converged around both his hands. In an instant, countless steels that looked like doors appeared in the sky, surrounding the entire area before slowly closing in as an attempt to seal this Great Path space. Zhongchan raised his fist and charged forward. At that moment, a bright divine light of the Great Path burst forth from this body. Multiple doors of the Great Path appeared. Then, as if all 10,000 of these doors of the Great Path overlapped with each other, they merged into this punch. The two clashed together. Rocks were crushed, and the heavens were shocked. A violent bang rang in the air. Countless doors of the Great Path were punctured and crushed. Zhongchan's body appeared in the sky. More doors of the Great Path appeared around him. Every door contained an immense the Great Path's power of suppression that suppressed the space around him and transformed the area into a Great Path domain. The Great Path's power of suppression enveloped his opponent's body, the cultivator on the ninth plane. Even he was feeling immense pressure. Zhongchan also felt great pressure. After all, the one he was facing was a being on the ninth plane. Then, seals continued to converge around both his hands. In the sky, countless divine monuments of the Great Path appeared and surrounded them. Then, the space around them was sealed and transformed into a Great Path domain. Then, an ancient aura began to spread. At that moment, Zhongchan was like a divine being. He waved his hands, and instantly countless divine monuments of the Great Path flew down from the sky. Rumbling noises filled the air as the pure-blooded dragons clashed with the divine monuments. Then they exploded. However, the divine monuments were so numerous that it seemed like they would never run out. Zhongchan's body emitted rays of light. As if summoning an ancient gate, the light became larger, and his power of suppression also became stronger. The divine dragons wailed. They were subdued. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Numerous divine monuments of different sizes pummeled downward, with his opponent's body as the target. An illusion of a divine dragon appeared above the ninth plane Renhuang of the great Yan ancient royal family. The dragon let out a howl, and he stretched out his hands. The howl of the divine dragon shot out but was completely suppressed. Could not get out of this space. Meanwhile, Zhongchan's attack seemed like it would never end. Many cultivators looked toward Zhongchan's battlefield. It was the gate to world suppression, the ultimate skill of the Millet Emperor's cultivation path. When the Millet Emperor released this skill, he could suppress an entire world and destroy all his enemies. Zhongchan's great path was perfect, so as expected, he was already capable of dealing with a being on the ninth plane. Outside the battlefield, the cultivators of all sides had initially planned to leave. However, they stayed behind because of this battle. They watched the battle at different locations. At one location were the cultivators of the Ling Shao Palace. The palace lord of Ling Shao Palace watched the battlefield and said, "The gate to world suppression of the Millet Emperor is, as expected, very powerful. Moreover, Zhongchan has already cultivated and learned its essence. To possess such combat strength while still on the seventh plane, he will certainly become a great person in the future." His voice traveled across the sky, and all the practitioners in that area could hear him. Beside him, a powerful Renhuang said, "Palace Lord, I have not fought against a person who possesses a perfect grade great path before. Now that a chance has presented itself, I would like to experience it." "Okay." The Palace Lord of Ling Shao Palace nodded and said, "The Great Yen and the Wangshan Watchtower hold no great grudge against each other. You do not have to be too serious. A light and friendly spar will do. Many factions have gathered here today. Just treat it as a trial." Just as he finished speaking, the earlier Renhuang stepped forward and left. He was also on the ninth plane. He headed straight towards Zhongchan. Just as Zhongchan was suppressing the Renhuang of the great Yan ancient royal family, his body appeared in the sky above Zhongchan. He released an immensely powerful aura of the Great Path and said, "It is a rare chance for me to come today, to ask for your guidance. Please do not be offended." After he spoke, he immediately started his attack. This scene had many people looking confused. What did the Ling Shao Palace want to achieve? Anyone who paid attention would be able to tell that this was due to a grudge between the great Yan ancient royal family and Wangshan Watchtower. Was the Ling Shao Palace's intervention their way of going against the Wangshan Watchtower? The practitioners of Wangshan Watchtower frowned. Since the practitioner from the Ling Shao Palace really went for it, Zhongchan could only fight back. The Millet Emperor watched everything quietly in the sky. His expression remained the same as he inadvertently glanced toward the palace lord of the Ling Shao Palace. No one could tell what he was feeling. At that time, Ling He of the Ling Shao Palace also strode forward. He looked toward Yi Futian and said, "I was really impressed by Brother Ye's display the other day at the cliff, which is why I would like to consult and learn from Brother Yi. I hope you won't hesitate to enlighten me." Many people looked toward Ling He. What was going on with the practitioners of Ling Shao Palace? Why were they so intent on fighting the people from Wangshan Watchtower? Moreover, they chose to do so at this time. Clearly, something was wrong. The eyes of the practitioners from Turtle Deity City watching from afar flashed as they saw this scene. They investigated and found out some things that Yi Futian was not aware of. However, it was not related to them. They initially had no plans to bring it up, as it would cause conflict. However, looking at the situation now, it was clear that Ling Shao Palace wanted to go against Wangshan Watchtower. As for Lin he was trying to force Yi Futian into a fight. If Yi Futian did not know his opponent's true attitude and thinking, they were afraid he would suffer a huge loss. At that time, a person looked to a location not far away from where thunder-punishing Skylord stood and transmitted his voice, "Skylord." Thunder-punishing Skylord looked at the person who transmitted his voice. It was the City Lord of Turtle Deity City. Since they were both students of Emperor Shi, they naturally knew each other. Moreover, their relationship was decent. Skylord left behind a relic at the cliff in the past. I heard that a battle took place there recently. This practitioner of the Wangshan Watchtower defeated Ling He and obtained the relic that you left behind, said the City Lord of Turtle Deity City. Thunder-punishing Skylord answered, I am aware of this. At that time, this practitioner of Wangshan Watchtower brought 2 other people unto the Turtle Deity Island. After they separated, the 2 were killed by people from Ling Shao Palace. If my guess is correct, Ling He was the one who gave the order. The murderer has been following Ling He ever since he committed the act. The city lord continued to transmit his voice. Thunder-punishing Skylord's eyes squinted slightly as a sparkle of electricity crackled in his eyes. He looked toward Ling He. The young palace lord of Ling Shao Palace continued to utter the words Brother Yi continuously and seemed very friendly. Earlier, he was also very generous when complimenting Yi Futian. It looked like he was a gracious loser who had genuinely accepted his defeat. Even though most could still feel a sense of oddity, none paid too much attention to it. However, to commit an act like this behind another's back, it was somewhat disgusting. At the very least, he could not accept such despicable behavior. He understood the meaning of Turtle Deity City Lord's meaning. Yi Futian obtained his relic and could be considered related to him. The incident also started because of the relic. The city lord was hesitant on whether he should reveal this fact, so as a solution, he passed the message to him instead. He does not know of this? Asked Thunder-punishing Skylord by transmitting his voice. He should not be aware of it, answered the city lord. At that time, Ling He stepped through the air and landed in the space in front of Yi Futian. Then, Yi Futian glanced at him and replied, not interested. He did not really like Ling He. The fact that the Ling Shao Palace had chosen to make a move at this time disgusted him even more. Naturally, he was not interested in sparring with Ling He. If he had to fight, should he fight seriously? Even though he did not want to go all out, Wangshan Watchtower was already facing pressure from the great Yan ancient royal family. And now, the Ling Shao Palace had also decided to make a move. However, he also did not want Wangshan Watchtower to face the threats of 2 powerful forces at the same time. Then, Yi Futian heard a voice transmitted to him, Yi Lionian. He looked surprised as his gaze shifted toward the person who spoke to him. I have something I need to tell you. The people from Turtle Deity Island discovered that the 2 practitioners who followed you into Turtle Deity Island were killed after you guys separated. They found that it was Ling He who gave the order. However, they did not dare reveal this piece of intel lightly. Someone notified me of this just now, and I decided to let you know as well. You should just be prepared. The voice transmitted into Yi Futian's ears. He already knew whose voice it was. It was Thunder-punishing Skylord. The Skylord personally transmitted his voice to inform him. Naturally, Yi Futian did not doubt the authenticity of the message. The incident had definitely happened. Lin Yuan and Lu Qing, the 2 practicing spiritual partners, were killed by someone under the orders of Ling He. While the 2 of them were not very strong, they had still reached the Sage Plains cultivation level. They were very young, and they still had the best years of their lives ahead of them. After they learned that Emperor Shi would go through a divine tribulation, they tried to get to Turtle Deity Island. They met Yi Futian at the cliff and asked him to bring the 2 of them to Turtle Deity Island. However, they never would have imagined that they would be killed in such an aggrieved manner. At that moment, an intense rage emerged in Yi Futian's heart. The fire burning in his heart was so strong that his entire body trembled slightly. However, he still managed to keep it under control. It had been a while since he last felt so enraged. Even the ruthless incidents he encountered when he first came to the Divine Prefecture did not enrage him as much as the current moment. Lin Yuan and Lu Qing were not really close to him. They were only acquaintances he met on the road. He brought the 2 along and arrived together with them on Turtle Deity Island. No relationship had even been established, which was why, after they arrived at Turtle Deity Island, they separated and went their own way. He did not try to make them stay. After all, they were from different worlds. However, due to a trivial incident at the cliff, Ling He had chosen to secretly send someone to kill the 2 juniors instead of targeting him directly. In front of Ling He, practitioners at the plane levels of Lin Yuan and Lu Qing were only like ants. They could be crushed easily and possessed no power to resist. He could imagine the despair of Lin Yuan and Lu Qing, 2 energetic youngsters who had arrived enthusiastically to observe Emperor Shi's divine tribulation. However, Just as they arrived, they were obliterated mercilessly. While their plane levels were low, getting to the sage plane would have also been tough. Like himself back then, every step he took was filled with difficulties, but he kept going. However, death was just absurd. Moreover, this murderer of Lin Yuan and Lu Qing was still acting gracefully in front of everyone, calling Yifutian brother Yi, and showering him with generous compliments. Yifutian raised his head to look at that face. He felt intense hate, to the point where he was nauseated. Ling He looked at Yifutian from a certain distance. He still looked graceful, with an air of exuberance around him. He held an amazing status. He was the young palace lord of Ling Shao Palace and possessed great strength and exceptional potential. One could even say that not many in the Donghua domain could compare to him. So, it was natural that he was in high spirits. In his eyes, two sage plane-level practitioners were probably not even worth his attention. A gentle smile was inside Ling He's eyes. However, he saw Yifutian raise his head and glare at him. A cold and piercing gaze shot at him for a brief moment. That glare made him uncomfortable. It was cold and emotionless. He could even detect a hint of killing intent. Ling He's heart was also icy. It was just as well. After all, he also had the same idea. He never imagined that Yi Liunian would think the same thing. Brother Yi received enlightenment of the path at the cliff. Your talents are remarkable. Don't be stingy in guiding others. Ling He continued. Clearly, he would not let Yifutian reject his request. Ling Shao Palace had already initiated the attack. Even if their counterparts did not want to, they would be forced to fight. Yifutian looked at him. He had changed his mind. However, he did not reveal the truth he had learned. Ling Shao Palace was one of the strongest factions. The reason why the people from Turtle Deity Island hid the information was most likely due to this as well. If he were to reveal it after the thunder-punishing Skylord notified him about it, it would be like selling them out. It was immoral. From what Ling He did to Lin Yuan and Lu Qing, who knew what else would he do in the future? This was a person who ignored other people's lives. He did not care at all. Yifutian looked at Ling He and said, "It looks like you will fight, regardless of whether I agree to it or not." Ling He smiled and looked at Yifutian. He moved his foot forward. The aura of the great path began to exude from his body, and might filled the sky. He did not reply. Obviously, he was responding with his actions. Earlier, when the Ling Shao Palace cultivator tried to initiate a fight with Zhongchan, did he not also just started fighting? He did not even consider the fact that Zhongchan was still in the midst of battle. I lost to Brother Yi when it came to enlightenment at the cliff. That is why I want to receive your guidance in the form of a battle, Ling He said casually. He looked down at Yifutian with an arrogant expression on his face. While Yifutian was quite famous, having defeated Yen Dongyang before, Ling He was not a common character. Yifutian was still not on his radar. When he lost in receiving enlightenment of the path, he contributed his loss to luck. On the surface, he complimented and praised Yifutian, but in truth, he was still incredibly proud. Otherwise, he would not have so easily gave the order to kill Lin Yuan and Lu Qing. He did not care. Do you want me to take this? From behind Yifutian, Beigong Ao walked forward and transmitted his voice to Yifutian. The opponent's plane level was higher than Yifutian's. His aura of the Great Path was also powerful. He was worried that Yifutian would be at a disadvantage. Ling He was also someone whose Great Path was at the perfect grade. He was a titan-like force, the great heir to Ling Shao Palace, and not some common folk. Yifutian stretched out his hand and gestured for Beigong Ao to step down. Seeing his gesture, Beigong Ao understood and retreated behind. Meanwhile, Yifutian walked forward and looked up at Ling He, who was standing in midair. My plane level is higher than Brother Yi. Brother Yi, please go ahead and initiate the first strike, said Ling He, continuing to act gracefully and politely. He had come to force Yifutian into fighting him. However, he still maintained a battle etiquette to allow Yifutian to strike first. However, with the plane level advantage, what was the meaning of being able to strike first? A person's plane level was always the main factor deciding the outcome of a battle. Ling He might seem like he was gracious, but the truth was that he was shameless. It was never a fair battle in the first place. Okay then. Nonetheless, Yi Futian accepted the answer directly. He looked at Ling He and said, "Since there's a difference in our plane level, I will do my best and go all out." "Relax, I naturally understand. Please go ahead, Brother Yi." Ling He laughed in his mind. Yi Futian's answer was exactly what he wanted. Yi Futian raised his head to look at Ling He. Formless sword wills began to form around his body. The sword wills became stronger and stronger. With his body as the center, they created a vast sword domain. Numerous sword wills poured into the sky as if they were unlimited. Then, they converged and transformed into a sword river. Multiple immaterial swords appeared around Yi Futian and circled his body, creating sharp whistling noises as they zipped around. These created an illusion for all those watching. It was as if the vast land and sky had been filled with swords. Path of the sword current flowed between Yi Futian and Ling He. As expected of someone possessing a perfect grade great path who defeated Yan Dongyang with just one sword strike. Amazing. Ling He complimented. However, he also possessed perfect grade great path. Who knew who he was actually complimenting? A powerful aura burst from his body. While Ling He had always looked down on Yi Futian's existence, he would never underestimate his opponent in a real fight. With such powerful sword wills, an attack would only last a single moment. Even though he had promised to let Yi Futian strike first, he would not simply sit idly by. He was going to at least make preparations to respond accordingly. Around his body, an extremely beautiful golden pagoda appeared. Strands of golden aura flowed out from within the pagoda. At that moment, Ling He was donned in golden armor. The auras flowing from the golden fantasy-like pagoda were sharp and domineering. Then they converged and transformed into an extremely sharp golden spear. Ling Xiao Pagoda. Everyone looked toward Ling He. It was a divine wheel of the great path crafted by the souls of the powerful cultivators of the Ling Xiao Palace. Moreover, it was not just one divine wheel of the great path. The Ling Xiao Pagoda was one of the divine wheels of the great path. Inside the Ling Xiao Pagoda was a spear. It was another of his divine wheel of the great path. They had melded together, and the might exuding from it was frightening. Many people had shifted their gaze toward the battlefield of Ling He and Yi Futian. With regard to these two names, there was naturally no need to mention Ling He, the young palace lord of Ling Xiao Palace. He had made his name from a long time ago. He was strong and exceptionally talented. Meanwhile, Yi Futian became famous in Wangshan Watchtower. He defeated the great Yan ancient royal family prince, Yan Dongyang, with just one sword strike. Among the mid-level renhuangs in the Donghua domain, these two were most likely considered best of the best. They possessed extraordinary strength. Vong! Yi Futian's body seemed to have transformed into a great path furnace. Refining the sword of heaven and earth, an indomitable will surged from his body. It was as if his body had turned into a divine sword. Multiple swords surrounded him. Around 9 swords seemed to have resonated and were circling him. At that moment, countless sword wills in the sky resonated, and the surrounding area transformed into a sword domain. Countless path of the sword aura currents resonated with each other and flew towards Ling He at the same time. Meanwhile, a sword river appeared between Yi Futian and Ling He. Within the sword river was a sword silhouette. It reached an area in front of Ling He from Yi Futian instantaneously. It was as if there was no distance between them. With one thought, the Ling Xiao Pagoda suddenly released a large number of golden currents. The endless spear shot into the air and zoomed into the sword river. At the same time, the area between him and Yi Futian seemed to have been shrouded by the will of the Ling Xiao Pagoda. Multiple pagoda illusions dropped consecutively, blocking Yi Futian's deadly attacks. Go! The Ling Xiao Pagoda in front of Ling Xiao flew forward. A gigantic pagoda loomed over the sword river. A frightening sword will charged into the pagoda and vanished completely. Only ringing sounds of the pagoda remained. Then a light could be seen. A blade of light of a sword directly charged into the pagoda. Ring! An intense sound filled the air. The pagoda seemed to have suffered a heavy hit and was blown backward. Ling He stretched out his hands to catch it and was forced to retreat. Golden divine light burst from his eyes. He was careless, to have actually been thrown back by Yi Futian's strike. His palms slammed outward violently. In an instant, the Ling Shao pagoda spun forward violently, growing bigger at the same time. It transformed into a humongous golden divine pagoda. From this divine pagoda, numerous pagoda silhouettes appeared and flew towards Yi Futian. At the same time, a golden spear flew out of the Ling Shao pagoda. The spear arrived in Ling He's hands instantly. He grabbed the spear, donning his golden armor, with a golden spear in his hand and the Ling Shao pagoda floating above his head. He looked like a war god at that moment, peerless and elegant. Thunder-punishing Skylord looked at this battlefield. His words led to Yi Futian's decision to fight, so it was natural that he would pay more attention to this battle. Ling He misbehaved and treated others terribly. However, he was genuinely strong. Among the next generation leaders of the top factions of the Donghua domain, none were weak. Ling He was the heir to the Ling Shao Palace. If one only looked at his strength, he was indeed one of the greats. However, from his past actions, it was easy to tell that Ling He was prideful and self-absorbed. He did not care about the lives of others and did not care about the consequences of his actions. He only did what he wanted to do. Apart from thunder-punishing Skylord, the heiress of the Ice Temple, Qing, was also interested and was paying attention to this battle. She was a mid-level Renhuang who had cultivated for many years. So naturally, she did not only look at the surface when it came to most issues. She knew that while Ling He was showering Yi Futian with praises and compliments, the truth was that he wanted to kill him. If he did not compliment his would-be opponent, how would he get him to fight? In her experience dealing with Ling He, she knew that he was self-absorbed and egoistic. While he had always been polite with her, he had always found it hard to hide his arrogance. However, she could understand this and did not think too much of it. After all, for a person as talented as Ling He, who also held an esteemed position and had cultivated to his plane level, how could he not be proud? She was also proud. Anyone at this level would be the same. As such, when the incident at the cliff occurred, even though it seemed like Ling He did not mind, he was most likely still brooding about it. That was why he provoked Yi Futian at this time, to start this battle with Yi Futian so that he could crush him in front of an audience. Moreover, Ling He's plane was higher than Yi Futian. He was a very well-known character in the Donghua heavens. He should be a lot stronger than Yan Dongyang. If he were to make a move, his chances of winning were actually quite high. Yi Futian would be at a disadvantage. With his white hair and white outfit, Yi Futian stood amidst the battlefield. Above him, the giant Ling Shao pagoda released a frightening golden current that transformed into countless pagodas that flew towards him, creating Ling He's great path domain, sealing him within. At another location, Ling He held the golden divine spear. He could release it at any time. It was a great threat to Yi Futian. It was, unfortunately, very difficult for his swords to deal with Ling He. Under the overwhelmingly powerful Ling Shao pagoda, Yi Futian seemed rather small. However, stands of formless current exuded from his body. The current seemed to freeze everything around it. With his body as the center, the temperature within the Great Path domain began to drop. Strands of current surged forward like the branches and leaves of an immaterial tree. With his body as the center, the current quickly covered the entire Great Path domain. Rustling sounds could be heard. When the Great Path current solidified, a huge towering divine tree appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Yi Futian served as the divine tree's roots. Its numerous branches spread all around. Strands of dark and cold aura radiated from the divine tree. So cold, many people looked toward Yi Futian. Even a few top cultivators looked toward him. Was that the Great Path of Frost? The Sword Goddess and many practitioners from the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow also shifted their gaze on Yi Futian. Apart from mastering the longsword, they were also adept at the Great Path of Frost. However, the aura seemed to be a little different. The aura radiating from Yi Futian's body seemed even colder. However, every practitioner possessed different levels of strength. Flames of the Path of Flame also had different strengths. It was the same for the power of frost. The lord of the divine palace of fluttering snow, however, felt something odd. Something was not right. It was not the power of the great path of frost. In the battle, the two each released their great path domain. It was as if the battle had turned into a battle between great path domains. The Ling Xiao pagoda released a frightening golden current while shooting several pagodas to pummel Yi Futian. However, within the chilly great path domain, all attacks seemed to be obstructed and limited. Their speed reduced, and the branches in the sky quickly extended toward and wrapped around those pagodas, absorbing them within before sealing them in ice, ultimately turning them into dust. Ling He frowned as he witnessed this scene. He stretched out his palm, and the Ling Xiao pagoda instantly floated into the sky. His great path domain sealed the sky, and a frightening current burst from within, annihilating all things in its range. The branches and leaves were crushed under the golden great path current. However, branches and leaves kept spreading from Yi Futian's body. There was no end to them. This ancient and divine tree was an eternal being, and it had an incredibly exuberant life force. The divine tree of the Eastern Deity Island. A cultivator from the great Yan ancient royal family stared at the tree growing from Yi Futian's body and said, "Who'd have thought that the Eastern Deity Island's divine tree was passed on to him? It looks like they plan on making him the heir of the Eastern Deity Island." Many seemed shocked after hearing this. To make Yi Futian the heir to the Eastern Deity Island? Did this mean that the Eastern Deity Island chose Yi Futian before he was sent to Wangshan Watchtower? If that were the case, the great Yan ancient royal family would want to kill him even more. Ling He suddenly directed his palm towards Yi Futian. In that instant, the giant Ling Xiao pagoda floating in the air slammed downward. Blades of divine light annihilated anything they touched. Instead of releasing the great path current to attack, the divine wheel of the great path attacked directly. Ling He had clearly realized that the great path current could not do anything to Yi Futian. It was just a waste of time. As the divine and holy Ling Xiao pagoda descended from the sky, destructive currents that accompanied its descent completely destroyed the leaves and branches from the ancient tree that got close. None of the branches could get close to the pagoda, and the great path completely suppressed the entire area. The Ling Xiao palace continued its descent towards Yi Futian's body. At the same time, Ling He clenched the divine spear in his hands tightly. He took a step forward, and his body under the magnificent golden armor released an indomitable aura. Step by step, he walked toward Yi Futian. His aura strengthened after every step, and strands of surreal currents appeared from his body. They looked like they were the condensation of his fighting spirit. Above Yi Futian, the celestial splendor of Ling Xiao pagoda swept down, and the void roared, oppressing the space where Yi Futian was. Phantoms of the divine pagoda slammed down continuously, covered Yi Futian within it. Those branches, leaves, and vines that were twirling toward Ling Xiao pagoda were pulverized immediately. As divine splendor spread out, Ling Xiao pagoda was getting closer, falling from above Yi Futian like a towering temple. Yi Futian morphed into a divine tree, its branches and leaves twirling madly. A supreme sword will was gathering at the same time. Infinite divine swords converged until a massive divine sword appeared in front of him. The infinite sword will was still integrating into the divine sword. Its sword light was radiant, bright, and flawless. Yi Futian pointed his finger toward the sky. Suddenly, the divine sword pierced upward, colliding with Ling Xiao pagoda. A sword river appeared between Yi Futian and the pagoda. There was an infinite sword will in this sword river that blended into the divine sword. A splendid sword screen was created where the collision occurred, radiating toward the surrounding areas. Ling He, who was walking in the void, cast a glance. With a turning of his mind, he took control of the divine wheel of the great path as Ling Xiao pagoda continued to spin, and the pagoda's divine brilliance sprinkled from above. A dull sound was heard, and even the void gave a violent tremble. Phantoms of the pagoda appeared all around them as they suppressed down at the same time. The vast world was now seemed to be in the realm of the divine pagoda. Yi Futian's body seemed to tremble as well. The divine sword shuddered, and the sword screen rippled but did not tear. The crowd found that Ling Xiao Pagoda was vibrating and spinning on its own, causing a wondrous rhythm between heaven and earth, suppressing and shattering this side of the void. For those whose cultivation was not strong enough, this atmosphere alone could kill them immediately. The divine wheel would have shattered their organs. The branches and leaves of the divine tree surged with insane speed. Those extremely thick branches and leaves were like vines of 10,000 years, winding around the sword screen. The area it invaded was getting larger, covering all the space in the surrounding area. At the same time, they constantly swept toward the pagodas that were between heaven and earth. At this moment, Yi Futian was like the tree god of 100 centuries, who had nurtured lives into being. Whose great path is the stronger? More and more people noticed the battlefield of the two of them. Both of them were very strong and far surpassed those of the same realm. Yi Futian especially surprised many people. After all, Ling He, the young palace lord of Ling Xiao Palace, had achieved his fame for a long time. Although he had battled brilliantly, no one had actually witnessed his fight with Yan Dongyang. Therefore, most of the observers were there to see for themselves. Now, it seemed that he had not earned his name in vain, and he was powerful. However, if Yi Futian's divine tree and divine wheel of swordsmanship were used to resist the suppression of Ling Xiao Pagoda, how was he going to deal with the attack from Ling He himself? Perhaps Yi Futian would still be at a disadvantage, and he would still be in danger. The fighting spirit on Ling He, who walked steadily toward Yi Futian, became stronger as he got closer, and an astonishing turbulence of the great path had formed around him. He stared at Yi Futian with those golden eyes, and at this moment, there was an iciness in the depth of his eyes. Yi Futian was an expert at swords. If the sword was used to block the pagoda, how would he deal with the spear? The golden divine spear held in Ling He's hand let out a horrific spear aurora. As he approached Yi Futian, his arm cocked back. Suddenly, his body was the center, from which numerous spear shadows appeared everywhere. An astonishing spear will erupted before the spear was released, turning into a golden beam and shooting straight at Yi Futian. Clearly, Ling He understood that it was impossible to hurt Yi Futian with spear will alone, but it would not be so easy to block his shot either. "Brother Yi, be careful." Ling He stopped at this point. Though he had stopped, his momentum had climbed to the limit as golden divine brilliance diffused from him. At this moment, he, who was wearing the golden armor, was like a god of war. "That's Ling Xiao Palace's Lingxi spear. Watch out!" A voice reminded Yi Futian. The voice belonged to thunder-punishing Skylord. Yi Futian was in a somewhat unfavorable situation, and Lingxi spear techniques was well known throughout the Donghua domain. The palace lord of Ling Xiao Palace, with Ling Xiao Pagoda and Lingxi spear at his disposal, had few rivals within the Donghua domain. He had tremendous strength, and if Yi Futian was careless, a strike could be the end of him. "Thank you for reminding me, Elder." Yi Futian's response baffled thunder-punishing Skylord. He looked at Yi Futian, who was trapped in the distance. Yet, he still had the time to respond to him. It seemed that he still had strength and mind to spare. Maybe everyone had underestimated him? They could only wait and see. Everyone stared at Ling He. The Lingxi spear was swift and invincible, and battles usually ended in an instant. The Ling Xiao Pagoda would suppress while the Lingxi spear techniques finished the job. The dual powers complemented each other, making them victorious wherever they went. This time, dealing with this well-known heir of Eastern Deity Island, there shouldn't be any doubts. At this moment, countless phantoms appeared between heaven and earth, as well as infinite shadows of spears. Ling He made his move. The crowd only saw a spear aurora, as a golden spear shadow appeared between Ling He and Yi Futian. There was only an afterimage left where he was. A single strike from Lingxi spear was enough to conquer gods and demons. Bang! A loud noise came out as the Lingxi spear encountered something tough. The terrifying golden divine glory bloomed in front of Yi Futian, who, at this moment, was wrapped by a boundless gigantic divine elephant. Violent elephant trumpeting sounded, and two hands reached out to hold the spear coming for him. Divine wheel! Everyone was slightly surprised when they saw the sight in front of them. Another one of Yi Futian's divine wheel of the Great Path, a towering, majestic divine elephant. Ling He glanced at Yi Futian indifferently as shrill sounds could be heard. Overwhelming golden divine glory erupted from him as the spear continued to move forward, piercing into the body of the divine elephant. The sound was particularly harsh, as it was aimed to break open Yi Futian's divine wheel of great path. However, at the same time, Ling He saw a pair of extremely horrifying eyes. An extreme chill rushed into his pupils, wanting to freeze his spiritual soul. At the same time, his body also felt the chill, so very cold, seeping deep into his bones. Everyone discovered to their shock that the domain of the divine tree had already enveloped this entire part of the world. An extreme frosty current enveloped and circulated this domain. An extreme coldness threatened to freeze everything, turning the temperature into absolute zero. Ling He felt that his spear, his body, and even blood were about to be frozen. Everything seemed to become slower, even his heartbeat. How could it be? What kind of ability was this? Had Yi Futian been waiting for him here all this time? Using the divine sword to block Ling Xiao Pagoda with everything he's got just to wait for him to get close? At this moment, Yi Futian's eyes were icy. There was a hint of icy murderous intent within. He stared at Ling He and let out a roar, accompanied by the Buddha sound of the Great Path. This space was covered by a sound wave of Buddhism, the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm, in such a short distance, attacking his spiritual soul. Ling He felt his spiritual soul trembled as he was enduring the invasion of the power of Yin and the attack of the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm. His spiritual soul was about to collapse and shatter. He felt that unconsciousness was imminent. These layers of attacks were set up like traps, waiting for him to break in and ensnare himself. Everyone outside was bewildered by this sudden sight as well. The continuous burst of multiple abilities in a short time caught everyone by surprise. Everyone had thought that it would be Ling He suppressing Yi Futian, but they did not expect that the situation would be turned on its head in a split second. After an astonishing reversal, it seemed that Yi Futian had been lying in wait for Ling He. His ability is so strong, so many great paths. Some were amazed and quite shaken inside. It was rumored that Yi Futian had defeated Yen Dongyang with the sword. The world thought that Yi Futian was an expert at swordsmanship, but they never expected that he was good at so many other abilities. Yi Futian stared at Ling He and did not bother to disguise the murderous intent in his eyes. At this moment, Yi Futian raised his palm and slammed forward. The sounds of elephants rocked the sky. As the gigantic palm slapped down, Ling He sensed a strong sense of danger. Massive golden glory burst from his body, and countless phantoms appeared around him. Buzz! An astonishing brilliance burst from the long spear in his hands. It was as if countless phantoms struck at the same time, continuing to fight. With a violent crashing sound, Ling He moved. The overwhelming intent of battle helped him break free of the chill. It seemed that endless phantoms of spears erupted from him just as the Ling Xiao Pagoda also released its strongest pressure of might. When the phantoms of the spears passed through, he moved, wanting to retreat from this space. But the chill affected his speed. Countless branches and leaves twirled toward him as the great path sealed off the space. Yi Futian pointed his finger forward, and the sword will of the great path unleashed to annihilate the space. Open! Ling He let out a great shout. The Lingxi spear was fast as lightning, breaking through this domain of the great path as it rushed out. In the next moment, his body flew backward, covered in blood. There seemed to be several sword marks on his body as blood came out from the corners of his mouth. Buzz! Yi Futian came for him in attack. Ling He saw him moving like lightning as a terrifying light appeared in the sky. The Lingxi spear was as fast as lightning, colliding with the sword that Yi Futian had unleashed. Once again, his body was knocked back. As he stretched out his hand, the spear flew back into his hand. Enough! Yi Futian still wanted to move forward, but suddenly, a few people appeared in front of him. As their voice fell, they raised their hands and attacked. A horrific phantom of the pagoda appeared, suppressing a corner of the sky. With a loud bang, Yi Futian's body was knocked backward. Those who struck him were two upper Renhuang cultivators. Yifutian stopped himself and didn't continue forward. Although Ling He was a despicable person, his strength was undeniably strong. Furthermore, there were people from Ling Shao Palace in attendance to kill Ling He. But it was wishful thinking. However, the anger in his heart was still burning, unable to be extinguished. "You guys are awesome." Yifutian glanced at the cultivators from Ling Shao Palace as he spoke with a touch of cold sarcasm. The people from Ling Shao Palace felt terribly embarrassed, and Ling He was even gloomier. In this battle, he was unexpectedly defeated. For all the fancy moves, that astonishing blow, everything was so perfect. Without a doubt, he had thought that it would be a one-sided fight, but the ending seemed quite the contrary. That white-haired Renhuang counterstruck with absolutely dominant power, catching him by surprise. Ling He was defeated by a cultivator whose realm was lower than him. This was a huge blow to him. Didn't Ling He of Ling Shao Palace want to ask for advice? "What's the meaning of your involvement?" At this time, some cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower asked those who stepped in to stop Yifutian. "Enough is enough," responded the cultivators from Ling Shao Palace. "Does Ling He concede then?" Cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower asked again. The cultivators from Ling Shao Palace frowned and cast a look at the Renhuang who spoke. "If Ling He can still fight, why did you interfere?" The cultivator from Wangshan Watchtower sneered. "You were the ones who started the war, and you were the ones who forced its end. Does Ling Shao Palace really want to ask Wangshan Watchtower for advice, or are you just taking the opportunity to kick us? If it's the latter, you can just get on with it without pretense." Furthermore, the heir of Ling Shao Palace, while his realm is higher than that of Yi Liunian, required interference from the people of Ling Shao Palace. "Aren't you guys ashamed?" The cultivator from Wangshan Watchtower unleashed his sarcasm without reservation. "If I am a cultivator from Ling Shao Palace, I would have no face to continue staying here." Ling He's eyes were extremely cold. Defeat in itself was something extremely shameful, and now he had been ridiculed so openly and without mercy. When his realm was higher than Yifutian, he still needed the others from Ling Shao Palace to intervene and help him avoid Yifutian's continued attack. This battle was indeed disgraceful. Elders need to say no more. There are many such as this, and we are used to it. Yifutian turned to the cultivator who had spoken, and the other nodded in acknowledgement but continued. "Bravado is easily exposed in the end. If one is a sore loser, one should not challenge and start things." That arrogant and condescending attitude was a bit ironic when you think about it now. Every sound was like a thorn that burnt Ling He's cheeks. It appeared that the others would not easily let him off the hook. Ling Shao Palace was good at exploiting those who were weaker. The insults from the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower were intentional, deliberately making fun of him to reveal his hypocrisy, and aimed to shame him. It seems that today we would have a chance to see for ourselves if all the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower were this outstanding. An old man spoke as the aura of the Great Path released from the cultivators of Ling Shao Palace, suppressing this corner of the sky with extreme terror. At this moment, the Millet Emperor's eyes swept over the crowd, and the power of the Great Path permeated from him. Everyone from Ling Shao Palace felt an overpowering force that made them difficult to move. They looked at Millet Emperor, and the Palace Lord of Ling Shao Palace took a step forward toward him and said, "What does the Emperor mean by this?" Ling Shao Palace wanted to exchange with Wangshan Watchtower, and we welcomed the opportunity. However, now, whether it was an exchange or something else, I am sure it is clear to everyone who's here. If you want to overpower anyone with numbers, I will have no choice but to handle this personally," said the Millet Emperor. The Palace Lord of Ling Shao Palace looked at Millet Emperor. If Renhuang on both sides were to interact at the same time, it would put the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower in great danger. So the Millet Emperor had no choice but to intervene. The Palace Lord of Ling Shao Palace smiled as a violent and wild aura released from his body, and the same pressure of the Great Path snaked out. Both of them were supreme existence beyond their ranks, with great power. When the pressure from both of them bloomed, the sky seemed heavier, as if everything was about to stand still. The battle between the Renhuang below gradually subsided, as many cultivators stepped back to look up at the two men who faced each other in the void. The Palace Lord of Ling Shao Palace and the Millet Emperor, two powerful men in their own rights, both of them were filled with the invisible currents of the Great Path, which contained extremely terrible pressure. They did not take action yet, but the cultivators around them already felt the invisible collision. Would they actually collide? The people of those top forces from different regions in the distance were all looking at this side. On this day, Emperor Shi was to cross the divine tribulation, and cultivators from all sides were here. Could they actually see other major figures exchange with one another? Above the sky, there was a dull sound as a suffocating aura appeared in this corner of the sky. Those Renhuang retreated far from this area. Some of them felt their breaths quickened. Their internal organs were churning. "Back up," Li Chongqing said. Immediately, the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower retreated, and the cultivators from the ancient royal family of Yen as well as those from Ling Shao Palace did the same. Only Emperor Yen was still standing there. His majestic golden robe moved with the wind, standing with his hands behind his back, watching the two in silence. At this moment, people in the distance felt that the sky was about to collapse, and there seemed to be infinite elusive shadows between heaven and earth. They raised their heads and stared at the sky. In the vast world, there were many illusory phantoms of the towers, and countless divine monuments flowed down from the sky, suppressing this space. Both of them were experts at the Great Path suppressions. Moreover, their realms had far transcended the ordinary. It was as if they were in control of the power from the source of heaven and earth itself. When they released the coercion of might, those Renhuang retreated, as if they were not fit to be in the same battlefield. Boom! There was a violent bursting sound. Both men made no move, but there was a terrible sonic boom that resounded between the two. The dull rumbling sounds made everyone's heart beat wildly as astonishing currents continued to collide between them, causing a terrifying storm in that space. At this moment, the crowd saw the phantom figure of the two of them that seemed to have moved, and yet they were still where they were. Everyone saw two vague figures touched briefly in the middle, then separated. In the next moment, a shocking storm swept out again. Boom! Watch out! Many Renhuang were knocked out by the sweep of that storm, and Yifutian was the same. The power of the Great Path surged upon his body, but he was still repelled by the storm. He steadied his body in the savage storm. His steps were incredibly heavy. He moved his arms that were covering his eyes and looked forward. In the center of the storm, the two men were still right where they were, as if they had never moved. The terrifying storm did not seem to be caused by them. Emperor Yen was also standing there. His robe flapped wildly in the wind as he quietly looked upon the two men in front of him. He could see clearly that the two had made an exchange in that instant just now. At their level of cultivation, there were not many opportunities to fight against each other. After all, there were very few of them that were at the same level, and they all had various concerns that the impact would be too great to bear. Therefore, the Palace Lord of Ling Shao Palace and the Millet Emperor just collided for a brief instant, which was more than enough. "You were here today to observe the ceremony. What exactly are you two doing?" At this moment, a voice came from a distance. In the distant void, the chief of Donghua Domain Chief's manor stood there and asked. "I couldn't help myself wanting to experience Millet Emperor's gate to world suppression." "I ask your forgiveness, chief," said the Palace Lord of Ling Shao Palace. Millet Emperor said nothing, merely looking at the other quietly. "This is Turtle Deity Island, and everyone here is our guest. Let's not disturb Emperor Shi. If everyone still desire a time to interact, find another time. If you're free next year, everyone is invited for a visit at Donghua Heavens." The chief continued, "Cease the competing today. Emperor Yen too will let it go." Emperor Yen nodded slightly and said, "Since the chief has spoken, let's stop there." However, regarding Eastern Deity Island, it was because the chief had mediated in the past that I didn't touch Eastern Deity Island all these years when Millet Emperor made his promises. But now, something seemed to have changed. Millet Emperor will have to answer for it in the future. This was just an excuse. If it weren't for Yifutian's extraordinary display of talent, no one from the ancient royal family of Yen would bother to look at Yifutian at all, much less remembering anything about Eastern Deity Island. Millet Emperor looked at them, still silent. The chief continued, "Well, let us be gone now, and not disturb Emperor Xi's cultivation." "Very good." The palace lord of Ling Shao Palace nodded, then turned around to command, "Time to go." After that, the group left. Ling He glanced at Yi Futian as he left, with murderous intent in his eyes. Yi Futian detected the other's gaze, but his eyes were equally cold. This debt of Lin Yuan's was impossible to collect at the moment. However, he would remember Ling He. "Millet Emperor, we will meet again," said Emperor Yen as he left with his people also. Seeing that there was no more excitement to be had, the cultivators from all sides left one after another. "We should go too," said Millet Emperor, and immediately levitated into the air and was gone. After everyone left, above the Turtle Peak, Emperor Xi and Thunder Punishing Skylord looked at those who had scattered in the distance. Emperor Xi sighed in a low voice. "The Divine Prefecture, after being peaceful for so many years, will face imminent disturbance again. With Dong Huang the Great ruling the world, the Divine Prefecture won't be in chaos," said Thunder Punishing Skylord. "What if someone from outside of Divine Prefecture were here?" Emperor Xi said. Thunder Punishing Skylord was silent for a moment and said, "Having traveled outside these years, I have heard a few things. There were some events that had occurred in the original realm, and some principalities have come to pass, but it had not affected Divine Prefecture for the time being." The original realm. Emperor Xi stretched out his hand, as if wanting to catch something, but didn't. After Yi Futian and the others had departed, in the void, the Millet Emperor stood next to Yi Futian and heard Yi Futian asked him, "Is there also a grudge between Ling Shao Palace and Wangshan Watchtower?" Millet Emperor shook his head. "We didn't have too much contact. There is no grudge to speak of." Yi Futian looked pensive. Then, was it because of the incident on the cliff that incensed Ling Shao Palace against Wangshan Watchtower? But it seemed a bit too extreme. "Have you inherited Donglai's memory?" Millet Emperor asked suddenly. Yi Futian nodded. "But not all of it, and they were quite disorganized." "Do you any memory of his last battle?" Millet Emperor asked. Yi Futian shook his head, looked up at Millet Emperor and seemed to sense something. How come he was missing such memory? In the Wangshan Watchtower, the cultivation training grounds of Millet Emperor, a group of silhouettes descended. It was Millet Emperor's group returning. With Millet Emperor's towering cultivation, even traversing over many continents would not need much time. As their group landed, Millet Emperor revealed a pensive look. He seemed to be thinking about something. "Teacher," Li Chongqing asked softly, "is there anything that you need me to do?" Millet Emperor shook his head as he looked into the distance. Back then, during the battle when Supreme Deity Donglai perished, what had happened exactly? Even the memories that Yi Futian inherited did not reveal anything about it. Had Supreme Deity Donglai intentionally erased them? If so, had Supreme Deity Donglai intentionally kept it hidden, and did he not want them to know about it? "All of you leave us. Both of you remain," Millet Emperor instructed. He meant for Goddess Donglai and Yi Futian to remain. The other people bowed slightly and then stepped down one by one. Zongchan had a strange look on his face. He could tell that Millet Emperor had matters to discuss. Yet, even he could not know about this matter? "Uncle Millet," Goddess Donglai called out as she looked at Millet Emperor. "Is there something urgent?" "It is nothing," Millet Emperor said, not revealing his thoughts. He instead looked at Yi Futian and asked, "In the previous battle, I saw that you had a murderous intent towards Ling He. What happened between the two of you?" The two of them had fought fiercely against each other. Observers of their battle could tell that they weren't pulling their punches. Their attacks were ferocious, and Yi Futian had calculated his moves against Ling He. He pretended that his sword had been suppressed by Ling Shao Pagoda, drawing Ling He to attack him close up. Yi Futian had wanted to kill him in a single blow. Millet Emperor had heard of the grudge between the two of them at the cliff face. If Ling He bore hatred against Yi Futian would not have needed to respond in such a fashion. Attacking the young palace lord of Ling Shao Palace so fiercely in such a situation was not worth the risk for such a talented person like Yi Futian, unless there were intricacies that Millet Emperor was not aware of. When Yifutian heard Millet Emperor's question, a cold look flashed past in his eyes. He replied, "Before this, when we were traveling across the divine ocean continent, we encountered two juniors. We got acquainted with them before the cliff face where thunder-punishing Skylord left his teachings. They wanted to enter Turtle Deity Island to witness Emperor Shi facing his tribulation. I agreed to help them and brought them to Turtle Deity Island. However, thunder-punishing Skylord told me across transmitted thoughts that, not long after we separated upon arriving on Turtle Deity Island, these two juniors were killed by people sent by Ling He." When Millet Emperor heard Yifutian's explanation, he revealed a strange look and said, "The young palace lord of Ling Shao Palace cannot even tolerate two juniors? For him to have committed such an atrocity was somewhat demeaning to his station. It is not that he could not tolerate them. He originally gave no regard for the lives of these two juniors. He did not care at all," Yifutian stated. "A person with such character deserves death." Millet Emperor nodded his head and said, "For you to say such things, he will sooner or later want to kill you." "I understand," answered Yifutian as he nodded his head. That was why he also wanted to eliminate the other party. However, in the Donghua domain it was difficult to do so owing to the other party's identity. Millet Emperor gave Yifutian a serious look. For him to be angered by the deaths of two insignificant people to the point that he wanted to kill the young palace lord of Ling Shao Palace, the way this fellow did things was extraordinary. He wore his heart on his sleeve. "You have cultivated the power of the divine elephant and are proficient in suppressing the great path, right?" Millet Emperor asked. Answered Yifutian while nodding his head. "You have comprehended your cultivation in the Wangshan Watchtower before. What are your thoughts?" Millet Emperor continued asking. "It is as though the Wangshan Watchtower itself is formed from the Great Path. The aura inside feels as though it is the Great Path itself. The domain inside has absolute power of suppression," Yifutian said. Millet Emperor nodded his head and said, "It looks like your comprehension is deep. By comprehending my cultivation in the Wangshan Watchtower, I created a magnum opus called Gate to World Suppression. However, that was because it was compatible with my abilities and combined all the techniques that I comprehended. You are proficient in even more techniques, hence you can develop it more broadly. I will teach you Gate to World Suppression. You can then merge it with your own comprehension and further cultivate it." Goddess Donglai revealed an astonished look as she stood there. She had brought Yifutian over due to his connection with her father. She wanted to find Yifutian some backing. She was worried about anything happening to him in the future. She was taking precautions just in case. She never imagined that Millet Emperor would pass on his magnum opus to Yifutian. Gate to World Suppression was a magnum opus that Millet Emperor comprehended himself. Millet Emperor became renowned in the Divine Prefecture due to this technique. He had a few extremely glorious battles before. Even in the Wangshan Watchtower, few people cultivated this technique. Zongchan was probably the only other person who truly mastered it. He was a prominent figure who had cultivating abilities very close to that of Millet Emperor. Zongchan was probably personally chosen by Millet Emperor to inherit his teachings. However, now Millet Emperor actually wanted to teach Yifutian Gate to World Suppression. They had only gone on a trip to the Divine Ocean continent together and Millet Emperor already thought so highly of Yifutian. However, during this trip, Yifutian had indeed displayed extreme levels of talent. When he was comprehending the teachings on the cliff face, thunder-punishing Skylord had also acknowledged him and had transmitted his thoughts over to him. At that time, aside from Ling He, there was another famous figure present, Qin Qing of Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow. She was one of 3 main disciples who were personally trained by Sword Goddess. However, only Yifutian managed to comprehend the true meaning of the teachings on the cliff face. Yifutian had also managed to defeat Ling He, who similarly had a flawless great path and who had higher cultivation than him. With such ability, even great Yen ancient royal family thought highly of him. "Senior, this seems inappropriate," Yifutian said. After all, he was not a disciple of Millet Emperor. Only Millet Emperor's personal disciples were qualified to cultivate his magnum opus. "There's nothing wrong with it," Cultivators do not like to be bound by rules anyway. Since I am the one teaching the way, naturally I will teach it to whoever that I want to teach, Millet Emperor assured Yifutian. Zhongchan has mastered gate to world suppression. I am sure the skill will be fully utilized in your hands too. Besides that, I can tell that some skills that you cultivate might not be any weaker than gate to world suppression. You did not unleash your full potential when you were fighting with Ling He, right? Asked Millet Emperor. With his vision, he could tell quite a lot of things from the battle. Millet Emperor believed that aside from him, other top figures had also comprehended many things from the battle between Ling He and Yifutian. Ling He didn't just lose to Yifutian. In reality, the combat ability between the two of them might not even be on the same level. Ling He paled in insignificance when compared to Yifutian. Yifutian nodded, admitting it openly. Goddess Donglai, who was beside him, cast a glance at him. She had chosen Yifutian because he was acknowledged by the divine tree and had received her father's teachings. However, this top monstrous figure from the original realm was indeed stronger than what she expected. She was curious to find out what Yifutian's future held. I will impart my knowledge of gate to world suppression to you. Receive it without any worries. You can merge it with your other abilities based on your own cultivation, Millet Emperor said. A formless aura permeated from Millet Emperor's body and enveloped Yifutian. Divine halos directly surged into Yifutian's mind. They transformed into drawings and were engraved in his mind. After a moment, Yifutian opened his eyes and bowed slightly at Millet Emperor, saying, "Thank you, teacher." Millet Emperor had imparted his magnum opus to Yifutian, so he was worthy to be called teacher by Yifutian. Yifutian calling Millet Emperor teacher did not mean that he would become his disciple. Millet Emperor nodded with a smile when he heard Yifutian greeting him as teacher. He replied, "Do not call me teacher when others are around. In the past, I have made a promise, so our relationship now is not that of an actual master and disciple." "I understand," Yifutian answered as he nodded. "Go and practice," Millet Emperor commanded. Yifutian turned around and strode towards the skyscraping watchtower. The watchtower was certainly the best place for him to comprehend and cultivate gate to world suppression. After Yifutian left, Millet Emperor looked at Goddess Donglai. Prior to this, Millet Emperor had not said anything suspicious. However, Goddess Donglai could tell that he was hiding something. "Uncle Millet, if you have any thoughts, please do not hide them from me," Goddess Donglai said. "Regarding your father's death, I have long suspected that Great Yen ancient royal family was not the only party involved." Millet Emperor explained to Goddess Donglai. Back then, the conflict between Eastern Deity Island and Great Yen ancient royal family was known by all. However, nobody witnessed the final battle. I suspect that other forces might have secretly been involved. Goddess Donglai had a serious expression as she asked Millet Emperor, "Who else does Uncle Millet think was involved in it?" Millet Emperor analyzed. "During our trip to Turtle Deity Island this time, what Ling Shao Palace did was abnormal. They had no grudges with us, so there was no need for them to kick us when we were down. As for the incident at the cliff face, it only involved Ling He and Yifutian. It was unnecessary for Ling Shao Palace to magnify the issue, unless they were targeting us for another reason." "Ling Shao Palace was involved in my father's death?" Goddess Donglai felt a heavy burden in her heart. She had not dreamt of avenging her father. However, she still felt miserable when she knew that other forces might be involved in the battle which caused her father's death. She reproached herself for not being strong enough to do something about the matter. "I can only say that there is such a possibility, but the truth will eventually be revealed," Millet Emperor murmured. "Uncle Millet?" Goddess Donglai lowered her head. "What's wrong?" Millet Emperor asked. "If there are other forces involved, looking into it further will—" Goddess Donglai didn't finish her sentence, but Millet Emperor understood her words. What would happen if they found out the truth? Knowing the truth would not bring any benefits to Millet Emperor. Great Yen ancient royal family was already very domineering, with rich teachings and resources. The overall ability of the Wangshan Watchtower was weaker when compared to that of Great Yen ancient royal family. if yet another superpower was involved in this case. Knowing the truth would definitely bring harm to Millet Emperor. He might as well pretend that he knew nothing and cease his investigation before anything bad happened. "I want to know the truth," Millet Emperor declared while raising his head. The scene where he used to sit with Supreme Deity Donglai and discuss the way surfaced in his mind. His old friend had died in vain. Not only could he not avenge his friend, but he also didn't know who his enemy was. This matter had always been a burden in his heart. When cultivators reached Millet Emperor's current cultivation level, it was hard for them to advance further. It was even harder for them to improve themselves if their minds were encumbered with something. Hence, Millet Emperor was determined to find out the truth. Otherwise, he could not live with himself. Goddess Donglai sighed. In reality, she had lost hope in avenging her father. His appearance might be an opportunity. "If you have a chance, make a trip to the Donghua heavens," Millet Emperor whispered while looking into the distance. It was year 10,051 of the Divine Prefecture calendar. The Wangshan watchtower was very quiet. In the watchtower, Yi Futian was cultivating. In the conceptual space of the watchtower, there was another watchtower erected high, akin to an immutable gate. It suppressed the surrounding space, as though it was an eternal existence. Yi Futian sat cross-legged. A dazzling scene appeared around him. It was a brilliant galaxy. Stars were all around the space as they circled around him. Besides that, there were gigantic divine elephants. These divine elephants were like demonic beasts that were traversing the universe. They emanated terrifying pressure of the Great Path, causing this part of the space to weigh down heavily on Yi Futian. Stone tablets appeared in this starry space. Runes of the Great Path seemed to be carved on these stone tablets. The runes emitted the light of the Buddha, while the soul-slaying Buddhist chant could faintly be heard. The stone tablets shone brightly with marvelous divine light. Be it soul or body, everything would perish here. This space was a brand new domain of the Great Path. Yi Futian merged gate to world suppression, which was created by Millet Emperor, into his own comprehension to create this unique technique. The origin of this new technique was gate to world suppression, yet these two techniques were slightly different. As for which technique was stronger, it still depended on the cultivator who unleashed the technique. Gate to world suppression unleashed by Millet Emperor, who had a powerful cultivation, was naturally much stronger than the new technique unleashed by Yi Futian. Of course, Yi Futian also cultivated the great path of suppression. Hence, the technique created by him was also very powerful. Outside the Wangshan watchtower, a few silhouettes approached the area. They looked in the direction where the watchtower was. Their gazes saw through the conceptual space, seemingly able to witness Yi Futian cultivating inside. Younger brother Yi is impressive. It has only been a few months and he has already merged gate to world suppression into his own comprehension, creating such a domineering great path domain. Li Chongqing said, "Young brother Zong, it seems that what I said is true. In the future, young brother Ye's ability might be on par with yours." Zong Chan, who was beside Li Chongqing, smiled nonchalantly. He said, "Before his arrival, I was the only one among the cultivators of the Wangshan Watchtower who has inherited Master's Gate to world suppression. It is better now that young brother Yi has such achievements. I hope that he can also forge a flawless upper-level Renhuang Divine Wheel. His achievements are my motivation. I am more motivated to improve myself since I can't stand being surpassed by younger brother Yi." Zong Chan lamented, "My path of training is one that has been traveled by Master before. On the other hand, younger brother Yi merges Master's skill into his own technique. Considering this, he is indeed stronger than me." Li Chongqing comforted him by saying, "Don't put it like that. You walk the path that Master has treaded on before exactly because you are the chosen one. You are born with a talent that is similar to Master's. Therefore, you have had a smooth training journey following Master's footsteps. Because of that, you were also able to maintain a flawless divine wheel when you broke through to the upper-level Renhuang Pain. If you continue to cultivate and refine your skills, you might be able to surpass Master." What Chongqing says is not wrong. Everyone has different fateful encounters. It is impossible for any two people to walk the exact cultivation journey. Zongchan, you will surely surpass me in the future. Do not doubt yourself. If younger brother Yi can do the same as you, then it is convenient for both of you to compare yourself against each other. With comparison will you gain motivation. Since you have reached this stage in your cultivation, you must also have a sense of respect and not be proud. Similarly, you must also have strong beliefs to reach the peak. Millet Emperor advised as he looked at Li Changsheng and Zongchan. He had appeared high above them. Master. Both of them greeted as they bowed when they saw Millet Emperor appear. We will remember your advice. Their master meant to say that once they had reached their current stage, they were already at the top level of cultivation, standing above all of creation. There did not seem to be much room for improvement for them, yet they still had a long way to go. They could not be blindly arrogant, but also needed intense self-confidence. It appeared to be paradoxical, yet it was complementary. If cultivation was like climbing a mountain, they were at the top of the mountain. The only place left to go was the peak. What news do all of you bring with you? Millet Emperor asked. Replied Li Changsheng as he nodded his head. Today, it is the year 10,051 of the divine prefecture calendar. Another 50 years have passed. News has come from the Donghua heavens. They have invited the cultivators from the various continents of the Donghua domain to gather. Millet Emperor nodded his head and said, On Turtle Deity Island, Chief has already reminded us of this event. It is no surprise that he will send messengers over soon. Li Changsheng and Zongchan nodded their heads in agreement. They believed Millet Emperor's deduction. As expected, just as Millet Emperor finished saying this, an intense wave of power of the great path of space came from the sky above. A brilliant divine spatial light descended from the sky. A group of people then appeared high above the cultivators of the Wangshan watchtower. They had arrived, Li Changxing muttered as he looked over in their direction. The group of figures approached the cultivators of the Wangshan watchtower and looked over here from a distance. One of their members said in a loud voice, By order of the chief, we have come to invite Senior Millet Emperor, as well as the cultivators of the Wangshan Watchtower to the Donghua Heavens for a gathering. Please inform Chief that I will be bringing the cultivators of the Wangshan Watchtower to the Donghua Heavens. Millet Emperor replied as he gazed into the distance. Many thanks, Millet Emperor, replied the people who had come. We will return with your response. Farewell. As they said this, golden lightning radiated from their bodies. Their figures immediately disappeared from their positions. It was as though they had never been here in the first place. At that moment, the cultivators of the Wangshan Watchtower were all looking over in that direction with their heads raised. They naturally understood that the chief the messengers referred to was the Donghua domain's domain chief. Aside from him, who else dared to refer to themselves as chief before Millet Emperor? The cultivators of the Wangshan Watchtower were somewhat surprised. However, for Millet Emperor and the others, this was within their expectations. Hence, they appeared very calm. Domain Chief's manner invited the cultivators of the Donghua domain. They would personally send messengers to superpowers to invite them over. This was to show them due respect. As for the other cultivators of the Donghua domain as well as the cultivators from other continents, it was up to them. Domain Chief's manner would not personally invite them. This was more of a logistical constraint. However, one could imagine that, after the grand occasion on Turtle Deity Island last year, the Donghua Heavens would organize an event that surpassed that of Turtle Deity Island in terms of scale. Domain Chief's manor had waited 50 years before gathering the top forces of various continents as well as the cultivators of the Donghua domain again. Right at this moment, Yi Futian's aura fluctuation could be sensed from the watchtower. The Great Path domain dissipated as the galaxy disappeared. Yi Futian came out from the watchtower. Millet Emperor and the rest detected Yi Futian's movement and shifted their gazes towards him. His silver hair was dancing in the wind while his gaze was as profound as the galaxy. His temperament was otherworldly. If it wasn't because Millet Emperor knew that Yi Futian was from the original realm, he would most likely assume that Yi Futian was from one of the super powerful families. Teacher, Yi Futian greeted Millet Emperor. He stopped not far away from the group and bowed slightly at Millet Emperor. Then, he looked at Li Changsheng and Zongchan and greeted, Elder brothers, did you succeed in your cultivation? Li Chongqing asked with a smile. Yifutian answered, Gate to world suppression is marvelous. With my current level of cultivation, I still can't comprehend all of it. I can only incorporate what I have managed to comprehend into my skill. I still have a long way to go. Younger brother always speaks so humbly, Li Chongqing said jokingly. Yifutian smiled as he shrugged his shoulders. Just now I overheard that the domain chief is gathering all the cultivators in the Donghua domain? Asked Yifutian. Millet Emperor nodded in affirmation. Previously, when we were at Turtle Deity Island, we didn't manage to forge connections with the cultivators from Domain Chief's Manor. This is a good opportunity if you want to enter Domain Chief's Manor. With your ability, there shouldn't be any problems. Yifutian nodded, inquiring, Will teacher and elder brothers attend the gathering this time? Chief has personally invited us. Moreover, this is an event that occurs once every 50 years. Everyone in the Donghua domain will show him face. The cultivators of the Wangshan Watchtower are no exception, Millet Emperor replied. After all, Domain Chief's Manor was the ruling force of the Donghua domain in name. The domain chief was appointed by Donghuang the Great. Since Chief had personally sent a representative to invite them to the gathering, all the cultivators who trained in the Donghua domain would give Chief face and attend the event. Understood. Yifutian nodded slightly. Domain Chief's Manor was the core area of the Donghua domain. It was located in the Donghua heavens. After he entered Domain Chief's Manor, it meant that he would have the chance to come in contact with the top forces in the Divine Prefecture. Once he was on the radar of the top forces of the Divine Prefecture, he might encounter some old friends again. Even though the Divine Prefecture was huge, it only had 18 domains. Every Domain Chief's Manor in each domain was a core area in the Divine Prefecture. Domain Chief's Manor in the Donghua domain was no exception to that. What would Yifutian do if he encountered his old friends? It seemed like Millet Emperor's suggestion was right on point. Yifutian indeed needed to enter Domain Chief's Manor to cultivate. Once he became a member of Domain Chief's Manor, his former enemies would not dare to attack him lightly even if they met in the future. Once he entered Domain Chief's Manor, it was equivalent to him entering the core forces of the Divine Prefecture. He was also one step closer to Donghuang the Great. He should also be closer to revealing the truth about his origins and the secret of his godfather. By the time he broke through to the upper-level Renhuang plane, he should be able to slowly unveil these skeletons in the closet, right? He also had no idea what was going on in the original realm now. Did Jieyu manage to find herself again? Did Yushang go to cultivate in the Devil World? Back when Yifutian was still in the original realm, Devil General Mei Ting had also remained there. Mei Ting certainly had a deep connection with Yushang. Would he bring Yushang along when he left? Yifutian had no answers to any of these questions. Right now, the main thing that he needed to focus on was to break through to the upper-level Renhuang plane as soon as possible. Since he came to the Divine Prefecture, his level of cultivation had been improving at the speed of lightning. However, once he reached his current level of cultivation, it was extremely difficult to break through to the next plane. Donghua Heavens, the absolute core of the Donghua domain, was also the strongest among all the continents of the domain. Its terrain was high above the others. Hence, the name Donghua Heavens. After the news came out of the Domain Chief's Manor, it quickly spread toward every other continent within Donghua domain. As a result, cultivators from the surrounding continents had come to Donghua Heavens, with many others still on their way. The entire Donghua Heavens seemed extremely festive. It was as if they were holding a feast of Donghua domain. Donghua Heavens was the location of Donghua Domain Chief's Manor, as well as the most powerful continent in the region. There were many powerful forces with countless top-level cultivators, but Megaforce Principality was still a rarity. The vast and endless Donghua Heavens did not have many cities. After countless years of development, the entire continent had been built into one cohesive whole with perfect connections. Even the mountains and the ocean regions had been occupied by powerful cultivators, connected to one another without any issues. Its name may have derived from this design. Donghua Heavens was one entirety, like a massive city without bounds. If it was another continent, it could be divided into hundreds of cities. But since the domain chief's manor was here, there was no need for so many distinctive divisions. The Lung family was a powerful family in Donghua heavens. Although it was not the strongest, its influence was considerable. With members of the family that were 9th realm Renhunag, the family would have been considered top level on any continent. But in Donghua heavens, although it was considered a family of power, it was not at the top level. There were many families or sects in Donghua heavens that were more powerful than the Lung family. At this time, the cultivators of the Lung family were busy with their own affairs. Somewhere in a courtyard, several children and a young man were playing, a scene of tranquil beauty. However, a brilliant light appeared at the Lung family's compound, shot into the sky. Suddenly there was a very strong fluctuation of the spatial great path in the compound grounds. A group of people in the courtyard looked up and exclaimed, "My goodness, what is that?" Among the family members, a group of cultivators levitated into the sky, looking at that golden beam of light rushing into the sky. Some elders who knew what was going on looked sharply with their eyes and whispered, "They are here." "Who?" someone asked. "Cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower from the Dongxiao continent," said the man. As that golden light beam fell from the sky, a group of men emerged from it. It was as if it had materialized out of thin air, descending into Lung's territory. "Clan Lord! Clan Lord!" Below, many called out and saw an elderly man leap into the sky to greet those that came from the void. He laughed loudly. "Everyone, welcome!" The group that arrived were Yifutian, Zongchan, and the others. They had come to Donghua heavens earlier than expected. However, this time they did not travel by road but took advantage of the grand matrix of space. Donghua heavens was the main continent, and at Donghua Domain Chief's manor, there was a supreme grand matrix of space that led to other main continents, which was much more convenient. In addition, all the top forces would try their best to create a great path of space so they could come here at any time. Wangshan Watchtower was no exception. There was a portal in Donghua heavens, and it was located at the Lung family. They had established a super powerful matrix here, which could descend directly to Donghua heavens from Wangshan Watchtower. The clan lord of the Lung family was an elder. A middle-aged man stood beside him with a smile. This man was the next in line of the Lung family, Sky Sword Lung Quangxing, an extremely well-known character. He had cultivated at Wangshan Watchtower and associated with the Millet Emperor. Because of this relationship, Wangshan Watchtower's teleportation matrix to Donghua heavens was built inside the Lung family compound. Above the grand matrix, Yifutian and his party stood there with Li Changsheng in front, who looked at the old clan lord and smiled. "Clan Lord Lung is much too kind. We came without notice. Please pardon our disturbance." "You are too humble," Clan Lord Lung said with a smile. "You are all Quangxing's brothers. There's no disturbance to speak of. I was just thinking that after the news, the Domain Chief's manor should personally dispatch a messenger to inform Wangshan Watchtower and that you may be here. I was prepared to see you all and was very much looking forward to it. Good to see Senior Brother Li again." Sky Sword Lung Quangxing stood there with a smile. He had thick eyebrows and deep-set eyes with a square jaw. He looked mighty and authoritative, and he inspired respect from those who laid eyes on him. Just him standing there was enough to give people a sense of awe. The name Sky Sword was by no means a vain moniker. "Junior Brother Lung," Li Changxing said with a smile. "Long time no see. You are almost catching up to my realm. No wonder I have not seen you cultivating at Wangshan Watchtower all these years." "How can you say that, brother? I have been traveling across the continents of Divine Prefecture all these years to cultivate and comprehend. It hasn't been long since I came back here. I didn't expect to get together with my brothers and everyone else so soon. What a happy happenstance." Sky Sword Lung Quangxing laughed and said, "This time, I am going to drink to my heart's content." "Okay, Quangxing, let's not chit-chat while hanging out here." The old clan lord laughed. Lung Quangxing caught himself with an embarrassed smile. "Brothers, please come with me. The banquet is being prepared. We will drink a bit first." "All right then." Everyone smiled and nodded as the group followed Lung Quangxing to the banquet hall of the Lung family. Chief Lord Lung waved his hand. Everyone, please take a seat. Everyone found a place to sit down, and someone next to them was serving wine. They saw that Sky Sword was looked at Zong Chan with a smile, who was sitting across from Li Chongsheng, and said, Brother Zong, when I left years ago, you were still in the realm of Middle Renhuang. Now you are already in the upper level and your great path is still perfect. Even in Donghua Heavens, I hear people mention you from time to time, saying that Zong Chan of Wangshan Watchtower is no less than the desolation of Badlands Divine Palace and Sword Goddess's eldest disciple, Zhang Yueli. They have already achieved their fame for a long time, while I still have some ways to go, Zong Chan responded. Well, at this level it's just a matter of waiting. Now I am afraid I am no longer a suitable opponent for you either, Sky Sword Lung Quangxing said, laughing. Zong Chan shook his head and smiled without responding. What the other said was the truth. His strength, by now, should be well above that of senior brother Sky Sword. I heard that there were some disturbances on that side of Divine Ocean Continent, but I didn't get any specifics. What's going on? Lung Quangxing asked again. A few months ago, Emperor Shi crossing the Divine Tribulation had caused a sensation in the entire Donghua domain. Everyone knew about it, so the news of trouble also spread, even to Donghua Heavens. The grievances between the ancient royal family of Yen and Wangshan Watchtower have been for a long time, but this time, Lingxiao Palace also got involved for some reason, Li Chongsheng responded. Lingxiao Palace and Wangshan Watchtower have never had any ill will towards each other, and they actually got involved, said Clan Lord Lung with a frown. Lingxiao Palace was a major force of power in Donghua Heavens. If the conflict intensified, it was definitely not good news for Wangshan Watchtower. I don't know the reason at this time. We came to Donghua Heavens to see if they will do anything, Li Chongsheng continued. Clan Lord Lung nodded without saying much. Which one of you is Yi Lionian? As he was speaking, he surveyed the crowd and stopped when he saw Yi Futian. I am. Yi Futian smiled. Clan Lord Lung looked at Yi Futian seriously, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. One sword strike to defeat Yen Dongyang, the prince of the ancient royal family of Yen, and crossed the realm in the battle to defeat Lingyi, the young master of the Lingxiao Palace. Wangshan Watchtower will produce yet another outstanding figure. I have a feeling that there may be 3 awesome figures in the future of Wangshan Watchtower. Elder is much too generous, Yi Futian said modestly. And I'm not considered a disciple of Wangshan Watchtower. However, Senior Brother Li and Senior Brother Zong will be able to inherit cultivation from the Millet Emperor. Clan Lord Lung showed a look of surprise. So he wasn't a disciple of the Millet Emperor. Perhaps it was because of Eastern Deity Island. How is Donghua Heavens? This once every 50-year event will be extremely festive, said Li Chongxing. Of course, all of Donghua Heavens is in a jubilant mood. Many cultivators are looking forward to it. This time around, the Domain Chief's Manor will also be open to recruiting cultivators. Many people are aching to become a member of the Domain Chief's Manor. Clan Lord Lung continued. In addition, all the top figures from all continents will gather in Donghua Heavens. By then, we will be able to see many excellent battles and see how the chief will choose. We have to ask for the Lord's opinion. Lionian wanted to cultivate at Domain Chief's Manor, Li Chongxing said, which surprised the clan lord a great deal. Yi Futian did not enter Wangshan Watchtower but planned to enter the Domain Chief's Manor for cultivation? He couldn't really understand this. Was it also because of Eastern Deity Island? Sure. Without thinking much about it, he nodded and promised. I will see what I can do, but you should know that no matter what, any slight movement will be known to everyone. That's true enough. Li Chongxing nodded. Then, we will just have to wait quietly. Yi Futian and his party settled down at the Lung family's compound. After many nearby family members got wind of the news, visitors started trailing in. However, most of them were there, hoping to catch a glimpse of Zong Chan, this upcoming figure in Donghua Domain. Thus, Zong Chan was quite preoccupied. People from Donghua Heavens came specifically to visit him. Many of them were elders, which made it difficult to refuse their visits, especially when many of them were familial forces that had enjoyed good relationships with the Lung family over the years. Yi Futian and Li Chongqing were together in a courtyard. As Li Chongqing looked into the distance, he smiled and said, "Brother Zong is very busy now. These people who came to visit were all heads of some of the most influential families. Brother Zong will become one of the future pillars of Donghua domain. Aside from being valued by these principalities, it doesn't hurt to forge friendships with some of these families," Yi Futian said with a smile. This was simple enough to understand. If someone was acquainted with powerful figures such as the Millet Emperor or Emperor Shi, it was an excellent thing. And now, who wouldn't be happy to make some connections with Zongchan before becoming a powerful man of the region? That's true enough. Some of them even brought along their most accomplished young ladies of the clan. Every one of them superior in both looks and talent. What kind of suggestion was that, and what does it look like to others? Kind of undignified. Li Chongqing seemed to find the whole affair rather amusing as he continued with a smile. But some of them were true beauties. Brother Zong does not have a path companion yet. Perhaps there is an opportunity here. Yi Futian knew that Li Chongqing was joking. With Zong Chan's strength and status today, the path companion worthy of him must also be extremely extraordinary. However, it was also obvious that he had no such thoughts, or he wouldn't have waited until now unless he had met his perfect match. However, as they were already in the realm of Renhuang, this kind of peddling was indeed inappropriate. Though it did indicate the importance that these great families placed on Zongchan. They did not hesitate to lower themselves for a chance to recruit him into their own family. If they succeeded, this upcoming star would become part of their family, and the benefits that were associated with this relationship were quite obvious to all. Of course, from Yi Futian's perspective, this idea was bound to fail. At this point, two people were walking this way. They were youngsters from the Lung family. Both of them looked to be no more than 20, with a fairly low level of cultivation. They were a boy and a girl, both good-looking, and they appeared to be well-mannered. Lung Yen, Lung Shi, greet the elders. The two came in front of Li Chongqing and Yi Futian, bowing slightly. Li Chongqing nodded slightly. "What is it?" "We are here to seek advice on cultivation," Lung Shi said. Li Chongqing had an amused look on his face. It was normal for the Lung family's descendants to ask the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower for advice. After all, it was an opportunity. Even if there was no gain, there was no loss either, and if some comprehension could be gained from it, all the better. "Didn't all the brothers and sisters of your family go to Zongchan for advice these days? He is very talented, you know. You should go ask him." Li Chongqing smiled. "The elders told us that the elders that came from Wangshan Watchtower are a worthy source of instruction for us. In addition to Elder Zong, Elder Li and Elder Yi are extraordinary figures whose comprehensions in cultivations are comparable to that of Elder Zong." Lung Shi bowed. He appeared very polite and courteous. "Little girl knows how to talk," Li Chongqing said with a smile. Although Lung Shi looked young, she wasn't actually quite as young as she looked. After all, she had a sage-level cultivation. However, in front of an old guy like Li Chongqing, she was just a little girl. He had been cultivating for many years, and he was a supreme existence in the 9th realm of Renhuang. "Very well. Since you said it so nicely, ask away," Li Chongqing replied with a smile. "Elder, what about me?" Lung Yan asked. "Over there?" Li Chongqing pointed to Yi Futian as Lung Yan's eyes fell on him, a little unsure. He heard from the elders that Yi Futian was mighty and talented. He did not doubt that. But Yi Futian, after all, was much younger. Whether it was Li Chongqing of the 9th realm or the Zongchan of Upper Renhuang with perfect great path, they were both more suitable for teaching others than Yi Futian. This was not about talent but comprehension in cultivation. He thought that Li Chongqing and Zongchan were both stronger because of their realms. "Why? Don't you believe it?" Li Chongqing smiled when he saw the look in Lung Yan's eyes. "I dare not." Lung Yan shook his head and bowed to Yi Futian. "If Elder is willing to advise me, I'd be honored. Senior brother was too lazy himself, so he sicked you on me." Yi Futian smiled at Li Chongqing, then nodded to Lung Yan. "What do you want to ask?" "Thank you, Elder." When Lang Yen heard Yi Futian's words, he knew that the other had acquiesced to instruct him, so he said, I would like to ask for some pointers on blade techniques. People of the Lung family were known for their skills at swords. Lung Quangxing himself had the moniker of Sky Sword. I am good at swordsmanship, but no knowledge of blade techniques at all, said Yi Futian. The elders said that cultivation is unbounded, especially when it reaches a certain realm. Uncle is good at blade techniques, but he, too, went to Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate. I believe that even if the elder didn't cultivate in blade techniques, you would still be able to give me some pointers, replied Lang Yen. Yi Futian smiled. Lang Yen knew how to seize the opportunity. Next to them, Li Chongsheng was already instructing Lang Shi. So he said, All right, what questions do you have? Among my peers in the family, my talent was SOSO, and my combat effectiveness is about mid-range as well. Some brothers of my generation cultivated the same blade techniques, but they are much better than me. Therefore, I would like you, sir, to see where the problems are in my techniques. Lang Yen said to Yi Futian. He didn't diagnose his own problem but asked Yi Futian to take a look at it instead. Yi Futian nodded. This Lang Yen was a smart guy. He said, Let me see your blade techniques. Very well. Lang Yen nodded. As his figure flashed, he stepped into the void and suddenly was bursting with an incredibly strong rule power of swordsmanship. Invisible swords condensed and manifested as Lang Yen was gathering momentum. His palms faced up toward the sky as swords suddenly appeared in thin air. The aura from his body continued to rise, as well as getting stronger. The strong sword will made a sharp sound in the void, and an extremely sharp aura enveloped the sky above. When his aura climbed to the highest point, Lang Yen stretched out both hands. Holding a sword, he slashed into the void. In an instant, many blade lights bloomed at the same time, turning into a brilliant blade aurora. They rushed straight into the firmament, intent on splitting the void. And it didn't dissipate until it was well into the distance. Yi Futian looked up and watching quietly. This blade technique was very good, and the rule power it exhibited was strong as well, definitely on par with him when he himself was in the sage realm back then. Fierce, domineering, and indomitable completely embodied the essence of the blade technique. Lang Yen landed on the ground after unleashing the sword. As he returned in front of Yi Futian, he said, Sir, not bad. Yi Futian nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The rule power was unleashed to its fullest. It was fierce and domineering, in line with the way of the blade. However, too much force was exerted as well as the effort on pursuing the form. Lang Yen was thoughtful. It was as if trying to understand the meaning behind Yi Futian's words. Finally, he said, Please expound, sir. A few months ago, I went to the Divine Ocean continent and encountered the relic left by thunder-punishing Skylord there. I found that there were carvings of many axe techniques, and some of them were formed naturally and had not been carved with the power of the Great Path. However, their spirits were far stronger than those carved by the power of the Great Path. After many marks were made, thunder-punishing Skylord was able to break the constraints of the Great Path. Although I haven't reached that state, I did have some insights. Your blade techniques were more insistent on form rather than spirit. It isn't ideal, said Yi Futian. But Lang Yen was still puzzled. There was a huge gap between his and Yi Futian's realm, and same with perception. Some things far surpassed his ability of understanding. Strike me with the sword, Yi Futian said. Very well. Lang Yen nodded, once again gathering the momentum of the sword. Yi Futian's body was covered by a sword will, like a storm tearing through the void. In the next moment, Lang Yen unleashed the sword. The sword slashed directly at Yi Futian without reservation because he knew that his sword did not pose any threat to Yi Futian. When Yi Futian saw the sword coming, he raised his finger and pointed at the sword. Even Lang Yen felt a little shocked at this moment. From Yi Futian's finger, he didn't notice any aura of the Great Path. Clang! The sword broke, and as the finger fell, a light appeared on the ground where the sword had struck. An invisible sword will, without form, was able to split his sword in two. Lang Yan's arms hung by his sides as he stared in shock. How did this happen? He seemed stunned, just standing there, with continuous flickering in his eyes. Sometimes his brows were knitted, and sometimes they were unfurled. After a while, he simply closed his eyes, overcome by extreme tranquility. He momentarily forgot his surroundings. Yifutian didn't interrupt him. On the other side, Li Changsheng and Lang Shi were looking at this side. Previously, he was instructing Lang Shi in cultivation. When he saw Leng Yan in a daze, Li Changsheng looked interested. What was going on? Lang Shi didn't even know what had happened. He just stared at Lang Yan, puzzled. After a while, there were invisible fluctuations from Lang Yan's body, and some changes seemed to have taken place in his entire person. This change was invisible, and he seemed to be sharper than before. His eyes opened, and he looked at Yifutian. Slightly bowing, he said, "Thank you, Master." Suddenly, the confusions and questions he had about his own cultivations for such a long time cleared up at this moment. It was as if he had found a path to cultivation. He had hoped that Li Changxing would be the one to instruct him, but by chance Yifutian took him on. He had gained more than he had expected, and he was grateful. "This is—" Li Changxing revealed a smile. "Are you going to be his apprentice?" Yifutian shook his head and looked at Lang Yan. "I don't have any intention of accepting disciples." "I understand," Lang Yan said. "But receiving instruction from Elder today is a memorable event. I shall always remember it in all my days." Lang Shi was a little surprised. It seemed that Lang Yan had gained a lot. Yifutian didn't say anything more. "I'm only pointing some things out as I see them. How much you can realize on your own is completely dependent on your own talent. Go back to cultivate and comprehend thoroughly." "Yes, sir." Lang Yan bowed and said, "I will bid my farewell." He left immediately after that. After Lang Yan received instruction from Yifutian, he went back to cultivate. After sitting in meditation for a day, when he emerged from cultivation the next day, his temperament had changed greatly. He had a breakthrough in his cultivation, and his blade techniques were more refined. He had clearly made considerable progress. Even Lang Shi was a little regretful that she didn't ask Yifutian for help. She was there next to them yesterday, but she had concentrated on Li Changxing's instructions and ignored Yifutian's instructions to Lang Yan. Although she later asked Lang Yan for details, she couldn't quite understand the ideas that Lang Yan tried to express for some reason. On this day, many members of the Lung family gathered, seemingly waiting for someone's arrival. Outside the family compound, in the void, a group of cultivators arrived by air. Everyone in the group had an extraordinary temperament and an elegant demeanor. Each one of them was a notable figure in their own right. Seeing their appearance, the genius talent who was the lead, Lung Quangxing, revealed a smile. As the group descended, he smiled and said, "Welcome, everyone, to the Lung family. The elder is too kind. We come this time to trouble you with some business of ours. Please forgive us in advance." Everyone in the group bowed slightly to pay their respect. They were humble and polite. The visitors were all in Renhuang realm as far as their cultivation was concerned. The empress who stood in the middle of the group was eye-catching both in looks and temperament. She was like a goddess out of this world, and yet, she had a sense of sharpness about her. "We are friends here. No need for formality. I think you all know my brother." The woman pointed to Lung Quangxing and introduced him to everyone. She was a lady of the Lung family, the sister of Sky Sword, Lung Qinghan. "They were my fellow cultivators," Lung Qinghan said to Lung Quangxing. Lung Quangxing knew that, of course, and turned around to gesture. "Please, everyone." The group walked inside the family compound. The Lung family had already prepared a banquet like the one they had prepared last time when they hosted the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower, which was a grand feast. The chief of the Lung family was also in attendance. After the two parties greeted each other, they took their seats. Some young members of the family also arrived, including Lang Shi and Lang Yan. However, they could only sit in the back and watch those visitors. They knew exactly where these people came from. However, although everyone was seated, no one moved, and there were still a lot of empty seats left, which seemed to have been prepared for others. "Go and ask them to come now," the Lung family chief commanded. Someone immediately bowed and left to follow the order. The people who needed to be invited were naturally referring to the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower. This banquet was, in fact, an opportunity for today's visitors to meet with the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower. Previously, they had already mentioned this to Li Changsheng and Zhong Chan. Before long, the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower came to the banquet site with Yi Futian. Many had visited before, but never with such a grand reception, so he never did come. After all, many had been here to visit Zhong Chan. But this time it was different. The people who came this time were not some ordinary folks, so he wanted to come and see for himself. After Yi Futian and the others arrived, the visitors looked up at them but sat quietly without moving. Lung Qinghan stood up and greeted them. Lung Qinghan greets all of you. No need to be so formal. Guangxing is our peer, and the Lung family has been friendly with Wangshan Watchtower. So, miss, you do not need to be so formal, Li Changxing said with a smile. Lung Qinghan nodded slightly before sitting down. Li Changsheng and the others sat and glanced at the group of people around Lung Qinghan. They nodded to Li Changsheng and the others. We heard that friends from Wangshan Watchtower were here with the Lung family, so we came with Qinghan to visit, and also to meet you. We have long heard of the fame of Wangshan Watchtower but rarely had an opportunity to chat. It is a great honor to see everyone today. You are much too kind. Li Changxing smiled and said, Donghua Academy is famous as the premier holy land in Donghua domain. It is our honor to meet the cultivators from Donghua Academy today. The exchanges of both parties were quite polite, especially those from Li Changxing. When he spoke, his tone was gentle and even, which had a calming effect. It was as if he was an expert in complimenting the other. Obviously, he was quite experienced in these sorts of things. Those who had arrived were the disciples cultivating at the premier academy of Donghua domain. Donghua Academy bore the name Donghua, so its background needed no further explanation. It had the best cultivation resources of Donghua domain, backed by domain chief's manor. It came into being by order of Donghuang the Great to preach to the world and grew rapidly. The honorary college chief of Donghua Academy was also the chief of Donghua domain chief's manor. Even the son of domain chief's manor, that peerless talent, was also cultivating at Donghua Academy. Among the three major principalities of Donghua heavens, the domain chief's manor needed no further introduction. The other two were Donghua Academy and Ling Shao Palace. Except for Ling Shao Palace, the other two were somewhat different in nature. One was a political ruling power of the Donghua domain, while the other was a force in preaching. Furthermore, these two principalities themselves were inextricably linked, as their existences were dependent on the will of the great emperor. The Lung family had produced two genius talents back in the days, and they were brother and sister. After Sky Sword Lung Guangxing traveled throughout the world. He settled down at Wangshan Watchtower and cultivated for several years. On the other hand, his sister, Lung Qinghan, chose a relatively simple and effective path by cultivating at Donghua Academy. Both Donghua Academy and Wangshan Watchtower were considered major principalities in Donghua domain, but if one were to speak of history, Donghua Academy was clearly a step higher. However, the difference was that the visitors from Donghua Academy did not represent the top figures of Donghua Academy. Those from Wangshan Watchtower were the most elite group of people under the Millet Emperor. Therefore, at best, it was Donghua Academy that came to pay the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower a visit. At this time, the group from Donghua Academy had their eyes on Zhong Chan, as if to scrutinize him. After Zhong Chan's breakthrough, there were now 4 awesome figures in Donghua domain under the major figureheads. The one from Donghua Academy needed no other introduction. With a reputation of being the first genius talent of Donghua domain, he was destined to be a true peerless cultivator in talent and background. Aside from that person, Zhang Yueli, the chief disciple of the sword goddess, was the most well-known among them, with a level cultivation in the 8th realm. He was only a step away from giant figures. Some even claimed that Zhang Yueli's strength was no less than those reigning top figures. After that, Desolation and Zhong Chan. Now, some people ranked these 4. The one from Donghua Academy was the first, Zhang Yueli second, Desolation third, and Zhong Chan fourth. These 4 people would continue in the footsteps of the previous generation and reach the top. Unless they perish before then, such a day would almost be a certainty. Subconsciously, they were comparing Zhong Chan with that man in their minds. Zhong Chan's temperament was extraordinary, almost as that of a true master. However, compared to the sense that the other man exuded, it was still quite a ways off. Cultivating in the academy, Zhong Chan's name was mentioned a lot recently, and now I finally saw him in person, Ren Huang said with a smile. I haven't done anything and don't deserve this fame. And from Donghua Academy, no less. I'm embarrassed, Zhong Chan responded. If it weren't for Qinghan, we wouldn't be able to come here to see you all. Truth be told, there are many cultivators in Donghua Academy who would really like to see you all too. The cultivator from Donghua Academy said with a smile. If you are free, would everyone from Wangshan Watchtower be willing to pay our academy a visit? Li Chongxing looked at Zhong Chan because those words were directed at him. Yi Futian sat there quietly without speaking, watching everything in silence. With Zhong Chan here, nothing had to do with him. I have also looked up to Donghua Academy for a long time, and if the opportunity allows, I must visit, Zhong Chan responded with a smile. After the chief's order, all cultivators are now on their way to Donghua Heavens. Donghua Academy will also be the center of this gathering of unprecedented talents. It is also an important place that you definitely need to visit now that you are here in Donghua Heavens. Zhong Chan nodded. He did want to go. At this time, Yi Futian heard a voice. What does Brother Yi think? Yi Futian glanced at Li Chongsheng and thought that Li Chongsheng was a curious character. He said, Is Senior Brother referring to these cultivators or the matter of going to Donghua Academy? Whichever one you think it is, Li Chongxing responded with a smile. These cultivators don't understand, and there is nothing more to be said. As for Donghua Academy, I would like to see it, said Yi Futian. Junior Brother Yi should go and experience it. Donghua Academy is extraordinary and has a considerable number of treasures. One of the treasures is a magic mirror that can attest to the rank of the divine wheel of the Great Path. You have several divine wheels. Don't you want to take a closer look? Li Chongxing said temptingly. Is it really as incredible as it sounds? Yi Futian showed a look of amazement. Li Chongxing nodded. In the divine prefecture, there are the distinction of perfection and imperfection in divine wheels, with no distinction in rank. However, in reality, even the most perfect divine wheels still have ranks. Every cultivator is different, and that mirror can assess the strength of the divine wheel. Countless cultivators have already gone to be examined. Now in Donghua Heavens, and even the entire Donghua domain, the strongest divine will ever tested belong to the son of the current domain chief. He is also known as the strongest man of his generation. Donghua domain has placed high expectations on him. I was talking to Brother Zong about if we should go and visit when people from Donghua Academy have arrived by themselves. To this, Yi Futian nodded. At the banquet, the cultivators from Donghua Academy formally invited Zong Chan and the others for a visit. Li Chongxing and Zong Chan both agreed to go. In Yi Futian's estimation, they probably didn't just invite the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower. This time, all forces were about to gather in Donghua Heavens. As the premier holy land of the Donghua domain, Donghua Academy would want to meet the top personalities from every corner. After the banquet, all the cultivators from Donghua Academy and the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower left, except for Leng Qinghan. She was going to accompany the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower to visit Donghua Academy. After all, this was her familial home, and those from Wangshan Watchtower were their guests. Qinghan. This time, Donghua Academy did not just invite the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower. Did they? Chief Ling asked. Leng Qinghan nodded and said, when they learned that the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower were here, they decided to come with me for a visit, and that was the consensus of many cultivators at the academy. They wanted to invite cultivator from all sides to the academy, so they made the proposal. The head of the Leng family nodded. This time it is really a meeting of the minds. Donghua Academy is the premier holy land, and everyone will accept the invitation. I think they are very interested in Zhongchan, and Zhongchan must be very interested in him. Lung Qinghan thought about that person for a moment. Although Zhongchan was extremely talented and had cast the perfect divine wheel of Upper Renhuang, there was still quite a big gap between the two. She did not think that there was anyone who could compare with the person they are referring to. In the Donghua domain, he was the one and only, and this was the consensus of all the cultivators in Donghua heavens. It was the same even for the chief disciple of the sword goddess from the fluttering snow palace. The cultivators of Donghua Academy knew how much glory he had brought them. In their view of the four top figures in Donghua domain, he was at one level while the other three were at another. In addition to Zhongchan, Li Changshan of Wangshan Watchtower is also very powerful. Since we are talking about talent, have you noticed that white-haired young man? Chief Ling asked. Naturally. Lung Qinghan nodded. The news of him defeating Ling he has already spread to Donghua Academy. Ling he was a member of Lingshao Palace and also cultivated at Donghua Academy. He was considered a disciple of the academy. Lingshao Palace was considered a familial principality, while Donghua Academy was considered a holy place for preaching. There was no conflict of interest. Even the son of the chief went there for cultivation. Chief Ling nodded. He is also very powerful. In Donghua Academy, his battle record is difficult for anyone to match. Lung Qinghan, who disagreed with this statement, retorted, Ling he is outstanding. If he can defeat Ling he must be a top-notch character, but there are still a few people who are superior to Ling he in the academy. He isn't as powerful as all that. It was extremely high praise for Clan Lord Lung to say that no one could compare to Yi Futian. It suggested that besides that man, almost no one could match Yi Futian's talent. She, who was cultivating at Donghua Academy, thought this was an exaggeration of sorts. After this time we should be able to see, Chief Lung said with a smile. Emperor Yi is indeed extremely powerful, a voice said. Lung Qinghan looked at the speaker. When she saw who it was, she smiled and said, Lung Yen, your cultivation has improved? Auntie? Lung Yen nodded. Under the guidance of Emperor Yi, I had an epiphany and made some progress in cultivation. No wonder. Lung Qinghan smiled. Of course, I believed in the strength of Emperor Yi too. After all, Ling he is also a powerful man in the Donghua heavens. Lung Yen didn't argue with her. He could see that even though his aunt recognized Yi Futian's strength, she didn't think he could be raised to another level, such as at the same level as Zhongchan. Of course, this was not surprising. After all, Zhongchan was now Upper Renhuang with perfect great path, on his way to becoming a pillar in the domain. This fact was evident from the attitude exhibited by the cultivators who had visited these days, including the cultivators of Donghua Academy. Today, the four great individuals were well known to everyone in the entire Donghua domain. Not only their talent but their strength had also reached the topmost level. They were now able to fight against the existence of Renhuang Ninth Realm. A few days later, at the time they agreed upon, the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower and Donghua Academy arrived. They came in the cold early morning hours at the place where Li Changsheng and the others had been cultivating. Miss Lung, Li Changsheng and Zhongchan walked out together, with Yi Futian and his party following behind. Lung Qinghan nodded slightly at them and said, Are we ready to go? Yes, please. Li Changsheng nodded. I will lead the way for everyone. With a flash of her figure, Lung Qinghan stepped into the void in one step. Li Changsheng and others followed behind her. Sky Sword Lung Quangxing was also accompanying them because he was considered a member of Wangshan Watchtower. There were cultivators in the sky above Donghua heavens, and many of them were very powerful Renhuang. Countless cultivators had descended on this continent these days to usher in the most prosperous period the region had seen in 50 years. Miss Lung, what level of cultivation is the vice chief now? Li Changxing walked to Lung Qinghan and asked. There was not much news about the son of the domain chief of Donghua domain, and no one knew whether he had broken through the realm or not. We don't know for sure. He should be at the pinnacle of the seventh realm. After all, it hasn't been long since the vice chief's breakthrough in the seventh realm, Lung Qinghan replied. Among the four figures, Xianxia, the chief disciple of the sword goddess, had the highest cultivation and achieved fame the earliest. Xianxia was also hailed as the person most likely to inherit the position of Lord of Fluttering Snow Palace, although there were two other peerless goddesses right after her, Qingqing and Chuhanqi. Has he been cultivating at Donghua Academy? Li Chongxing continued to ask. As far as I know, he should be cultivating in a secret location inside the academy. No one knows his progress. However, he should show up for the Feast of Donghua Domain this time, Lang Qinghan said. As the man's cultivation level elevated, there were not many opportunities for Donghua Academy's disciples to see him. He was quite mysterious. Some elders had mentioned that he was cultivating in a secret location inside the academy. Li Chongxing nodded. Donghua Academy was the premier academy in Donghua Domain. It was not some ordinary place. There were many treasures inside, many secret locations for cultivation, as well as a library. I look forward to meeting this legendary figure. Li Chongxing smiled and said. He didn't have the opportunity to cast the perfect divine will himself, but he was rather envious of people like Zhong Chan, who would be qualified to pursue the supreme realm in the future. This time coming to Donghua Heavens, we should be able to meet him, Lang Qinghan said as Li Chongxing nodded. With so many extraordinary figures of the entire Donghua domain converged in one place, he was bound to show up sooner or later, and the chief would not be tucking him away either. The group continued on their way. Even though they were both within the bounds of Donghua Heavens, Donghua Academy was still quite a distance away from the Lung family. The Donghua Heavens was just too vast of an area. After a while, the group from far away saw a mountain gate. It was like a heavenly palace, towering and magnificent. In front of it was a massive open space with no other buildings. This area was unique and belonged solely to this celestial gate. We are here, Lang Qinghan said. The group descended and landed on the stairs. At Donghua Academy, the gates alone were hundreds of meters high, giving its visitors a sense of solemnity. Ordinary folks had to climb thousands of steps before they could reach it. However, as Lang Qinghan was a cultivator of Donghua Academy, and Wangshan Watchtower was the guest, they could reach the gate straight away. At this moment, someone groaned and retreated. It was a Run Huang from Wangshan Watchtower. He looked a little embarrassed, and Lang Qinghan guessed what happened immediately. She said, aside from the disciples, there are many elders who are cultivating inside the academy, and they don't like anyone to snoop. Please don't release your divine consciousness inside the academy. Your understanding is appreciated. The man nodded and said apologetically, I was careless. Let's go, said Lang Qinghan. At this moment, there was a cracking sound in the air from behind. They turned and saw another group approaching them, and it was a group of goddesses. They were all outstanding in looks, especially the three in the lead. They were more stunning than the rest. Yifutian had seen them before. They were the cultivators from Fluttering Snow Palace. The three in the front were the three disciples of the sword goddess, Xianxia, Qingqing, and Chuhanqi. They also saw the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower and slightly bowed with their hands together. Li Chongxing and the others responded in kind as they exchanged greetings. Friends from Wangshan Watchtower are here too, Xianxia said as Li Chongxing nodded. Donghua Academy is well known throughout the world. How could we pass it up? But we didn't expect to meet the goddesses here. What a happy coincidence. Indeed, it's meant to be. Xianxia nodded. Previously, at the Divine Ocean continent, my junior sister had met Emperor Yi in front of the cliff, and now we meet again here. Qingqing smiled at Yifutian and nodded when she heard those words, completely different from the icy arrogance that Yifutian had experienced when he first met her. Yifutian returned a smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Ha 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 ha. It is. Let's go in together, Li Chongshang said with a smile. Very well, please. Xianxia gestured with her hand. Goddesses, please. Li Chongxing took a polite step back. Seeing this, Xianxia didn't demur any longer. She walked next to Li Chongsheng and the others and said, Let's go in together. With that said, both sides entered Donghua Academy. Donghua Academy was the best educational institution in the Donghua domain. No other academies could compare. Likewise, those that cultivated there were the most excellent cultivators, not some beginners or intermediate cultivators. Unless some unusually enchanting characters were chosen by the Academy's great figures to be taught by their sides and personally overseeing their cultivation. The minimum level for potential disciples in Donghua Academy was the Saint Realm. Those in the Saint Realm had already transcended the ordinary and moved into sainthood, proving that they could shed their roots from the world, thus allowing them to pass through the threshold of Donghua Academy. This premier academy in Donghua was not here to cultivate its future generations, but to cultivate top-notch individuals who would be qualified to rule Donghua heavens in the future. Those who came out of Donghua Academy were generally already at the top of Donghua domain, whose cultivations were extraordinary. Yi Futian and the others stepped into Donghua Academy. This academy was different from all the other academies that Yi Futian had been to before. In other academies, their many disciples could be seen walking around everywhere on campus. But Donghua Academy was different. They didn't see many disciples milling around. For disciples in this realm, they spent most of their time cultivating rather than wandering leisurely around the academy. Furthermore, this academy was like a city, boundless and massive. Inside the academy and looking into the distance, many magnificent ancient temples were built on top of an ancient peak. Immortal spirits abound with waterfalls and flowy clouds. One could even catch a glimpse of some sacred beasts. Looking up, there were islands floating with buildings on them. They were the palaces in which powerful men cultivated. Among the clouds and mist, it truly resembled an earthly wonderland. Yi Futian was a little emotional. This was the top academy in Divine Prefecture. It was like a place for the divines to cultivate. The power of the Great Path lifted up those floating islands, and the aura of the Great Path was everywhere, permeating throughout the vast and endless Donghua Academy. In the distance, there was a range of vast and endless divine mountains, full of mystery. Yi Futian knew that there were many secret cultivation locations inside that ordinary people would never reach. Donghua Academy had the best cultivation resources within the Donghua domain. The general background of the establishment of this academy originated from Donghuang the Great's desire to preach. It could be said that the supporting force behind it was the Great Emperor, with the full support of the domain chief's manor. In just a few hundred years, the first academy in Donghua domain had been established. Yi Futian was not the only one who had come here for the first time. In fact, most of those who entered the academy now were here for the first time. They were rather thoughtful when they saw the sight in front of them. No wonder that Renhuang from Wangshan Watchtower wanted to poke around with his divine consciousness before. He must have been curious, but it had caused powerful individuals in the academy to feel averse to this. A great place. No wonder it's the #1 holy land of Donghua domain, Li Chongqing said with a smile, unreserved in his praise. Wangshan Watchtower was created by his master, the Millet Emperor, once upon a time. The only place that could be considered as a secret place was that watchtower, which was still quite a distance away in its reputation from Donghua Academy, which had an extraordinary background. The foundation of Wangshan Watchtower, in comparison, was not as great. Paradise on earth. Cultivating at a place like this must be refreshing. Jiang Yueli expressed her sentiment. I heard that the Fluttering Snow Palace is located in an extremely harsh and cold environment, which has snowfalls all year round, but it also serves as training to one's character. Is that true? Li Chongqing asked. Jiang Yueli nodded. Yes, the cultivation environment of Fluttering Snow Palace is comparable to that of the Desolate God Palace, the worst environment in the Donghua domain to cultivate. But it had also nurtured many goddesses. The palace lord herself is worthy of being an outstanding woman in Donghua domain, praised Li Chongqing. The sword goddess was definitely a legend in Donghua domain. Where are we going? Li Chongqing turned to look at Lung Qinghan and asked. There. Lung Qinghan pointing ahead, where there were many floating islands in the void, standing there like temples. Among the many floating islands, one was the most conspicuous. A palace, towering into the firmament, stood upon it as if it were a temple connecting to the heavens. Li Chongqing's eyes drifted there. and his assessment was sharp as his eyes penetrated the space. He looked at the temple, and whispered, "Is this Donghua Pavilion?" Lung Qinghan nodded. When the great emperor unified the land of divine prefecture, he also established book depositories. I heard that 2 such book depositories were established in Donghua Heavens, one in the Domain Chief's Manor and the other in Donghua Academy. What's the difference between these 2 book depositories? Li Changxing asked. Yifutian showed a look of interest. After he came to Divine Prefecture, the first place he really settled in was Dongyuan Pavilion. At that time, he already knew that every continent in Divine Prefecture had such a holy land, and Donghua Heavens was no exception. Donghua Heavens seemed to be quite unique in that it had 2 book depositories, one located in Domain Chief's Manor and one in Donghua Academy. The one at Domain Chief's Manor is more comprehensive, while the one in Donghua Academy is more suited for high-level cultivators above the Saint Realm. It was not open to outsiders, so its user base is smaller than the one at Domain Chief's Manor, Lung Qinghan explained. Li Changxing nodded. Only the Donghua Academy disciples had the opportunity to access the book depository at Donghua Academy, and there were not many of them. "Let's go," Lung Qinghan said, and immediately stepped into the void, heading in that direction. The 2 principalities followed her and soon came to this floating island. Of course, there was more than just the depository, but this book depository was the most obvious structure on the island. On this floating island, there were many palatial compounds and a giant open area. At this time, many cultivators were gathered, forming a lively scene. It was quite different from the deserted area outside of Donghua Academy when they first arrived. When Yifutian and the others arrived, they saw some familiar faces. The cultivators of the ancient royal family of Yan were already there. Their prince, Yan Hanxing and Yan Dongyang, were both present. Aside from them, Yifutian also saw the cultivators from Ling Shao Palace. Ling He was there also, chatting up the cultivators of the ancient royal family of Yan. It seemed that the 2 were quite amicable. Seeing this, coldness flashed across Yifutian's eyes. Last time, on Turtle Deity Island, the cultivators of Ling Shao Palace plotted against them when they clashed with the ancient royal family of Yan. He found their close proximity this time intriguing. Moreover, he was extremely disgusted with Ling He and still wanted him dead. However, in Donghua Heavens, he couldn't possibly do anything of the sort. The cultivators of Ling Shao Palace and Yan's ancient royal family also turned to look at them, squinting slightly. Ling He's malice toward Yifutian had only gotten stronger since their last battle. As long as Yifutian was around, he would never be able to raise his head. When he saw Yifutian walking together with the cultivators from Fluttering Snow Palace, Ling He felt even more upset. But he quickly concealed his emotions and looked at the cultivators of Fluttering Snow Palace. "Greetings to all the goddesses." Zhang Yueli and the others nodded slightly. Ling He looked at Qin Qing and said, "Qin Qing, I heard that you would come, so I arrived a little earlier. Finally, I am meeting you. You're too kind." Qin Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Obviously, she was grateful that Ling Shao Palace had deliberately befriended them over the years. Ling He and had always maintained a good relationship with them. However, she had felt a little uncomfortable at Turtle Deity Island previously. She understood that Ling He was proud and narcissistic, but other than that, she suddenly felt that Ling Shao Palace had an ulterior motive for approaching them. They did not simply want to forge a good relationship with them. He seemed to have felt the distance in Qin Qing's tone. Ling He's desire to kill Yifutian was much stronger. The cultivators of the ancient royal family of Yan also looked at Zhang Yueli and the others. Yan Hanxing said, "It was a hasty meeting that day on Turtle Deity Island. Although I met the goddesses, we did not have a chance to talk at length. I have long admired Goddess Zhang, and this time, in Donghua Heavens, I must implore the goddess for some instruction. The prince is too indulgent. We are at the same level of cultivation, so there is no instruction to speak of," Zhang Yueli responded. "Of course there is, and the gap is considerable," said Yan Hanxing. His cultivation was in the 9th realm and was actually higher than Zhang Yueli. However, Zhang Yueli's great path was perfect, which was not something he could compete with. Therefore, Unless he broke through the shackles of Ren Huang, it would be difficult for him to beat Zhang Yueli. At that moment, a group of people walked over from nearby. All of them were incredibly impressive. They were cultivators from Donghua Academy, and every one of them was a top figure. The man at their head seemed to be about 40 or 50 years old and had the air of a grandmaster. He looked at those around him, then smiled and said, "I would never have thought that I would have the chance to see so many young heroes from all the continents of the Donghua domain come here. I am Lu Qingzhu, and I welcome you." "So you are Lu Qingzhu. Greetings." Li Chongxing and the others bowed. Many of them had heard the name Lu Qingzhu, as he was one of the great figures of the Donghua domain. It was said that he had cultivated to the top of the Renhuang Plain and was probably only a step away from breaking free of the bonds of the Great Path. His understanding of the Great Path was profound. He was the most important figure at Donghua Academy. "The Academy is a holy land, so there is no need for me to entertain all of you, but why don't we take a walk around the Academy?" said Lu Qingzhu with a smile. Everyone nodded, saying, "We have great admiration for the fame of the Donghua Academy, so we came to visit. It would be perfect if we could take a walk around and see the scenery." "Very good. I will be your guide today. Please follow me," said Lu Qingzhu, suddenly turning and walking away. When they came in front of the ancient temple that soared into the sky, he said, "This is Donghua Pavilion, which I'm sure you already knew. It is a library with many scrolls inside. Many of them were written under the orders of the great emperor many years ago and are classics. However, we do not show them to the outside world. I hope you understand." Everyone nodded. They were not disciples of Donghua Academy, and thus they could not enter Donghua Pavilion. However, there are many other wonderful places here at the Academy where you may go. I will take you to see them, continued Lu Qingzhu, and he turned and walked in another direction. All the cultivators followed him. At some point, he came up beside Qin Qing and said, "The Academy is truly all-encompassing. There are many hidden treasures here. Other than a few restricted areas, we are free to go anywhere." Qin Qing nodded. Donghua Academy is the foremost holy land for cultivation in the Donghua domain. The conditions for cultivation are perfect here, which has made many people envious. No wonder people say that most of the people of the domain chief's manor in the Donghua domain came out of Donghua Academy. The domain chief's manor had a very close relationship with Donghua Academy. Many of the cultivators who came out of the academy joined the domain chief's manor and became members. This was equivalent to serving the emperor himself, giving you a chance to reach a high level. If this had been earlier, he naturally would have bragged a little, but now he had no grounds on which to do so. After all, even though he was a cultivator of Donghua Academy, he had been badly beaten by Yi Futian. If the other cultivators of Ling Shao Palace had not intervened, things would probably have been even worse for him. The group soared through the sky above the academy. There were floating islands in the vast space all around. Lu Qingzhu introduced them to the group, saying, "These floating islands are where the elders of the academy go to cultivate, as well as many of the disciples of the academy. However, it is challenging for a student to claim one of these islands for their cultivation spot. They can only do so after passing a tough test. There are vast matrices on the islands that make them both good for cultivation and difficult to attack. Since these matrices cover them, one's divine consciousness cannot invade them." Everyone nodded. This was an unparalleled atmosphere for cultivation. Could one person really occupy an entire island by themselves and use it for their cultivation? However, this was something that only the most powerful of figures could hope to do. Ordinary disciples would never get that chance. They passed through that area and came to another area with ancient mountain peaks arranged in a ring. There was a vast distance between the peaks, which was filled with a vast matrix and a tall terrace. People were sparring there on the terrace. This is the path-seeking stage of the academy. Students come here from time to spar, and sometimes we hold ceremonies here, continued Lu Qingzhu. Everyone began thinking about this. With so many heroic figures gathered together, how could they not think of sparring with each other? "Look over there," said Lu Qingzhu, pointing. Between two relatively close peaks, there was an incomparably huge ancient mirror, clear and silent. If one did not look at it carefully, it would be easy to overlook its very existence. The divine mirror of heavenly wheels. It can determine how strong one's wheel of the great path is, and it looks at everyone. In the world of cultivation, there are only two types of wheels, perfect and imperfect. One cannot divide perfect wheels into levels, but are some still stronger than others? Lu Qingzhu said, seemingly speaking to himself. Of course some are. Everyone's wheels of the great path have different amounts of strength, and the gaps between some are actually quite large. However, since they are perfect, this is impossible to see once one can only faintly sense it as there is no concrete display. But here, the divine mirror of heavenly wheels can distinguish the strength of wheels of the great path. It is a valuable treasure. I am not sure where it came from, but if one unleashes their wheel of the great path before it, the mirror will activate. A divine halo will appear within it. According to our best guesses, the mirror has 9 wheels of light. However, no one has ever made it display all of them, so this is only a guess. Some people say this guess is wrong, and it is absolutely impossible to make that many rings of light appear. His words made everyone feel rather excited. Many people wanted to go and try it out. What is the most amount of light rings that has ever appeared? Someone asked. Everyone looked at Lu Qingzhu. They had obviously all been wanting to know the answer to that question, and so they looked at him curiously. 6 rings, said Lu Qingzhu with a smile. Because of this, many people think that 9 is impossible and that 6 is perhaps the maximum number of rings for a divine wheel, or maybe 7. Was it the vice chief? Asked Zhang Yueli. Yes, said Lu Qingzhu with a nod. This was not a secret. All the cultivators of the academy had been tested. Zhang Yueli looked over at the mirror. And not only her. Most of them wanted to go and try. They wanted to see how many rings of light their divine will could produce. It seems you are all thinking the same thing, but you must first take some time to prepare your minds. Moreover, if your divine wheel is not perfect, there will be no response from the divine mirror of heavenly wheels. Lu Qingzhu reminded them. Many people hesitated, but among them, there were those with perfect divine wheels like Ling He, Qin Qing, Yan Dongyang, and others. But they were only mid-level renhuangs. Let us first go visit other places. You have all come from afar, so you should enjoy the academy's scenery. Let us return and then decide where you want to go back to, said Lu Qingzhu, smiling. He was doing his best to be a good host. After all, these guests had come from far away. Everyone appreciated this, and so they followed him into the depths of the academy. This place could not be seen from the outside. It was mysterious and unpredictable. It was a vast area that stretched for thousands of miles. Could even have been said to be a great city, but it was just a fact that Donghua Academy occupied a huge area. What is this place? It is so beautiful, said Qin Qing, looking down at the place. That place was like a sea of flowers as countless brilliant buds bloomed. There were pavilions and terraces surrounded by flowers, as well as rock gardens and lakes. It was like a land of celestials among the world of mortals. This is a place where the elders of the academy cultivate, said Ling He. Not everyone was cultivating on the floating islands up above. There were many elders of the academy here as well. Qin Qing looked down. What kind of people would be cultivating in a place as beautiful as this? Not all of the top figures of Donghua Academy were familiar to outsiders. Many of them reside within, quiet and unassuming, just cultivating at the academy. Within the sea of flowers in front of one of the pavilions, Qin Qing could see a group of figures. They were a little different than she had imagined. There was an old woman there with white hair and a weathered face, but she stood straight. She was incredibly calm. It was as if she existed in a place outside the world. There are many elders purifying themselves in this area. We will not disturb them, said Lu Qingzhu. Everyone nodded and continued forward. Before long, they saw another peculiar structure. It seemed to be a celestial palace made of glass, perfect and beautiful. Going forward, the sky between the ancient peaks was filled with marvelous sword will. They saw a black-robed figure sitting on a cliff meditating with his eyes closed. He was on a sword peak. Yifutian's heart was filled with wonder as he went along. It seemed that any of the heroes of Donghua Academy would be considered a top figure in the world outside. This place truly completely overshadowed Wangshan Watchtower. Brother, do outsiders truly not know about these people? He asked Li Chongqing telepathically. Of them do and some of them don't. But if you think about it carefully, there is nothing strange about this. Before Donghuang the Great conquered the Divine Prefecture, during the time of chaos, there were already countless heroes. Many of those ancients are still around. But where are they? Naturally, they went all over. Donghua Academy is a holy land, so having many of this kind of people here is only natural. Li Chongsheng said to Yifutian. Yifutian nodded. If people of the Renhuang did not die in battle, they would live as long as the sun and moon. These old people had clearly lived long lives. After all, this place was not the original realm. The Divine Prefecture was vast. Within its infinite reaches, who could count how many cultivators there were? At that point, they came to a barren. It was a dark area with not a single sound. All was quiet. The ground itself was black. An ash-filled wind swept up into the sky, carrying its silent aura with it. Everyone felt most uncomfortable. A terrible storm appeared before them. There was an incomparably huge, ancient black bell within the storm. As they drew near the bell, many people trembled in their hearts. It's so terrifying. Everyone looked up at it. The horrible storm reached up into the clouds. The whole area seemed like a world that had faced the apocalypse. This is the God-burying bell, Lu Qingzhu told them. Here, you can cultivate and temper your spiritual willpower while cultivating the great path of death and the power of sonic waves. When the bell rings out, every living thing in a 1,000-mile circle that cannot block it will be shattered and destroyed. This is a precious artifact, but it has not rung for a very long time. I hope it will never ring again. Everyone knew what he meant. If a time ever came when they had to ring the bell, it would mean that Donghua Academy was facing a grave disaster. That was the only reason they would use it. At that time, it would be impossible to guess how many people would die. That was why he had said he hoped it would never ring again. Let's go, Lu Qingzhu said. He then led the crowd to another area. As they entered deeper inside, the space became even more unfathomable. They would occasionally encounter cultivators from the academy, yet the space above them was completely sealed off. In the distance, there was a desolate piece of land that was blocked off by mountain ranges. The other side of the mountain range was covered in mist. Yifutian and the others could faintly hear a sound coming from beyond the mist. What is that? Qing asked as she peered into the mountain range. Through the mist, she could faintly make out an enormous skyscraping tower. It seemed taller than a mountain. On the tower, countless runes were lit up. It was as though divine light was penetrating the mist. The crowd could see the strange phenomenon from afar. A faint but terrifying aura emanated from the direction of the tower. The faint sound was also coming from there. That tower is also a treasure, Lu Qingzhu said. He did not explain more as he continued heading in the direction of the tower. That is a restricted area, Ling, he said to Qing in a low voice. He also seemed to be reminding the others. The crowd immediately acted more reserved and did not look in the tower's direction. Since it was a restricted area, investigating it was naturally not allowed. However, their curiosity grew even stronger. They wanted to know what was inside. Of course, some of them roughly guessed what was inside. Elder brother, there seems to be demonic qi coming from there, Yifutian said to Li Chongqing over transmitted thoughts. He sensed the demonic qi emanating from there. It seemed that the sealing power of the tower could not completely seal off the qi. A strange look flashed past Li Chongqing's eyes. He had also cultivated for many years and had decades of experience. Having lived for so long, he had seen many things and knew more. Some things could only be known by experiencing them firsthand. The rumors that came after could not be easily discerned. It might be a demon sealing tower, Li Chongqing said. It is used to suppress powerful demons. Yifutian revealed a strange look. Why did Donghua Academy need to suppress a powerful demon? However, Li Chongxing did not say any more, so Yi Futian did not ask. As they continued on their way, they saw another divine tree. The branches of this divine tree extended outwards, forming a huge forest. The terrifying destructive power of the Great Path was actually contained within the forest. This caused Yi Futian to reveal a bizarre look. Trees represented life and rich life force. However, the tree before him seemed to contain the power of destruction. "It is a deadwood. It already has a spirit," said someone. "As we continue forward, this region still has many secret zones. Would all of you be interested in taking a look around?" Before the crowd managed to respond, a loud sound suddenly came from afar. They turned around and gazed into the distance. Lu Qingzhu released his will and extended it outwards. Very soon, he saw where the commotion had come from. The others looked towards him. After all, it was not convenient for them to release their wills. They did not know what was happening. "The cultivators from Desolate God Palace have arrived. They are at the divine mirror of heavenly wheels at the path-seeking stage," Lu Qingzhu explained. The crowd revealed strange looks. Had the cultivators from Desolate God Palace, who usually kept to themselves, also come to Donghua Academy? Before this, the Academy members did not wait for the cultivators from the Desolate God Palace to arrive. That meant that the former did not know that the other party would come here. Now they seemed to have come uninvited. "Let's go take a look," someone said. They were also very interested in the divine mirror of heavenly wheels. What did the cultivators from Desolate God Palace want over at the path-seeking stage? "All right." Lu Qingzhu nodded his head. The group immediately turned around and headed back at very high speeds. It wasn't just them. Many people in the region had heard the commotion. In Donghua Academy, many cultivators were traversing through the air, walking out from the mountain range below or floating down from the floating islands above. They were all headed in the same direction. Not long after, the cultivators arrived at the path-seeking stage. Ancient peaks towering into the clouds above encircled the path-seeking stage. Over on one side, a group of cultivators dressed in black robes was standing there. They had frightening auras. The pressure that radiated from them was suffocating. On the mountain peak across from them stood the cultivators from Donghua Academy. In between them, above the path-seeking stage, two renhuangs were currently engaged in combat. Their battle was intense. Lu Qingzhu immediately headed over to where the cultivators from Donghua Academy stood. The other cultivators dashed off in different directions. Yi Futian and the cultivators from the Wangshan Watchtower landed on a mountain peak. The cultivators of Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow chose another, while the cultivators from Ling Shao Palace in the Donghua Heavens chose a mountain peak beside them. All of them stood at different locations. At that moment, the sound of a violent collision could be heard. The matrix surrounding the path-seeking stage lit up with brilliant light, blocking off the residue shockwaves of the attacks of the two renhuangs. The cultivator from Donghua Academy was knocked back. He appeared somewhat pathetic. "They are actually having a law battle," the crowd thought as they revealed strange looks on their faces. Lu Qingzhu looked at them and said, "Members of Desolate God Palace, why didn't you tell us that you were coming? We could have been more hospitable. No need to go to such troubles. It makes no difference if we just come over unannounced. Please forgive the intrusion," replied an elder of the Desolate God Palace. "You are all guests who have come from afar. Not long ago, I brought the other guests on a tour around the place. Now that the cultivators from Desolate God Palace have arrived, how can I help you? Feel free to ask me for anything," Lu Qingzhu said politely. "You can help me in anything?" said a voice as a cold, indifferent and arrogant aura spread out. The crowd shifted their gazes towards the person who had spoken. It was the top monstrous figure of Desolate God Palace, the next Desolate God, Desolation. He was renowned as the successor of the current Desolate God. "I cannot promise anything, but I will naturally aid you in any way I can," replied Lu Qingzhu, not paying heed to Desolation's tone. Lu Qingzhu smiled casually. He was actually curious as to what request the other party would make. Desolation stood on the high peak. His black robes fluttered in the wind. His gaze was extremely sharp as it landed on Lu Qingzhu. Even though Lu Qingzhu was a senior figure, Desolation did not respect him. He said, "Today, we have come to the path-seeking stage of Donghua Academy to challenge Ninghua." Ninghua. Ninghua was the top monstrous existence in the Donghua domain, the most prominent figure of this generation of the Donghua domain. He was the vice chief of Domain Chief's Manor. He had too many titles and legends associated with him. Desolation had actually come to Donghua Academy to seek Ninghua. However, this was somewhat understandable. Desolation from Desolate God Palace was also a powerful figure. Ordinary cultivators would most likely be unworthy of meeting Desolation. There were multitudes of cultivators from Donghua Academy. However, only a few of them were qualified to exchange blows with Desolation. He had come specifically for Ninghua, the vice chief of the Donghua domain. Lu Qingzhu smiled and said, "Currently, we do not even know where Ninghua is cultivating at. If you encounter him, you can challenge him then." Lu Qingzhu immediately directed this request to Ninghua himself. Of course, the precursor was that the other party had to find Ninghua. Whether or not Ninghua would oblige Desolation's request, that was up to the former to decide. However, Desolation, who had come from afar, would most likely be left disappointed. Currently, no one could find Ninghua unless he himself decided to appear. Many people in the academy believed that Desolation was somewhat arrogant. Although Desolation was currently also known as one of the four most prominent figures in the Donghua domain, in their eyes, the difference between him and Ninghua was still too great. Regardless of the list Ninghua was ranked in, he was usually at the very top. That included the current four most prominent figures in the Donghua domain. Ninghua was still undisputedly the first. If that is the case, then today, having come to the holy land of Donghua Academy, I wish to experience the way of the cultivators of the academy. Desolation continued. His tone was extremely arrogant and insolent. The cultivators from Donghua Academy felt that his attitude was extremely unsatisfying. This Desolation was practically presumptuous. Since Ninghua was not around, he actually wanted to challenge the cultivators of the academy. His great path was flawless. Even in the academy, how many disciples could challenge him? There would most likely only be a few in the entire academy. Desolation's personality was apparent from this. The cultivators of Desolate God Palace had come to Donghua Academy to challenge the other cultivators and challenge their egos. All right, if that is the case, we will happily oblige. A few Renhuangs answered one after another. They were cultivators from Donghua Academy. They also wanted to see how powerful this monster from Desolate God Palace was. The atmosphere on the mountain peaks surrounding the path-seeking stage immediately became extremely tense. In Donghua Academy, people were hurrying over one after another. They stood on the mountaintops and looked at the virtuosos of the Desolate God Palace. These people were all not friendly. However, they were not too concerned about this. The purpose of inviting all of these factions to Donghua Academy this time was to understand the extent of the cultivation of the various Renhuangs in the Donghua domain. It was just as well that the situation was like this. The space around the peak that Desolation stood upon was especially tight. A dense shadow shrouded the space around the mountain. Black tendrils swirled around, creating a feeling of desolation and destruction. It was a very uncomfortable aura. Since Ninghua is not around, is there anyone from the Donghua Academy who wants to fight me? Desolation asked. His voice reverberated in the entire space, and his tone was extremely overbearing. After all, this was Donghua Academy, the top academy in the entire Donghua domain, and yet Desolation behaved in such an arrogant manner. In the space a distance away, several people were standing at the edge of the many floating islands and observing this area around the ancient peaks of path-seeking. The heir to Desolate God was one of the four most talked-about figures in the entire Donghua domain. Naturally, many people wanted to see just how strong the Desolation of this generation was. In the outer world, among the four of them, Ninghua was ranked first, Zhang Yueli second, Desolation third, and Zhong Chan of Wangshan Watchtower, who had broken through to the high Renhuang level not long ago, was ranked last. Even though Desolation was cocky, everyone was still looking forward to seeing just how strong this impossibly powerful figure from the Desolate God Palace was. The desolate god palace was located on the Badlands continent in the Donghua domain. It was very far from the central region of the Donghua domain. The various factions were all from different continents, and so even though they had all heard of one another before, only a few knew of their exact strength. After all, there were very few occasions where they would all gather. Now that the various factions were all called over to the Donghua heavens by the manor chief, why wouldn't they be eager? Jiang Yueli, Qin Qing, and the rest of the practitioners from the divine palace of fluttering snow had all focused their sights over there, excited about Desolation's fight. At that moment, a high-level Renhuang virtuoso walked out from Donghua Academy. He was a middle-aged man at the 8th Renhuang level. Even though he was not one of the top-tier figures in the academy, Desolation was only a level 7 Renhuang. Even though he had a perfect great path, the academy did not wish to send out a level 9 Renhuang, a top-tier figure, straight away. Thus it was he who walked out. Several practitioners of the Donghua Academy nodded lightly when they saw him walk out. This was an acceptable decision, albeit a risky one, since the person he was facing was Desolation. Please, the level 8 virtuoso spoke to Desolation, who was on the mountain peak. Desolation's body glided forward and came to the space above the path-seeking stage. He did not look at his opponent but instead faced the region between the two ancient peaks. There lay a transparent mirror. Ripples seemed to course through the mirror continuously. It was the divine mirror of heavenly wheels. Before the practitioners of the Donghua Academy sought their path here, if they possessed a perfect great path, they would all appraise the levels of their divine wheels using the divine mirror of heavenly wheels to gauge how strong their divine wheels were. When Desolation walked out, he wanted to know how many layers of divine light his own divine will could cause the divine mirror of heavenly wheels to emit. The practitioner from Donghua Academy who challenged him only looked at him silently without disturbing him. Nor did he walk up. After all, his great path was not perfect, so the divine mirror of heavenly wheels would not respond to him. There was thus no need for him to go up to appraise his divine wheel. Right from the start, he was already disadvantaged. How strong do you think Desolation's divine wheel is? Many people stared at Desolation. Wisps of powerful aura emitted from him. Above his body, a jet-black ancient tree of the Great Way appeared. Its roots seemed to be anchored everywhere, as though it were going to shroud the entire vast space. In an instant, the divine mirror radiated his body. In the mirror, a tree also appeared. It was a jet-black tree. Divine light shrouded Desolation's body. The mirror and he seemed to be connected as one. Divine light appeared on the divine mirror, and one layer of divine light flowed. Many people turned to stare in that direction. It has appeared. Everyone stared at the divine mirror, and very quickly, a second layer of divine light flowed around the ancient tree. Furthermore, it had still not yet stopped. When the third layer of divine light flowed, many practitioners in the Donghua Academy let out light sounds. Some people were discussing it. 3 wheels. From afar, many people were also watching. It was not that 3 wheels of divine light were strong. However, according to what they know, this was not Desolation's most powerful divine wheel. He had 2 main divine wheels. In the desolate God Palace, the Desolation of every generation must accomplish one thing, to forge the Desolation wheel. That was Desolation's core divine wheel. This ancient tree already caused 3 layers of divine light to be emitted. This meant that his Desolation wheel would certainly surpass 3 layers of divine light. Indeed, after the 3rd layer of divine light, the radiance on the divine mirror of heavenly wheels stopped flowing. However, Desolation did not stop moving. An even stronger aura emanated from him. A seemingly ancient and sacred aura descended. One could vaguely sense a will of limitless desolation from him. A black divine palace of desolation appeared. It seemed to be a little ethereal, but the divine mirror instantly captured it. The divine mirror radiated its light on the divine palace. The light was especially blinding. Layers of divine light swirled around. In just a short moment, 3 layers of divine light appeared in the Desolation wheel in the divine mirror. The glorious light showered the entire space and reflected off the mountaintop. Many people could not help but look on in awe. Furthermore, this time, everything did not stop yet. Very quickly, the fourth layer of divine light appeared. It was even more magnificent. The radiance on the divine mirror got much brighter so that it was almost blinding. Impressive, commended many practitioners from Donghua Academy. The fourth layer of divine light appeared, but it doesn't seem that it would stop. He was indeed the heir to the desolate god palace. When the fifth layer of divine light appeared, many people took on a serious look. It was the case for the members of various factions. In the direction of Lingxiao Palace, Ling He's eyes also looked in that direction. His psyche was a little disturbed by what he saw. He had also tested his own divine will before. It could cause the divine mirror of heavenly wheels to emit only 3 layers of divine light. According to the calculations by the seniors of the Donghua Academy, a practitioner who could seek the path to the high Renhuang level with a perfect grade divine will would also have a divine will of a higher level. On the other hand, it also meant that the higher the level of his divine will, the higher his chance of retaining a perfect great path when breaking through to the high Renhuang level. Some seniors of Donghua Academy also thought silently when they saw this unfold before them. It seemed that Zhang Yueli and Zhong Chan's divine wheels would not be a low level either. If this were the case, then that would prove that their hypothesis was correct. A person who could retain the perfection of their great path at the high Renhuang level would have a divine wheel of at least the 3rd level. This corresponded to at least 3 layers of divine light in the divine mirror. This was just a conjecture that had no proof whatsoever. However, this was all very arcane. These numbers were usually contained within certain rules. There are already 5 layers of divine light. Many people were looking at the mirror. The level of this desolation's divine wheel was higher than those of all of the disciples of Donghua Academy, apart from Ninghua. The light from the divine mirror was stunning and eye-catching. However, the 6th layer of divine light did not appear in the end. This meant that Desolation's divine wheel was still slightly inferior to Ninghua's. With this, many practitioners of the Donghua Academy could vaguely accept this conclusion. After all, Desolation was already very famous. The 4 people were all figures of the Donghua domain whose reputations were like the midday sun. Desolation, however, remained expressionless. No one knew if he was satisfied with 5 layers of divine light. He withdrew the radiance of his divine wheel. He levitated through the air and stopped in front of the level 8 virtuoso from Donghua Academy. The 2 of them faced each other in the empty space. Surrounded by ancient peaks, the path-seeking stage was extremely spacious. This gave combatants space to move as they liked. "Show me what you've got," Desolation said to his opponent. In an instant, the divine wheel of the level 8 virtuoso appeared. It was a huge, boundless golden picture, as though it were a stone wall. It gave off a particularly sharp feeling. In an instant, an endless golden glow appeared in the heavens, accompanying the glow of the picture on the divine wheel of the great path. A matrix seemed to appear in the heavens. Golden motifs flowed around the matrix. Streaks of glorious golden light shot straight down toward Desolation with murderous intent. The aura from Desolation suddenly turned frightening. A will of desolation shrouded the entire space, as though the whole world had become gray. A black tree seemed to appear on his body. The branches and leaves of the trees reached out into all directions and appeared in the space around him as though they were countless limbs. Choo-choo! A sharp, piercing sound echoed into the distance. A terrifying picture appeared above Desolation, and the golden light that hammered down on him was unceasing, like the stream of the great path. However, a destructive black divine light shot upward from Desolation. The golden and black divine light streams collided like 2 streams of the great path flowing toward each other. A chaotic, destructive turbulence occurred at the point of collision. The Renhuang from the Donghua Academy floated in the air. The divine light of the great path bathed his body. A golden armor encased his body, and he seemed to give off an aura of invincibility. Endless divine light accompanied him as he shot downward. In the next instant, his body morphed into a beam of light. In the heavens, a straight beam of light shot down toward Desolation with killing intent. Pierced straight through the black, destructive lightning pervading the entire space. A fearsome storm appeared, and the entire world seemed to turn gray. Upon seeing his opponent closing in on him, Desolation did not even react. He stood there without moving. The divine light was incomparably swift, but at that moment, someone noticed that Desolation had made his move. He raised his hand and pointed forward. The golden light stopped, and a golden afterimage was left behind in the air. However, a finger appeared in front. The moment the finger appeared, the annihilating radiance of darkness in the surrounding region seemed to be absorbed into the finger. Terrifying black lightning penetrated the skies. "It's the finger of death. Be careful," a practitioner from Donghua Academy reminded. However, it was too late. When the finger of death appeared, everything else died. Boom! A horrifying radiance of darkness drowned out the entire space. Even the golden divine light was swallowed up. The crowd only saw a silhouette fly outward and collide with the matrix. A low sound echoed out, causing the matrix to tremble violently. The entire world seemed to take on a dull color. Streaks of black lightning coursed through the space. In front of Desolation, there was even the crisp crackling of lightning. That destructive flow caused everyone's hearts to turn cold. The finger of death was one of the ultimate skills of the desolate god palace. It was terrifying due to its shocking power. With just a finger, the level 8 Renhuang's breath became extremely weak. His great path was severely damaged. Everyone was shocked. A level 8 virtuoso was defeated with just a finger. The practitioners of Donghua Academy looked at Desolation with a rather somber look in their eyes. The aura of the great path flowed around the virtuosos of the Donghua Academy, who were standing at various places. Their clothes fluttered, and they all seemed to want to challenge Desolation to a fight. This Desolation was a top-tier figure in the desolate god palace. He was too arrogant. "It's best if you send a level 9 practitioner." Desolation spoke in the direction of the Donghua Academy practitioners. Even if the person were a disciple of the Donghua Academy, a level 8 virtuoso was still unable to match up with him. He had a perfect great path. He also had the ability to cause the divine mirror of heavenly wheels to emit 5 layers of divine light. It was more than sufficient for him to fight those who were one level higher than him. Moreover, even though that finger was an ultimate move, he did not display his true strength. He had only casually pointed. If he unleashed his Desolation wheel, his opponent would not be able to withstand the might of his divine will alone. His opponent would be crushed straight away. There was no need for him even to act. It could only be said that he and his opponent were not on the same level. All the other practitioners understood this. The Desolation will had a history nearly as far back as the god level. A level 8 virtuoso was bound to lose. However, he was a level 7 high-level Renhuang. It was not appropriate to send out a level 9 virtuoso just like that. After the level 8 Renhuang left the stage, Donghua Academy would send a level 9 virtuoso. "It seems like Desolation wants to challenge the top prodigy in Donghua Heavens," Li Changxing whispered as he stood on a mountaintop with the practitioners from Wangshan Watchtower. Ning Hua was known as the top person among the 4 virtuosos. He had an extremely high reputation. On the other hand, Desolation was ranked 3rd. As one of the most influential and powerful characters around, he certainly wanted to meet Ning Hua. If he could defeat everyone from the Donghua Academy, Ning Hua would be forced to show himself. "He is only at the 7th level. I think it'll be challenging. Someone from the Donghua Academy should be able to stop him," Yifutian said. Desolation's great path was perfect, and if they were to consider his combat abilities, he could certainly take on a level 9 practitioner with an imperfect great path. However, this was Donghua Academy. Even though there weren't many figures like Ling He, there had to be people like him. For people like them, even if flaws started appearing in their great paths, they were still powerful. They could not be regarded as a typical Renhuang. Rather, they were somewhere in between the two. Moreover, this was the Donghua Academy, the top sacred grounds in the Donghua domain. There were definitely some powerful figures. Thus, from Yi Futian's perspective, if Desolation wanted to decimate all of Donghua Academy, he had to at least step into the 8th level for that to be possible. Li Changxing nodded. As the top sacred grounds of the Donghua domain, There is no lack of powerful characters. We've witnessed it before. Some virtuosos have hidden themselves in the academy. There's no need to elaborate on the strength of the practitioners held in high regard by Donghua Academy. They are certainly very strong. It's just that the people in the older generation won't necessarily step in to help. Thus, there might not be that many people who can defeat Desolation. Yifutian nodded and continued watching silently. Desolation was indeed very strong. The people he now contacted were the top-tier figures in the entire Divine Prefecture. They were no longer typical Renhuangs. Ninghua, Desolation, and the rest were all the most prodigious characters in the Donghua domain. At that moment, a practitioner from Donghua Academy stepped out. Everyone looked at that person, and expectedly he was a level 9 Renhuang virtuoso. Oin! At that moment, a sword descended from a distance away. It levitated in the air, and a voice followed behind. "Let me do it." The voice was very calm, and it made people feel secure. It seemed to come from the sword. When the Donghua Academy practitioners raised their heads and saw the sword, they instantly knew whose sword it was. All right. The level 9 virtuoso who walked out initially did not have a tinge of hesitation. Yet, he did not insist on the battle and instead retreated and let the newcomer take his place. Obviously, he was very convinced by the newcomer's strength. A silhouette appeared out of nowhere in the sky. He stood on the floating sword and looked down at Desolation. He was not young, he was a man in his 50s or 60s. He had obviously been cultivating for a very long time. His hair was tied cleanly behind him. He was cloaked in a very simple light blue robe. He looked extremely normal, but he gave off an extraordinary aura. It was like he had discarded everything material and had returned to his authentic, true self. "Brother!" Several people from the Donghua Academy greeted him loudly. They looked at the silhouette in the air with respect. It was obvious that this elderly man was highly regarded. Yifutian let out a rather intrigued expression. This elderly man was obviously quite old. He was a top-tier Renhuang who had cultivated for years. Yet, he was a disciple of the Donghua Academy and not a senior. That was quite interesting. However, this was also normal. The top sacred grounds of the Donghua domain naturally had no age restrictions. Many practitioners who came here looking for mentors might be very old. A swordsman. Li Chongqing looked at the elderly man floating in midair and seemed to remember who he was. He whispered, "Black Tortoise Sword Emperor." Quite a few practitioners from Wangshan Watchtower had heard of the Black Tortoise Sword Emperor's name. They did not expect to be able to witness his techniques. This Black Tortoise Sword Emperor was a very famous figure and was extremely powerful. He had already attained the 9th Renhuang level many years ago. He should now be at the pinnacle of Renhuang already. Many people guessed that the Black Tortoise Sword Emperor would have a chance to surpass the limitations of the Great Path and reach the next level. Of course, this was only a possibility. After all, taking that step was too difficult. Desolation looked up at the Black Tortoise Sword Emperor in the air, his expression unchanged. The Black Tortoise Sword Emperor said, "Please." Just as he finished speaking, countless gray streams flowed towards the air from Desolation. The vast heaven and earth seemed to be sealed by those streams. At the same time, an impressive might of the sword appeared around the Black Tortoise Sword Emperor. Swords appeared one after another and floated in space. On every sword, there seemed to be a picture printed on it. A screen of swords appeared in the heavens above. Tens of thousands of divine swords materialized everywhere. Boom! In the region of the Great Path, Desolation initiated his attack. Countless streaks of black lightning shot towards Black Tortoise Sword Emperor. Every streak of black lightning contained a terrifyingly destructive power. However, the swords around the Black Tortoise Sword Emperor revolved around him. These swords were a little larger than typical swords. The sword domain shrouded Black Tortoise Sword Emperor. A mirage of a massive black tortoise appeared. These swords had morphed into a giant black tortoise. Even though the black lightning strikes shot straight at it, they were unable to break it. More swords were materializing between heaven and earth, causing the body of the black tortoise to become increasingly huge. It covered the entire sky, and it was like a mega sword matrix. A heavy, somber, Murderous power permeated outwards from the black tortoise sword matrix and shrouded the entire space below it. Desolation raised his head. In the space above, the boundless gigantic black tortoise blocked out the horizon. If they were not at the path-seeking stage, this black tortoise might have become even larger. However, his region of the Great Path was also expanding. A limitless flow of destructive power shrouded the skies above him. Even the mega black tortoise sword matrix was shrouded within. Desolation's body floated into the air and continued to rise. He reached his arm out in front of him, and between his fingers swirled a terrifying aura. Boom! With his body at its center, a terrifying destructive storm materialized. He raised his hand and pointed at the skies, unleashing his finger of death. At the same instant, a limitless destructive flow exploded outwards. The power of that one finger caused beams of black light to appear in the air. They pierced through the air and shot straight at his opponent. At the same time, blades of light showered downwards. From the black tortoise sword matrix, swords rained downwards one after another, its might pressurizing the space. The black tortoise in the heavens seemed to let out a low roar. The black tortoise sword emperor also pointed down. Instantly, the infinitely massive black tortoise dove downwards. The sword matrix descended and collided with the finger of death. A loud boom rumbled out as the two beams of light collided and shattered at the same time. Under the overwhelming power of the black tortoise sword matrix that was pressing downwards, desolation retreated downward. Countless black leaves and branches twisted up to meet the sword matrix in the air, but they were all shattered. Crack! A terrifying sound echoed out. Above desolation, a black divine palace appeared, carried an aura of bareness. It was the divine will forged from his core soul, the desolation wheel. Rumble. In the heavens above, everything darkened. The world morphed into sheer darkness. It was as though it were the end of the world. The battlefield was filled with a desolate, destructive aura. Countless black chains seemed to shoot out from the divine palace, reaching up into the skies and twisting towards the black tortoise sword emperor. These chains sealed the entire space, shrouding all directions and locking in heaven and earth. Desolation stood below, bathed in the aura permeating outwards from the desolation wheel. He seemed even more fearsome. At that moment, the infinitely giant black tortoise seemed to be particularly insignificant as it was caged in the destructive dark world. Desolate tribulations, desolation said. Instantly, tens of thousands of streaks of light burst out from the desolation wheel. Like beams of judgment, they shot towards the black tortoise sword emperor. The scene was utterly terrifying. On the path-seeking peak, the virtuosos from all over the world stared intently at the battleground. The destructive scene was chilling. In the heavens above, the unceasing desolate tribulations that hammered down on the massive black tortoise sword matrix caused it to shudder. A blinding light radiated outward from the black tortoise sword emperor. A giant black tortoise appeared and merged into the sword matrix. At that moment, the black tortoise was still getting larger, and the number of swords was also increasing. The desolate tribulation that was cascading downwards did not fade away. Rather, they morphed into chains that twisted around the black tortoise sword matrix, as though it were going to seal the entire sword matrix. At the same time, the desolation wheel in the heavens summoned an endless amount of power of the Great Path, sealing the entire battlefield. Desolation stood below his desolation wheel. Bathed in the radiance of destruction, he looked like he was covered in terrifying dark armor. His body became huge, and he morphed into the desolate god of war. He reached out his hands, and the desolate tribulations swirling around the black tortoise sword matrix were like chains that were wrapped around his arms, fully under his control. He clenched his fists tightly. Instantly, the limitless light of tribulation emitted a powerful destructive force in an attempt to annihilate the sword matrix. Yet, the black tortoise sword matrix had formed a domain of its own, and the black tortoise sword emperor sealed himself within the domain. He actually took this terrifying attack straight on. The rumble of the Great Path echoed out, and the black tortoise sword matrix trembled. It actually pressed on downwards. The massive sword matrix contained a fearsome murderous power and a scary might. It caused the entire space to be extremely heavy and difficult to escape. Enduring this immense power, Desolation, who had morphed into a god of war, reached his hands out, palms facing the sky. His eyes let out a terrifying black light. In the skies above, the Desolation will emitted tens of thousands of desolate tribulations, shrouding the endless space. These desolate tribulations instantly swarmed to Desolation's body, swirling around him. At that moment, he seemed to be able to unleash a mighty finger of death. Yet, those desolate tribulations swirling around him fused into one. Billions of desolate tribulations were concentrated on his palm, and they morphed into an utterly catastrophic storm. The terrifying storm of desolate tribulations shot straight into the clouds. In his hands, a black demonic blade appeared. Limitless light of tribulations swirled around the blade and cackled continuously like black lightning. The strength of the destructive power that seeped out was breath-stopping. Upon seeing the blade, all the practitioners from the Donghua Academy had a serious look in their eyes. This was the terrifying Dao technique passed down in the Desolate God Palace. When Desolation raised his blade with both hands, a terrifying destructive power shot straight into the clouds. With a body like a god of wars, he cut once with his desolate blade. In that instant, the space seemed to be split into two by the destructive light of darkness. This slice could cut through space itself. At the same time, the eyes of the Black Tortoise Sword Emperor became serious. From the Black Tortoise Sword Matrix that was revolving around his body, unlimited will of the sword shot out and condensed into a sword, appearing by his side. His hands formed a sword seal, and the sword matrix fused into one Black Tortoise divine sword. He looked downwards for a moment, and an extremely bright divine light burst out. The will of the sword split the heavens apart. When he swung his Black Tortoise sword, a rumble reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Two destructive beams of light collided with each other in the heavens. The sword and blade cut towards each other, and a terrifying shockwave of the great path seemed to shatter the matrices. An endless stream of fearsome desolate tribulations shot straight into the defense of the Black Tortoise Sword Matrix. However, at that moment, a Black Tortoise image appeared behind the Black Tortoise Sword Emperor. It morphed into a massive beast and refused to budge. Brother! Many people looked at the Black Tortoise Sword Emperor. The desolate tribulations charged straight into the Black Tortoise Sword Matrix, and on the Black Tortoise picture appeared lines of destructive light of tribulation that impacted his body. However, his long robe fluttered, and a shocking aura of the great path exploded outward. He refused to take even half a step back. His eyes glimmered brightly with a divine-like glow as he stared at the space below him. An endless will of the sword pierced through the desolate blade and shot straight at the dark silhouette, as though silently stating that if his opponent didn't retreat, he would not retreat either. Desolation lifted his head, and his jet-black eyes focused on the silhouette in the air. A rumble reverberated from his body, and fresh blood trickled down the corners of his mouth. However, his eyes were still impossibly determined. It was as though he was not bothered by it at all. At that moment, a glaring light radiated from the Black Tortoise Sword Emperor. The Black Tortoise picture lit up once again. He said a single word, "Break." As he spoke, a sound of shattering echoed out. The desolate blade crumbled inch by inch. At the same time, the sword also cracked and shattered. The two of them were simultaneously blown a great distance away. When the two of them stopped, their auras were fluctuating. The robe on the Black Tortoise Sword Emperor was torn apart, and his long hair that was tied became disheveled, flowing about in the wind. Desolation stood there without moving, his gaze fixated on the silhouette standing opposite him. Let's call this a draw. If your level were just a little higher, I would not have been able to break this slice. If this were a few years later, I would probably lose, the Black Tortoise Sword Emperor said. He seemed a little low-spirited. Having cultivated for so many years, he was already one of the top Renhuangs, yet in his fight with this level 7 Renhuang Jr., he did not have the supreme advantage. This was the combat ability bestowed by a perfect great path. His potential was indeed unlimited. A loss is a loss. That was not a draw. Desolation's tone was icy, as though he had always been like that. The people with him similarly gave off an extremely cold and emotionless feeling. However, he did admit that he had lost this battle. Of course, he would not feel too discouraged. Even though he was an extremely proud individual and wanted to challenge Ninghua and the Donghua Academy's virtuosos, he did not really believe that he was undefeatable. This was, after all, Donghua Academy, the top sacred grounds of the Donghua domain. He was arrogant, but he was not blindly overconfident of himself. The two of them retreated to their respective mountain peaks. Desolation sat cross-legged and started to restore his strength. He suffered decently severe injuries from the fight just now. Even though it was not visible on the surface, but for a person like him to vomit fresh blood, the damage he suffered must have been significant. Thus, he had to rest and recover for a while. Lu Qingzhu looked at the crowd and said, "The desolate god palace is the ruler of their territory. This generation's heir to the desolate god is indeed powerful. Everyone who is here today is influential in their respective continents. You can take this opportunity to spar with each other. If you have a perfect great path, you can use the divine mirror of heavenly wheels to test your own divine will levels." Many people reflexively looked in the direction of the divine palace of fluttering snow and Wangshan watchtower. More precisely, they looked at Zhang Yueli from the divine palace of fluttering snow and Zongchan from the Wangshan watchtower. Everyone had witnessed Desolation's overpowering strength from before. These two people were on the same level as Desolation, so everyone was interested in their strength. Desolation had already appraised the level of his divine wheel. Then, how many layers of divine light would be emitted by Zhang Yueli and Zongchan's divine wheels? Many people were very eager to find out. Seeing this, Lu Qingzhu smiled and said, "It seems like everyone wants to see Goddess Zhang and Zongchan. Why don't you both satisfy everyone's curiosity?" Zhang Yueli stood on the ancient peak. She looked magnificent. Her bright and spirited eyes looked at the Zongchan. She said, "In that case, would Zongchan like to go first?" Obviously, he did not refuse. To her, it was nothing that needed to be hidden. Moreover, she was also a little curious to know the level of her divine wheel. At the Wangshan watchtower's side, everyone looked at Zongchan in front. Li Changxing smiled and said, "Brother Zong, good luck." "All right." Zongchan nodded and calmly walked out. His silhouette floated down to above the path-seeking stage and faced the divine mirror of heavenly wheels between the two ancient peaks. In the next moment, Zongchan unleashed his great path divine wheel. It was a massive stone steel that contained a shocking great path aura of suppression. His divine will appeared in the divine mirror of heavenly wheels. Light shone on Zongchan, and following that, light revolved around in the divine mirror. Layers of divine light appeared, and everyone stared at it. Zongchan also looked at the mirror. He was chosen by his respected teacher. Since his cultivation was quite similar to his teacher's, his great path divine will was also forged at Wangshan watchtower. Thus, the level of his divine will should not be low, right? Under everyone's intense gaze, the divine light shimmered. Not long later, 5 layers of divine light appeared. They were all especially brilliant and vivid. Everyone was secretly surprised. Zongchan and Desolation were the same. Their great path divine wheels were both at the 5th level and could cause the divine mirror of heavenly wheels to emit 5 layers of divine light. In the distance, the practitioners of the Wangshan watchtower silently let out a sigh of relief. They were initially a little worried that Zongchan's divine will would be inferior to that of Desolation, but it seemed like they were just paranoid. To cultivate to such a level, Zongchan would not be inferior to the other people. Zongchan himself was rather calm. He was neither surprised nor disappointed. He raised his head and looked at Zhang Yueli. He smiled and said, "Goddess Zhang, please." As he finished speaking, he returned to his own mountain peak. Li Changxing patted his back. It was not easy for Wangshan watchtower to have someone among the 4 most influential figures in the Donghua domain. Zhang Yueli nodded, and her silhouette descended to face the divine mirror of heavenly wheels. Her divine wheel was in the form of a sword. The moment her sword appeared, and the entire space became extremely cold. That was the extremely cold chilling moonblade. The sword was as cold as the freezing moon. The light that it emitted caused everyone to feel a frosty aura that chilled them to their bones. When the sword appeared in the divine mirror of heavenly wheels, ice and snow appeared in the divine mirror as well, and the entire mirror turned a pure white. It was as though the mirror sensed the freezing will of the sword. Layers of divine light revolved around, and the result was the same as Desolation's and Zhongchan's. It was still 5 layers of divine light. The 3 virtuosos had very comparable divine will levels. This also seemed to prove Donghua Academy's hypothesis, that a practitioner who ascended to a high-level Renhuang with a perfect great path would have a divine wheel of level 4 to 6. Ninghua's was the 6th level, while those of the other 3 were similar to each other's in the middle at the 5th level. A slight ripple coursed through the hearts of everyone who was watching. Indeed, no one had yet to surpass Ninghua. They were all weaker than him. However, the 3 of them were close to each other. It might not be the case for their combat abilities, but it was definitely the case for the levels of their divine wheels. Similarly, Zhang Yueli did not show much emotion and calmly returned to the mountain peak where the practitioners from the divine palace of fluttering snow stood. Even though it was a pity that she was not on the same level as Ninghua, there must be a reason why Ninghua was known as the most influential figure. Even though they had never fought before, she had heard of his name a couple of times. Not bad, Lu Qingzhu praised. Among the 4 most influential characters in our Donghua domain, 3 of them have level 5 perfect grade divine wheels. It is indeed valuable. Now, is there any Renhuang practitioners who have forged a perfect grade divine wheel and want to appraise their divine wheels? Even though there were only a few such people among the high-level Renhuangs, many middle-level and low-level Renhuangs had perfect grade divine wheels. Perhaps there might be someone who might attain the same level as these 3, or close to them at the 4th level. On the various mountain peaks, practitioners all looked around at others. The Donghua Academy practitioners had already tested themselves, so there was no need for them to go again. As for the other practitioners, it was their first time stepping into the Donghua Academy. It was a rare chance that they got to stand in front of the divine mirror of heavenly wheels and appraise their own divine wheels. Of the 3 main goddesses of the divine palace of fluttering snow, there are still 2 of you who possess a perfect great path. Certainly, the level of your divine wheels is not low. Would you be interested in trying? A voice echoed out. It was from a disciple of the Donghua Academy. The 3 direct disciples of the sword goddess of the divine palace of fluttering snow were all practitioners with a perfect great path. Apart from Zhang Yueli, who was at the high Renhuang level, there were also Qin Qing and Chu Hanqi at the middle Renhuang level. Rumor had it that they were extraordinary women favored by the gods. In the divine palace of fluttering snow, these 3 women were all potential heirs to the sword goddess. Even though Zhang Yueli was ahead, it did not mean that Qin Qing and Chu Hanqi were definitely inferior. Testing their divine wheels here was an excellent method. Emperor Yi from the Wangshan Watchtower has such overpowering combat abilities with a perfect divine wheel of the Great Path. Furthermore, he possesses multiple divine wheels. Surely the level of his divine wheels must be very high, Ling He said from Lingshao Palace, looking at Yi Futian as he did so. His defeat from the last time was humiliating. In the future, wherever Yi Futian was, everyone would compare the 2 of them. He had 2 motives for getting Yi Futian to appraise his divine wheel. First, it was for him to see just how strong Yi Futian's divine will was and what level it was at. Secondly, if Yi Futian were indeed that outstanding, someone would surely take him down. The great Yan ancient royal family was also present. They glanced at Yi Futian. Obviously, they, too, wanted to know the level of Yi Futian's divine will of the Great Path. I am rather mediocre, so my divine will level should be rather normal too. With so many top-tier factions around, like the Desolate God Palace, Great Yan Ancient Royal Family, Lingshao Palace, and the goddesses of the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow, there are certainly people who possess a high-level divine wheel. As for me, I am not deserving of stepping onto this magnificent stage, Yi Futian said with a smile, appearing very humble. Behind his smile, however, his intent to slay Ling He did not waver. Emperor Yi, you really know how to joke. Whether it was the battle of the Wangshan Watchtower or the battle at Turtle Deity Island, Emperor Yi was outstanding, Ling He said, trying his best to hide his chilly attitude. Yifutian said he was not deserving enough. Wouldn't it be even more the case for him, as he was the one who had lost to Yifutian? Those 2 battles? You couldn't really count them. Perhaps it might be because of my opponents. Yifutian replied with a smile, causing Ling He and Yan Dongyang to both reveal a cold expression. Yifutian had insulted them without holding back. When he said it was because of his opponents, he meant that it wasn't so much that he was outstanding, but rather because his opponents were too weak. Yifutian meant that Ling He and Yan Dongyang were nothing. I'll go try. At this moment, a soft and gentle voice sounded out. Qin Qing took the initiative to walk up to face the divine mirror of heavenly wheels. It was only then that the argument was quelled. Qin Qing's divine wheel of the Great Path was unique. It was actually a mirror. Although it was strange when another mirror appeared in the divine mirror of heavenly wheels, the layers of divine light in the divine mirror continued to flow. Qin Qing's divine wheel of the Great Path was appraised. It was at the 4th level. To be able to attain the 4th level was already very outstanding. Even though she was a little behind Jiang Yueli, Desolation, and Zhong Chan, it was very rare for someone in Donghua Academy to attain such a level. Apart from Ninghua, who was able to cause 6 layers of divine light to appear in the divine mirror, no one could cause 5 layers to appear like Jiang Yueli and the rest. Hence, there was a chasm in levels. Of course, the level of the divine wheel of the Great Path could be raised as one's cultivation level was raised. Even though these cases were extremely rare, and the final quality might not rise with an increase in level, it was still possible. Many practitioners continuously tried to perfect their own divine wheels of the Great Path, causing them to be more powerful. After Qin Qing, Chu Hanshi also walked out. Like Qin Qing, 4 layers of divine light appeared in the divine mirror. You are indeed the 3 disciples of the fluttering snow sword goddess. The 3 goddesses indeed have astonishing talent, Lu Qingzhu said. Many people nodded their heads in agreement. A level 5 and 2 level 4 divine wheels. Talents of this level were indeed astonishing. The divine palace of fluttering snow was ranked among the top 3 factions in the Donghua domain. The sword goddess was also honorably ranked among the top 3 powerful virtuosos. Now it seemed like her 3 disciples were going to inherit everything from her. Let me try. At that moment, another silhouette walked out. This time, the practitioner who walked out was the prince of the great Yan ancient royal family, Yan Dongyang. He had a perfect Great Path and thus wanted to test the level of his Great Path divine wheel. Yan Dongyang walked to the front of the divine mirror, and a shocking dragon's roar echoed out. A sacred giant golden dragon orbited him. A divine dragon appeared in the divine mirror. Very quickly, Yan Dongyang saw the result. 3 layers of divine light glowed. He waited, seemingly with a tinge of refusal to accept the results. Yet, the 4th layer of divine light did not appear. This meant that his divine wheel was inferior to those of Qin Qing and Chu Hanshi. A while later, Yan Dongyang finally accepted the reality. He turned around and silently returned to the mountain peak where the great Yan ancient royal family was located. Are you not planning to give it a try? On the mountain peak where the practitioners of Wangshan Watchtower stood, Li Chongsheng asked Yifutian in a low voice. He smiled at him. Yifutian seemed to be a little hesitant. A few people had already given it a try. He felt that Desolation, Jiang Yueli, and Zhongchan had very powerful divine wheels of the Great Path. Among everyone, he should have the greatest number of divine wheels. Since he had many life spirits, he could forge many divine wheels of the Great Path. However, when it came to the level of his divine wheels, he didn't think they would be that high. From his perspective, apart from the divine will forged from the world tree, all others were forged from life spirits that only appeared later on. Desolation, Jiang Yueli, and people like them were not ordinary people. Zhongchan forged his divine wheel in the heavenly treasure in Wangshan Watchtower, so it was certainly powerful too. Thus, Yifutian already had a rough estimate of the levels of his divine wheel. Does the sole heir to the Eastern Deity Island with a perfect Great Path not want to try it? A voice echoed. It came from a virtuoso from the great Yan ancient royal family. They still remembered that Yifutian was the heir to the Eastern Deity Island. Yifutian represented Eastern Deity Island. Yi Futian raised his head to look at the other party. Behind him, the Donglai goddess had a tinge of coldness in her eyes. It seemed like the great Yan ancient royal family was reminding Yi Futian that they would not just let him off like that. All right? Yi Futian nodded. Since everyone seems to be even more curious than I am, I will give it a try. As he spoke, he stepped forward. His body descended to the path-seeking stage to face the divine mirror of heavenly wheels between the two peaks. Emperor Yi, you have so many divine wheels. Which one are you planning to test? The virtuoso of the great Yan ancient royal family continued to ask. Which one do you want to see? Yi Futian asked in reply. Why don't you test all? The virtuoso said. Yi Futian did not reply. Qin Qing and the practitioners of the divine palace of fluttering snow paid a little more attention to Yi Futian. They noticed that he was not simple. He had proven himself in the two battles that made his name renowned. Yet, among these top-tier factions, he was still discriminated against. This test of divine wheels done by the Donghua Academy could further validate Yi Futian's talent and potential, and how far he could go in the future. Would he become the next Zhongchan of Wangshan Watchtower? A brilliant golden light glimmered on Yi Futian's body. The ethereal form of a divine elephant seemed to materialize. The golden divine elephant was incomparably large. In an instant, a change occurred in the divine mirror of heavenly wheels. The shadow of a divine elephant appeared in the divine mirror. At the same time, divine light locked onto Yi Futian's body, and a rather mysterious connection was formed. At that moment, Yi Futian felt that this divine mirror of heavenly wheels was extraordinary. It seemed to be able to evolve all forms of power of the Great Path. Very quickly, layers of divine light started to revolve. In an instant, 3 layers of divine light were revolving around him. Many people focused on it. In a little while, the 4th layer of divine light appeared. Like the virtuosos of the great Yan ancient royal family and Ling He and the virtuosos from the Lingxiao Palace, many people had a more serious look in their eyes. It was not easy to attain the 4th level. Qin Qing and Chu Hanshi were all on this level. It's not stopping yet, someone said in a low voice. The practitioners of Donghua Academy were staring intently in that direction. Another layer of divine light appeared once again, revolving around the divine elephant. With the appearance of 5 layers of divine light, the mountain peaks all around turned dead silent. 5 layers. This was the same level as Desolation, Jiangyueli, and Zhongchan. Furthermore, he was only a middle-level Renhuang. He had yet to witness the path to a high-level Renhuang with a perfect great path. Didn't this mean that he was another Zhongchan? In the future, he would certainly reach the same heights as Desolation and people like him. Ling He's eyes turned a little sharp, and the murderous intent harbored by the virtuosos of the great Yan ancient royal family intensified greatly. Zhang Yueli was also a little surprised. Looking closely at Yi Futian's back, she realized that this man had great potential. Was Wangshan Watchtower going to rise? After the 5th layer of divine light appeared, it finally stopped. Seeing this unfold before him, Yi Futian did not feel too surprised. It was as though everything was within his expectations. This divine will was forged with his secondary life spirit, so of course, its level would not be that high. For it to attain the same level as Desolation's, Zhang Yueli's, and the others was already complicated. Then, the other few divine wheels that he had should all be of the same level. He did not know the level of the moon will he forged later on or that of the divine will forged by his natal spirit. Would they cause 6 layers of divine light to appear in the divine mirror of heavenly wheels? Or perhaps, even more? No matter the limit of this divine mirror of heavenly wheels, he felt that this divine mirror of heavenly wheels was also a precious treasure, an extraordinary item indeed. On the path-seeking peak, all the practitioners turned to Yi Futian. Having witnessed the level of his divine will, they seemed to understand how he had been able to defeat Ling He and Yan Dongyang, who were levels of cultivation higher than him. With a divine wheel of a superior level, his power of the great path would certainly increase. Isn't Emperor Yi also very skilled with swords? Someone asked, seemingly very interested in seeing Yi Futian's other divine wheels. Previously, when Yi Futian defeated Ling He and Yan Dongyang, He used his extraordinarily powerful swordplay on both occasions. Yi Futian did not reply, but a wisp of his will of the sword wafted from his body. In the surrounding space, countless harp strings of the way of the sword appeared. In the divine mirror of heavenly wheels was an endless stream of the will of the sword. Yet they morphed into the form of a zither. It was as though sword and zither were fused into one, and they were two parts of a whole. Layers of divine light radiated, and like the divine elephant divine wheel, 5 layers of divine light flowed around in no time at all. Everyone set their eyes in that direction. As expected, it was another 5 layers of divine light. With every divine will having 5 layers of divine light, wasn't he stronger than even Desolation? Desolation's first divine wheel, the ancient tree divine wheel, could only cause 3 layers of divine light to be emitted. Yet Yi Futian's every divine will had 5 layers of divine light. He had already surpassed Desolation. This also meant that he had an advantage over even Desolation, Xianxia, and Zhongchan when it came to divine wheels. He was only below Ninghua. In that case, would Yi Futian's future achievements be even greater than Desolation and the rest? This was naturally an unknown variable. Yet, no one could refute the fact that this was a very definite possibility. Where the practitioners of the divine palace of fluttering snow stood, many goddesses looked toward Xianxia. The 3 main goddesses of the divine palace of fluttering snow had all been surpassed by another in terms of divine will levels. This was in no way expected, and Xianxia herself stared at where Yi Futian was. She had witnessed the battle between Yi Futian and Ling He. Apart from these 2 types of powers, Yi Futian was also well versed in other forms of power of the Great Path. She felt that there were still other divine wheels that he had yet to appraise. However, at that moment, she saw that Yi Futian withdrew the aura he had emitted, seemingly with no intention to continue. Obviously, he did not want to continue testing his divine wheels. This made Xianxia feel that Yi Futian was concealing something and that he did not want to shock the world too much. Could it be that the divine wheel that he was hiding could match up to Ninghua's? Furthermore, his 2 divine wheels were both at the 5th level, yet she saw that Yi Futian's expression was very calm. He was neither joyous nor disappointed. It was as though he did something perfectly ordinary. It seemed like it was completely within his expectations and that nothing was extraordinary. This also made her feel that Yi Futian knew how strong his divine wheels were. Is Emperor Yi not going to continue? A virtuoso from the great Yan ancient royal family said. Emperor Yi should still have one more divine wheel of the Great Path, right? Yi Futian glanced at the person who spoke. He indeed had more divine wheels of the Great Path, but there were more than one. Of course, he would definitely not tell him this. There was no need for him to expose all his divine wheels in a situation like this. Thus, he did not bother answering him. Anyway, that person certainly did not have good intentions, asking him to expose his divine wheels like that. It seems like Emperor Yi has the most powerful divine wheels today. This is quite a surprise, Lu Qingzhu said. It was not just him, but all the practitioners of the Donghua Academy were also quite surprised. They thought it would be either Desolation, Xianxia, and Zhongchan. They thought that no one would be able to surpass the 3 of them. Yet Yi Futian managed to accomplish that. It seemed that now, apart from the greatest figures in the Donghua domain and Ninghua, Yi Futian's divine will was the strongest. This practitioner from the Eastern Deity Island was indeed not simple. Brother Yi is extraordinary with his unrivaled divine wheels of the Great Path. With so many influential figures gathered here, does no one want to experience Brother Ye's Great Path? Ling He asked. Hearing his words, many people were indeed poised to act, their bodies emitting faint auras. Yi Futian's divine wheels of the Great Path completely overshadowed all the Renhuangs present today and were unrivaled. Naturally, the people from the various factions all had some thoughts about this. Even the practitioners from the Desolate God Palace looked at Yi Futian with astonishment. Desolation from the Desolate God Palace also stared at Yi Futian's silhouette intently. Of course, he would not challenge Yi Futian with his cultivation level and status, though he might challenge Xianxia or Zhongchan. That was unless Yi Futian also stepped into the high Renhuang level. Our battle that day at the Turtle Deity Island was not finished. Do you want to battle again? I don't mind. Yifutian raised his head and glanced at Ling, he with a sharp expression that carried some menace and condescension. Those eyes made Ling he extremely uncomfortable, and he was tempted to fight again. However, he suffered such a pathetic the last time. In the end, the virtuosos from Lingxiao Palace had to interfere to stop Yifutian. If they exchanged blows again today, was he going to lose again? In that case, how was he still going to maintain his dignity? After all, he was also a practitioner of the Donghua Academy. Ling he did not reply immediately, so Yifutian kept staring at him, causing everyone to look at Ling, he as though they were waiting for his reply. Feeling extremely awkward, he said, "The result of the fight at the Turtle Deity Island was already decided. There is no need for another battle." Yifutian looked at him with a sarcastic expression. At that moment, a practitioner walked out from a place not far from where Ling he was standing. He looked similarly very young. His cultivation level was also similar to Ling He's, and he had an extraordinary air about him. His appearance caused many practitioners from the Donghua Academy to let out a surprised expression. Lung Qinghan, who had previously brought Yifutian over, also let out an expression of surprise. Sky Sword Lung Quangxing and Li Changsheng were together, and they also recognized this person. He was an extremely famous person in the Donghua Academy whose strength was beyond Ling He's. Be careful. This person is Kong Xiao. He is a junior of a mighty figure in the Donghua heavens. It is said that he possesses the blood of the peacock demon god. He is an extremely powerful figure in Donghua Academy. His combat abilities are above Ling He's. Lung Quangxing communicated telepathically with Yifutian. Yifutian looked up at the person who walked out. That person floated in front of the ancient peaks and then entered the region of influence of the matrices. Standing in the space above the path-seeking stage, he looked at Yifutian and said, "I am Kong Xiao, a disciple of the Donghua Academy. I am at the 5th level. I have long since heard that Emperor Yi has extraordinary combat abilities. Today, in front of the divine mirror of heavenly wheels, you have shown us that your divine wheels also has one of the highest levels. I want to experience Emperor Ye's path." Seeing that Kong Xiao had stepped up to challenge Yifutian, the practitioners of Donghua Academy all took on a more serious look. In terms of talent, Kong Xiao would definitely be ranked within the top 5 among all the disciples of Donghua Academy. He had also tested his Great Path Divine Will before. It was at the 4th level. Furthermore, many seniors of Donghua Academy believed that Kong Xiao's Divine Will could evolve to the 5th level to become even stronger, and that he had a chance to follow in Ninghua's footsteps to become the next prodigy, where he would step into the high-level Renhuang realm with a perfect great path. When Kong Xiao walked out to challenge Yifutian, everyone's attention was drawn to them. Hearing his words, Yifutian looked back at where the rest of the Wangshan Watchtower people were. Li Changxing nodded and said, "Donghua Academy is the top sacred ground in the Donghua domain. There are so many virtuosos and talents here, as well as very famous figures. This is a very rare learning opportunity. Lionian, since you have this chance, why don't you learn from each other?" "All right." Yifutian nodded. Looking up at Kong Xiao's silhouette in the air, he said, "Please guide me." "Please," Kong Xiao replied. As the words left his lips, wisps of green divine light appeared between heaven and earth, causing the entire space to be colored. The flowing divine light gathered in Kong Xiao's body, causing his body to glow like a divine body. Be careful. Kong Xiao possesses extreme strength and speed, and he is also well versed in illusions, Lang Quangxing reminded, seemingly worried for Yifutian. The green divine light shrouded the vast area, and the space seemed to be distorted. Accompanying a streak of green divine light, Kong Xiao's body vanished without a trace. Yifutian lifted his hands and unleashed a punch. Golden divine light glowed, and the low trumpet of a divine elephant reverberated. The divine elephant cracked the space, and his great path seemed to destroy everything. Crash! A shocking sound echoed out. The space seemed to split apart. Yifutian was knocked back, and that swift green divine light shot towards him again like lightning, From his punch just now, Yi Futian felt an incomparably destructive power. Yi Futian stepped into the air hastily and steadied himself. The divine elephant revolved around him, and the surroundings echoed with the sound of the great path. He gathered an overpowering strength, and even his eyes turned a little demonic. He managed to capture those green tracks. With insane speed, he unleashed another punch. It was another intense collision. The green divine light circulated between heaven and earth, encapsulating the entire space. The space distorted under the green divine light. Kong Xiao's body seemed to fuse into the green light. His continuous attacks made his surroundings look like his silhouette was everywhere. The crowd could only see that the two of them collided uncountable times in a split second. They were too fast for them to follow. Yi Futian was continuously knocked down. Accompanying a radiant green light that pierced through space, another loud sound of collision echoed out. Yi Futian's body landed on the path-seeking stage with a dull thud. Both sides stopped their attacks. Yi Futian raised his head to look at the air above and saw that Kong Xiao levitated in the air. The space around them had morphed into a green-colored world. Divine light circulated, and Kong Xiao seemed to stand on something illusionary. However, his every attack could shatter a human. The continuous collision from before had caused Yi Futian's arms to become a little numb. That power rushed into his arm, wanting to destroy his arm, his body, and his path. Kong Xiao's attacks are indeed extraordinary, praised the practitioners from the Donghua Academy upon seeing the scene before them. If it were any other person of the same level, they wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from Kong Xiao. This person's level is not as high as Kong Xiao's, yet he still was unharmed. He is powerful. Someone else also praised. It was obvious that the two of them were strong enough to be recognized by everyone. Kong Xiao was one of the top-tier figures in the Donghua Academy with terrifying combat ability. Even though he had an advantage over Yi Futian in terms of his cultivation level, Yi Futian's divine will was superior. In the space above, Kong Xiao lowered his head and looked down at Yi Futian. Green light circled in the space around them, revolving around him. Wherever the green light was, the space seemed to shatter. This was his will of the great path. An even more brilliant green light revolved around Kong Xiao's body. Seeing this, Yi Futian's arms hammered down at the sides of his body. In an instant, a heaven-reaching will of the sword was unleashed. It seemed to pervade the entire space. Ear-piercing echoes of the sword rang out over and over again. A limitless will of the sword created an intense resonance. With Yi Futian's body at its center, a fearsome storm of will of the sword appeared, and it collided with the green divine light in the space above. Boing! Tens of thousands of divine swords shot murderously towards Kong Xiao. The green light surrounding Kong Xiao revolved around terrifyingly. Colliding with the sharp swords, they actually destroyed them all. Around Yi Futian, billions of divine swords appeared and pointed straight at the heavens. The path of the sword flowed upward as though it were a river of swords that rushed straight towards Kong Xiao. At that moment, Kong Xiao stepped downward. In just the time it took him to make that one step, a straight green divine light appeared between the two of them in an instant. Yet, at the moment that he moved, Yi Futian also acted. The billions of divine swords shot upward and crashed straight into the green divine light. The endless green flow was continuously destroyed, and the great path was shattered. The impossibly radiant green light was also blocked. In the next instant, it shattered into pieces, but Yi Futian's sword also broke. A silhouette retreated into the air. It was Kong Xiao. What swordplay is that? Kong Xiao asked Yi Futian. He knew how strong his attack was. Yet, he was forced to retreat in a single sword strike that blocked his attack. Lionian, Yi Futian replied. Many people let out a surprised expression. This person was named Lionian, and this sword technique was named after him. It was very uncommon. All the practitioners could feel that when he unleashed that sword strike, the power of the great path was forced to reverse in direction, and everything seemed to be destroyed. It's really not bad, Kong Xiao praised. He levitated in the air, his expression still unwavering, as though he still had immense confidence in defeating Yi Futian. Even if the person in front of him was an extraordinary figure, wasn't he the same too? The two of them had a perfect great path. With the advantage of a higher cultivation level, he had no reason to lose. An infinitely bright divine light radiated outwards in an instant. The piercing light shot through empty space, and many people instinctively stretched their hands out to shield their eyes. It was too blinding. They only moved their arms away after a moment and looked at Kong Xiao. Behind him, an incomparably bright, giant silhouette appeared. That was the silhouette of a vivid and sacred peacock. When it fanned out its wings, it shaded the sun, directly covering the sky. On its wings, countless eyes seemed to appear, and they shot out a blinding divine light. Yifutian also seemed to be stunned for a moment. In the next moment, he saw that the skies were filled with eyes. His vision seemed to be blurred, and it was the same even if he unleashed his divine consciousness. The countless eyes seemed to contain a terrifying magical power that drew him into an illusion. He saw the silhouettes of many Kong Xiao. It was like there was a Kong Xiao in front of every eye. Illusions! A voice echoed out in Yifutian's heart. In the next moment, the countless pairs of eyes emitted a terrifying divine light. They were like sharp, green swords that pierced towards him. At that moment, Yifutian vaguely understood why Sky Sword Lung Guangxing reminded him twice to be wary of this person. This Kong Xiao was indeed more dangerous than Ling He. The current him was already trapped in his opponent's domain of the Great Path. The moment the peacock divine wheel of the Great Path appeared, Kong Xiao seemed to gain absolute control over this region. He is in danger, many practitioners who watched from the mountain peaks thought to themselves. This Kong Xiao was extremely dangerous. As for the practitioners of the Donghua Academy, they understood Kong Xiao's abilities, so they were not too surprised. It would be challenging for Yifutian to obtain victory from Kong Xiao. At that moment, when the limitless green divine light shot murderously towards Yifutian, everyone saw that a circular moon appeared above Yifutian. This moon appeared to be especially cold. The moon radiated moonlight, and snow seemed to flutter all around. The beams of divine moonlight shone into the area, covering the entire region, colliding directly with the streaks of green light. The crowd shockingly found out that under the radiation of moonlight, the green divine light that contained a dominating power of the Great Path seemed to be shattered directly. The green light and moonlight annihilated each other into nothingness. Many virtuosos showed a shocked expression. This was yet another divine wheel. Previously, Yifutian had never displayed this divine wheel of the Great Path, the divine wheel of the moon. Furthermore, this seemed to be even stronger than his previous divine wheel. Just the moonlight that was lightly showered could block the green divine light straight on. The two of them seemed to be battling with their divine wheels. It was still the same, Kong Xiao with the cultivation level advantage and Yifutian with the divine will level advantage. Just by relying on the strength of his divine wheel, Yifutian instantly wiped away the cultivation level advantage that his opponent possessed over him. He could block his opponent's attacks straight on. Previously, his two divine wheels had already managed to get the divine mirror of heavenly wheels to emit 5 layers of divine light. However, he did not unleash this divine wheel. If unleashing this moon will can surpass the 5 layers of divine light, he would have reached the top level of the Donghua Academy, 6 layers. Thought some practitioners from the Donghua Academy. As for Zhang Yueli and Qin Qing, they recalled the battle between Yifutian and Ling He. That cold will was probably emanated from this divine wheel. Moreover, Yifutian purposely concealed his divine wheel and did not test its level. Why? Was he worried that his moon wheel would beat the Academy record? Indeed, many practitioners present, such as the great Yan ancient royal family and Ling Xiao Palace, were not friendly towards him. She could understand if Yifutian did not want to stand out too much. Desolation, Zhong Chan and Li Changxing each had some thoughts as they continued to stare at the battle. It seemed to be getting more interesting. In the air above, the green light that shot out collided with the moonlight that Yifutian shot out. Each annihilated another, and a sort of balance seemed to be formed. Neither of them could break through the power of the Great Path of the other. However, Kong Xiao was indeed the most powerful opponent that Yifutian had encountered thus far. Both Ling He and Yan Dongyang were inferior to him. Only Kong Xiao, right in the middle of the battlefield, knew that the cold aura emitted by the moon wheel was eroding the entire Great Path domain. He could already feel a freezing will. It was as though there was a formless power permeating the entire space, trying to wrestle control over this domain. On the feathers of the divine peacock, the countless pairs of eyes lit up simultaneously, shooting out beams of divine light. They gathered in front of Kong Xiao's body. In that instant, Kong Xiao seemed to become a god. He looked majestic. The moment he moved his hands together, the endless green divine light gathered in his two fists, morphing into a green divine sword. The next moment he moved. Yifutian, however, saw something entirely different. He saw an infinite pair of eyes shooting beams of light at him. Countless of Kong Xiao's silhouettes walked towards him at the same time. It was because they were all illusions that he unleashed his moon wheel and continuously take his opponent's attacks. Despite doing that, Yifutian suddenly felt an extremely strong sense of danger. His eyes became very demonic. His pair of eyes seemed to want to see through all illusions and resist his opponent's illusionary powers of the Great Path. He could vaguely make out a streak of green light. At that moment, Yifutian's eyes also changed. They turned divine-like. Two beams of light shot out from his eyes. The Kong Xiao who was charging at him suddenly realized that he himself was sinking into an illusion. It was as though he had entered a world in the space created by sorcery. In front of him, an endlessly overlapping space trapped him. It was an ability similar to his. However, Kong Xiao did not hesitate. Absolute power could shatter everything. The divine wings of the peacock flapped, and countless divine feathers morphed into straight, sharp swords. An impossibly brilliant green divine light pierced through the space with great force. Layers upon layers of space were pierced straight through and shattered. Absolute power was sufficient to break any domain of the Great Path. At that moment, Kong Xiao understood what it meant to be so close yet so far. Nonetheless, the green light continued to flash, and wherever it passed, everything was pulverized into nothingness. Boom! Kong Xiao sensed that he had finally escaped the world of sorcery. The impossibly radiant green divine sword pierced through everything and entered the region shrouded in the moonlight. An extremely cold aura descended, along with a power that penetrated his soul and froze the space around him. A sharp whistle echoed out as the divine sword pierced through the air. Kong Xiao had never found it so difficult to execute his killing technique. This was definitely the first time in history. Even when facing off against virtuosos with higher cultivation level than him, his attack was still as smooth as cutting through water. He had never encountered a situation like today. He thought he had already broken out of the world of sorcery, yet it seemed like he had entered another domain of the Great Path. In the space of this absolute domain, he saw the orbitals of planets and the moon floating in space. This seemed to be a starry dimension. Countless planets orbited, and the trumpet of divine elephants echoed. Moonlight showered upon him, carrying with it an icy aura. His sword might be able to cut through the starry dimension, shattering planet after planet, but it seemed like he would forever not be able to reach the end. The Great Path domain he entered was Yifutian's most powerful divine will, the absolute Great Path domain. An impossibly large palm charged towards the green divine sword murderously. In the starry dimension, countless stone steels carved with relics hammered down in suppression along with the palm. The celestial bodies and divine elephant also followed. A bright Buddhist glow suppressed his body and divine soul. Gate to world suppression, thought Kong Xiao. Yet, this did not look like the gate to world suppression. The green divine sword shattered the space, the celestial bodies, and the stone steels. However, it reached its limit. With the loud sound of an explosion, everything seemed to return to peace. Kong Xiao's body returned to where he was, and his body trembled violently. It was as though he had never moved and had never experienced that terrifying battle. Nonetheless, the blood flowing from the tips of his mouth and the shuddering of his body was sufficient proof of how immensely powerful that blow was. Kong Xiao looked down at Yifutian with a complicated expression. Then, he bowed slightly and said, "In the future, when he ascends to the top, I will admire anyone from the Donghua domain who challenges him." With that, He turned around and stepped away. Kong Xiao left before other people could come to their senses. All they saw was his receding figure. There was no doubt that Kong Xiao lost this fight. Not only did he lose, but he was also completely won over. People could interpret his last words in many different ways. Who in Donghua could compete with him when he reached his ultimate height? By high, did he mean a super powerful master cultivator or to become a high-level Renhuang? And was he referring to the Donghua Academy or the entire Donghua domain? No one could know for sure, but it was safe to assume that a high-level Renhuang would be the best of the Donghua Academy and that a powerful master cultivator would dominate the Donghua domain. Either way, it was high praise. Apparently, Kong Xiao had been holding Yi Futian in high regard because of the fight. He believed that hardly anyone could be a match for Yi Futian in the Donghua Academy or even the Donghua domain. The crowd wouldn't be so impressed if a random person sang Yi Futian's praises. But Kong Xiao was a top-ranking cultivator of the Donghua Academy and a high-level Renhuang in the Fifth Order with a perfect divine wheel who would certainly become an overlord in the future. So many people at present already admired him. Since such a person commented on Yi Futian after fighting against him, people had to take him seriously and took another look at Yi Futian. Although they watched the fight from start to finish, they definitely didn't catch every single detail as Kong Xiao had. After all the attacks were targeting Kong Xiao, and he was the one who faced the Great Path domain. No one had a more vivid experience than Kong Xiao. The difficulty with the last strike, in particular, could never be understood by an outsider. No one could deny Kong Xiao's strength. His last strike was especially earth-shattering. The blue divine light could attack enemies who were thousands of miles away instantly, yet it was obstructed and reduced in such a short distance. Kong Xiao bore too many kinds of power at that moment, including the elemental power of the Great Path domain, and the attack itself. After that strike, Kong Xiao realized that Yi Futian was a genius who had more than one divine wheel of the Great Path. Talented cultivators might cultivate multiple types of divine wheels of the Great Path, but not every one of them could be as strong. Besides, the divine wheel of the Great Path itself could be placed on different levels. Cultivators usually would choose to focus on the stronger one. Yi Futian had priorities as well, of course. Even so, Yi Futian's weakest divine wheel of the Great Path was at the 5th level and made the divine mirror of heavenly wheels emit 5 wheels of divine light. He displayed more and more stunning strength as if it was inexhaustible. That was what made Kong Xiao feel afraid. From what he could see, it was definitely at the 6th order level, no less than Ninghua. Moreover, Yi Futian was only a Renhuang at the 4th order. How powerful could he be in the future? That was why Kong Xiao dropped that line and left, entirely convinced. It was in no way an easy thing to make a man like Kong Xiao bow his head. The crowd stared at Yi Futian with different thoughts running in their minds. But one thing they all understood was that Yi Futian's talents and innate abilities were much higher than the majority of the genius cultivators. He was one of the best and could compete against Desolation, Xianxia, and Zhongchan. Kong Xiao even thought that he could be in the same league as Ninghua. They never thought that such an extraordinary person would be nameless in the past. This cultivator from the Eastern Deity Island suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Ling He and the great Yan ancient royal family cultivators all stared at Yi Futian with a fierce look. They couldn't tolerate Yi Futian any longer. He is courting death, Yan Hanqing of the great Yan ancient royal family thought to himself. He glared at Yi Futian as if he was a dead man walking. He might give Yi Futian a chance to live if he was a less capable cultivator and didn't show off his remarkable talents. And now, the more outstanding Yi Futian seemed to be, the closer he was to his demise. Ling He would never allow him to live. Even Desolation in the desolate God Palace was looking at Yi Futian more seriously now. While they were marching to the top of the world, marvelous youngsters were following closely behind. They should wait and see who would dominate the Donghua domain in the future. Ninghua, what level was he? Xianxia was also turning it over in her mind. It seemed that her speculation was right. Yi Futian didn't display his full strength during his fight with Ling He. He was obviously more powerful when fighting against Kong Xiao today, as though his strength could grow to meet his opponent. Then where was his limit? She darted a glance at the Wangshan watchtower where Li Changsheng and Zhongchan were. They were even more formidable now that Yi Futian had joined them. Nevertheless, the great Yan ancient royal family probably wouldn't let Yi Futian off so easily. After all, everyone in the Donghua domain knew about their feud with the Eastern Deity Island. Ren Huangyi showed off another divine wheel of the Great Path during this battle. It might surpass 5 wheels of divine light if tested before the divine mirror of heavenly wheels. Why don't you have a try? A voice said. It was Ling He from the Lingxiao Palace. It seemed that he had attempted multiple times to ask Yi Futian to reveal his ability. People who were not in the know thought that Ling He was genuinely impressed by Yi Futian. Qin Qing shot a glance at Ling He. She was a little surprised. Even though she already learned that Ling He was only trying to ruin Yi Futian by lauding him to the skies when they were at Turtle Deity Island before, she didn't believe that Ling He had to do it so conspicuously. It was beneath him. After all, he was the young master of the Lingxiao Palace rather than ordinary folk. He didn't have to behave like this, so why on earth did he do it? Was it simply because he hated Yi Futian and wanted to heap excessive praises on him to instigate the great Yan ancient royal family to take on Yi Futian? Yi Futian detested Ling He and looked away after a glance. Then, he turned to Donghua Academy's cultivators and said, Donghua Academy is indeed the best holy land for cultivation. I only won by chance. Brother Kong is an extraordinary man. His blue divine light is enough to smash the sky. I would have lost if I didn't do my best. I learned a lot from this match. Thank you very much. Even though Yi Futian won the fight, his humble words saved the face of the Donghua Academy. Besides, Kong Xiao was indeed a remarkable fighter, and it was not easy to defeat him. Any other person might be lost under the divine eyes of Peacock. The blue divine light contained destructive will might and could kill Yi Futian with one strike. Yi Futian exerted quite some strength to obstruct it and win against Kong Xiao. Ren Huangyi, you're too modest. Kong Xiao is at an advantage in terms of cultivation level. It seems that no one at your cultivation level from the Donghua Academy could be a match for you, Lu Qingzhu said with a smile. Since Kong Xiao had lost, Donghua Academy had no intention to continue the path-seeking. It would be inappropriate for them to send out Renhuangs who were beyond the 6th order. Yi Futian bowed slightly and returned to Wangshan Watchtower at the ancient peak. We learned a great deal from our visit to the Donghua Academy this time. Thank you very much for hosting us. Li Chongqing bowed in the direction of the cultivators of Donghua Academy and said, We won't bother you any longer. Goodbye. After all, this was the territory of the Donghua Academy. Even though it had secret zones for cultivation, Li Chongsheng and his people couldn't get there. Yi Futian was forced to reveal his ability at the path-seeking peak. They should take their leave sooner than later. All right. Lu Qingzhu didn't object. He nodded and said, We wish you a good trip in the Donghua heavens. Qinghan, send them out. Yes. Lung Qinghan nodded and led Yi Futian and the others out. She was the one who brought them to the academy. After watching everything that had happened since then, she was deeply shocked and rattled. She would never expect Yi Futian to be so powerful that he defeated even Kong Xiao. It looked like Leng Yan was right after all. She underestimated Yi Futian's ability. On the other side of the ancient peak, the cultivators from the divine palace of fluttering snow also bid goodbye. The crowd dispersed after that, and people left the Donghua Academy one after another. While walking, Yi Futian heard a voice from behind. Ren Huangyi, please wait for a moment. Yi Futian turned around and saw Zhang Yueli. He said, What can I do for you? Nothing. I'm just curious and would like to ask you what kind of power of the great path the moon will contains, said Zhang Yueli. She was at a similar level as Yi Futian, yet she could sense that Yi Futian had a superior path. Even though she had never experienced it directly, she had a vague suspicion. The power of Yin, Yi Futian replied. He assumed that many people had recognized it. Thank you. Zhang Yueli nodded. It was what she expected. You're welcome, said Yi Futian. Ren Huangyi, you mastered the power of Yin, learned alchemy from Eastern Deity Island, and were instructed by the Millet Emperor. Adding to your cultivation effort, you must have a boundless future ahead of you. The Donghua domain will have another master cultivator, said Zhang Yueli. Donghua domain? Yifutian thought to himself. He needed to get in the domain chief's manners first. Only then could he be counted as a cultivator of the Donghua domain. They parted ways after that. Yifutian and the others returned to the Lung family, while more and more cultivators arrived at the Donghua heavens. The incidents that happened in Donghua Academy spread quickly. The name Yi Lionian was on everyone's lips. Yi Lionian, also known as the Sword Emperor Lionian, was a disciple of the Eastern Deity Island. He followed the goddess Donglai to cultivate in Wangshan Watchtower and had single-handedly thwarted the attack by cultivators of the Great Yan ancient royal family and defeated Yan Dongyang, the prince of the Great Yan. While Emperor Shi was proving his path, Yi Lionian fought against Ling He of the Ling Shao Palace at the Turtle Deity Island and won a resounding victory. And now, the Donghua Academy invited cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower over to spar. Yifutian demonstrated his talent again. When three esteemed cultivators, Desolation, Zhang Yueli, and Zhong Chan, assessed their divine wheels in front of the divine mirror of heavenly wheels, the mirror emitted 5 wheels of divine light. Both of Yifutian's divine wheels managed to make the mirror release 5 wheels of divine light, which put him in the same league as the 3 illustrious cultivators. After that, he sparred with Kong Shao, the genius cultivator of the Donghua Academy. Not only did he defeat Kong Shao, but he also revealed a divine wheel of the Great Path that seemed to be even stronger than the ones he tested in front of the divine mirror of heavenly wheels. He might be comparable to the best cultivator in the Donghua heavens, Ning Hua, who could make the divine mirror of heavenly wheels emit 6 wheels of divine light yet didn't participate in the previous assessment session. Moreover, all of this news came from the Donghua Academy and were confirmed to be true. An unparalleled genius popped out of nowhere and came to the Donghua heavens all the way from the Eastern Deity Island. Many people claimed that the Sword Emperor Liunian might come to enter the Domain Chief's manor. If that was the case, there was no doubt that he would achieve his goal in light of his talent and ability. If he successfully entered the Domain Chief's manor, the Great Yan ancient royal family wouldn't be able to deal with him anymore. By that time, he would directly threaten the Great Yan ancient royal family and might even take revenge for the supreme deity Donglai if he took control. In a word, Yifutian rose to fame after his trip to Donghua Academy. Countless people were talking about another powerful genius from the Wangshan Watchtower after Zhongchan. Even though Wangshan Watchtower didn't have a long history or a rich heritage, they seemed to be in their heyday right now. At this time, Yifutian was strolling down the street, admiring the scenery of the Donghua heavens. He was enjoying a rare chance to rest and relax since he had nothing to do at the moment. Xia Qingyuan, Leng Yan, and Leng Shi were walking next to him. Leng Shi visited him to ask for some guidance after they returned to the Leng family that day. Yifutian was a generous man and offered some thoughts on cultivation. Nevertheless, cultivation was a personal matter and mostly depended on one's own comprehension. "Senior, many people have been gossiping about you along our way," Leng Shi said in a low voice. They could hear people talking about Yi Liunian, the Sword Emperor, anywhere they went. It was apparent that Yi Liunian had become a legend in the Donghua heavens. Yifutian remained impassive and didn't respond. Xia Qingyuan threw him a sideways glance. Leng Yan noticed Yifutian's inexpressive face and said to Xia Qingyuan, "My lady, are you two completely unmoved for real?" Even Leng Yan was quite excited about Yifutian's newly gained popularity in the Donghua heavens. Did Yifutian remain unaffected by the circumstances because he had cultivated to the Runhuang Plain? He is used to it. Xia Qingyuan felt strange about the way she was addressed, yet she didn't correct him. She looked at Yifutian's silhouette and answered Leng Yan. "He is used to it?" Leng Yan muttered. Xia Qingyuan nodded and didn't explain further. No one in the original realm hadn't heard Yifutian's name. Donghua Heavens was just a different place with stronger cultivators and more geniuses. Even so, Yifutian was still the most dazzling one of all. Besides, Yifutian was not who he used to be in the past. He had cultivated to the middle-level Renhuang Plain and was marching steadfastly to the top. Leng Yan touched Leng Shi's arm. Leng Shi shot a glare back but quickly returned normal and asked Xia Qingyuan, "My lady, would you like to take on some disciples? I want to cultivate under your instruction and serve you in your daily life, so you won't have to do many things by yourself." Xia Qingyuan was at a loss for words. It was obvious that they were trying to be close to Yifutian through her since Yifutian turned them down. As cultivators in the Sage Plane, it was not easy for them to ask with thick skin to be her disciples. Nonetheless, Xia Qingyuan knew that Yifutian wouldn't recruit any disciple here. He was still trying to secure a place here himself. How could he have the spare time to teach students? He would not consider it unless he could gain a foothold in the divine prefecture like the Millet Emperor. Your seniors are better than me. How could I teach you? Xia Qingyuan replied quietly. I can sense that you're also an extraordinary cultivator who has been hiding your capacities. You are the most beautiful woman with the most elegant bearing that I have ever seen. You and Senior Yi seem like a perfect couple together. Of course, you can teach me. Leng Yan was ready to go ahead at any price, including his pride. He genuinely admired Yifutian and wanted to learn from him. His families and seniors were all very supportive after they heard about his idea. Xia Qingyuan looked at him and suddenly cracked a smile. Said, Actually, I'm not his wife. Ugh. Leng Yan blinked quickly in a fluster, but he soon reacted and said, Then you're the future wife. Xia Qingyuan glanced at Yifutian, who said to Leng Yan, Stop coming up with these ideas. I won't take disciples at this point. A look of disappointment passed over Leng Yan's face, but he still said, Please consider me if you want to recruit disciples in the future. All right? Yifutian nodded with a smile. What is that place? Yifutian looked ahead and saw a palace high in the clouds. Many cultivators were gathering at the foot of the palace, including plenty of people in the Runhuang Plain. On top of that, Yifutian also noticed that more people were coming from far away. A celestial pavilion in the Donghua heavens that operates as a lodge. However, not everyone can enter some of the top celestial pavilions in the Donghua heavens. Leng Yan said. It looks like someone prominent is here, Yifutian said while walking toward the palace. Many people huddled together under the celestial pavilion, discussing something. Taihua Mountain, Yifutian muttered to himself after he heard their conversation. He cast his mind back and realized who was coming. The Donghua domain had 7 main continents, 2 islands, and 1 mountain. A large number of top forces resided in the 7 main continents. The Donghua heavens had the Domain Chief's Manor, Lingxiao Palace, and Donghua Academy. The Dongxiao continent had the Wangshan Watchtower. The northern White Snow capital had the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow. The Yenyun continent had the Great Yen Ancient Royal Family. The Badlands continent had the Desolate God Palace. The Luotian continent had the Jiang Clan Ancient Royal Family, while the Nanhua continent had the Nanhua Clan. All 7 main continents in the Donghua domain were occupied by top forces. Besides that, there were 2 islands and a mountain left. The 2 islands were the Turtle Deity Island of the Divine Ocean Continent and the Eastern Deity Island of the Penglai Continent. At last, there was Taihua Mountain, which was the principal mountain in the Donghua domain. These were places where all the influential figures cultivated in the Donghua domain. The Taihua Mountain was not controlled by any family or clan, but it was a cultivation temple for a master cultivator referred to as the Taihua Skylord. He was a hermit with unfathomable power. Instead of recruiting disciples and/or growing his power outside, he had devoted himself to cultivation. Other than Taihua Skylord, another person in the Taihua Mountain was also well known. Allegedly, Taihua Skylord's daughter goddess Taihua was extremely talented and stunning. Her unparalleled beauty took the breath away of everyone who had met her. Some people even called her the finest goddess of the Donghua domain. Nevertheless, not many people had met goddess Taihua because the Taihua Mountain was secluded, while no one dared to disturb them rashly. Even so, her reputation grew and rumors about her spread. Taihua Skylord and goddess Taihua are here as well? Leng Shi and Leng Yan were both astounded. It looks like the chief may have sent someone to invite them. Yifutian remembered that Taihua Skylord didn't even show up when Emperor Shi was facing the divine tribulation of the Great Path. So it might have been the chief who invited them this time. Other people in front of them were also chatting about how the chief had summoned all the best cultivators in the Donghua domain. He was probably the only one who had such power. Is goddess Taihua really as beautiful as the rumors claim? Xianxia asked. A cultivator on a high plane can absorb the essence of the world and become more beautiful. That's why there are many gorgeous women among the cultivators. Goddess Taihua must be phenomenal, but I doubt anyone in this world is truly unmatched, Yifutian said with a smile. Yes, my lady, Goddess Xia is also incredibly beautiful, said Xianxia. Yifutian was stunned for a moment upon hearing Xia's words. Then he cracked a smile. Xianxia probably misunderstood the meaning of his casual comment. After all, he had seen so many gorgeous women, including Princess Donghuang. Most women could never have her majestic bearing. But Goddess Taihua must be very attractive. Besides, she cultivates the divine melody. It's impossible to say how many people are dying to meet her. It seems like they finally have a chance now, Xianxia said in a quiet voice. At this point, a team of cultivators walked to the celestial pavilion and said, "We are entrusted by the chief to invite the Sky Lord and the goddess to rest in the manor." "That's not necessary. We're fine here. Please thank the chief for me." "I won't go over to bother him," Taihua Sky Lord replied. He apparently didn't want to go to stay in the domain chief's manor. Maybe he was used to some peace and quiet. "All right, we will go back to relay the message then," one person said. "There is another matter. We can host the Donghua banquet now that the Sky Lord is here. We shall be delighted to have your presence at the domain chief's manor in 3 days." "I will go on time for sure," Taihua Sky Lord replied. The crowd was simmering with excitement. The Donghua banquet was finally coming in 3 days. It was surprising how pressing it was. It seems that they had been waiting for Taihua Sky Lord before. The domain chief's manor must be tracking the movements of cultivators everywhere. They would host the Donghua banquet as long as all the top cultivators had arrived. Since other forces had turned up one after another, they could set the time now that Taihua Skylord was here as well. Yifutian looked in that direction. It was happening in 3 days. So the domain chief's manor would inform the entire Donghua heavens within a day. The domain chief's manor ordered Donghua heavens to host the Donghua banquet. Although everyone had known that this day would be here sooner rather than later, it still caused quite a sensation in the Donghua heavens when the news came out. This time, they would have the opportunity to see the top figures from every corner of the Donghua domain. These days, any one of these men was a figure of high caliber and was difficult to catch a glimpse of. However, at the Donghua banquet, there may be a chance to see all of them at such a grand occasion. Last time at Turtle Deity Island in Divine Ocean Continent, many top figures were also gathered there, but not everyone could traverse across many continents to get there. This time, the Donghua banquet was to be held in the Donghua heavens, which only magnified its importance. The last time such a grand occasion took place was 50 years ago, and people were more than just a little excited by it. In addition to being able to meet those major figures, they would have the opportunity to meet many famous peak-level Renhuang, as well as the 4 most outstanding characters. The enchanting existence of those younger genius talents who possessed the perfect great path. They were descendants of clans, the princes and princesses of the ancient royal families, and goddesses of the snow capital. Although they hadn't seen those characters, many rumors about them had already circulated in the Donghua heavens, such as the rumored Ninghua, the number 1 figure in Donghua domain, and the 4 leading figures, Desolation, Jiang Yueli, Zongchan, as well as the Sword Emperor Liunian, who had risen to fame recently, and Goddess Taihua, who had just entered Donghua heavens. After the news came out, the people of the Donghua heavens departed to gather around the central region, prepared to go to the domain chief's manor to observe the ceremony. This time, it was a feast for the entire Donghua domain. 3 days went by quickly in a blink of an eye. The day of the banquet had finally arrived. In the early morning hours, the Lung family was extremely busy. The clan chief of the Lung family got up early, preparing to take a group of people to observe the ceremony. In the courtyard, Yifutian and the others were together. "Didn't the Millet Emperor come?" Yifutian asked Li Chongsheng. "The master should be going there directly," Li Chongsheng responded with a smile. "The master's whereabouts are unpredictable, and he does not necessarily use the grand teleportation matrix. Perhaps he wanted to take a walk on the road, and even that won't take him too long." Yifutian nodded. These major figures were different from them, so it wouldn't take much to cross the continent. The domain chief's manor itself announced the Donghua banquet. It seems that they will be selecting qualified candidates at the banquet to cultivate at the domain chief's manor. However, with your reputation and strength, there should be no question about your qualifications. Just that fight at Donghua Academy alone qualifies you to join them, even if you don't participate in the selection process, Li Chongqing said with a smile. The selection by the domain chief's manor was also a process to choose powerful cultivators. Yi Futian was so outstanding that there was no way that the domain chief's manor would refuse his entry. Yi Futian nodded slightly. If there were a selection, he would abide by the rules and compete with other potential candidates. Is everyone ready? At this moment, the head of the Lung family walked toward this side. He was also taking the cultivators from the main branch of the Lung family to observe the ceremony. Yes, we can go now, Li Chongqing responded. Good. Then we are leaving. Now, there are probably countless people who have already gathered at the domain chief's manor. The head of the Lung family remarked with a smile, and everyone nodded. The group then stepped into the void and headed directly in the direction of their destination. At the moment, above Donghua heavens, millions of cultivators were in the air, all heading in the same direction. The sight was magnificent, and such a grand occasion made Yi Futian realize that there were too many cultivators on the main continent of the 18 regions in the Divine Prefecture. At the higher level of the cultivation world, the sight to be seen was also grander. The domain chief's manor in Divine Prefecture was already the closest to the peak. Except for the Imperial Palace, it could probably be regarded as the top location in Divine Prefecture. The Donghua domain chief's manor was also the earliest place to be referred to as the Donghua Heavens. It wasn't until later that the entire Donghua continent was named Donghua Heavens. But long before that, the domain chief's manor itself was Donghua Heavens. The domain chief's manor was called Donghua Heavens because, originally, it had been a heavenly palace. The domain chief's manor was different from a familial principality, and it was also a most excellent holy land for cultivation. It was vast and endless, its heavenly palace surrounded by a divine aura, like a mythological land. At this time, the land under the domain chief's manor was filled with many cultivators standing outside. Above the firmament, a bright glow fell from the 9 heavens, and the clouds suddenly parted. The mist above the manor dissipated, and the view above the 9 heavens could be seen vaguely. Yonder, everyone saw an extremely magnificent divine temple of the 9 heavens, as if it was moved here to sit on top of the 9 heavens. Donghua Palace! Everyone exclaimed. The Donghua Palace at the domain chief's manor was the place where the chief conducted his business. Now, it appeared just like that in their view. The divine temple hidden in the clouds and mist was a divine palace, but it had revealed itself to the world at this moment. In Donghua Palace, stone pillars reached into the sky, carved with dragons and phoenixes, and thrones in different positions. They obviously were reserved for the most important figures of the Donghua domain. Behind Donghua Palace, there seemed to be a divine waterfall hanging down from 9 heavens. Such a magnificent sight could only exist in the imagination, but right now, it was a reality witnessed by all. Behind the 9 heavens divine waterfall, the divine mountain could be seen vaguely, but the view was a little blurry. It should be the landscape that was part of the domain chief's manor, but unfortunately, they could not see it. Only those who entered the domain chief's manor to cultivate could see the view inside. At this moment, from Donghua Palace above the 9 heavens, there was a massive staircase spreading down which was spectacular. The lower part of the Donghua Palace was divided into layers of heaven, and each layer had prepared many seats. The higher up, the fewer seats. Obviously, there were not many people who could get to the top. At this time, from above the stairs, countless goddess-like figures walked down. Their clothes fluttered as they drifted down and stood on both sides of the stairs. Someone drifted down the layers of heaven to the sky below the domain chief's manor to welcome the cultivators who came to participate in the banquet. In front of Donghua Palace, several guardians appeared with apparent powerful cultivation. Their eyes penetrated the boundless void, looking directly at the space below the domain chief's manor, and said loudly, "Today, the chief is hosting Donghua banquet, and everyone is allowed to watch the ceremony from below. The chief will invite the top figures of Donghua domain inside the palace, while the 9 heavens below will receive renhuang from all over the world. The areas are divided by realms of cultivation. Although there are many seats in the 9 heavens, there are too many cultivators here at this time, from all parts of the Donghua domain. Please forgive us in advance for any mishaps. Countless cultivators below nodded their heads. They could understand the fact that there were a lot of renhuang who came this time. At the very least, many renhuang of Donghua heavens would be here to observe the ceremony. For those layers of heavens to accommodate these renhuang was not an easy task, let alone other cultivators present. People in the renhuang realm, from this moment on, may come up the stairs on their own and go to the area where they are to observe the ceremony. Suddenly, many began moving forward. All were of the renhuang realm. They followed the stairs up towards different areas. Renhuang in the 9th realm, in the area of the 9 heavens which was closest to Donghua Palace, could see those upcoming influential figures more clearly. At this moment, in the distance, a group of cultivators came by air, in a mighty formation. Their temperaments were extraordinary, and all of them clad in gorgeous robes. When they appeared, someone immediately stepped forward to greet them. The people from Lingxiao Palace are here. Many made the observation. The top figures who arrived here first were from Lingxiao Palace, a principality of the Donghua heavens. The cultivators from Lingxiao Palace came to attend the banquet and to observe the ceremony. An elder said to the man who came to meet them in the air, "Everyone, please." The person who greeted them said politely and took them to a platform just below the Donghua Palace. This area was divided into different sections, and the banquet was set up. The palace above the 9 heavens area was reserved for cultivators from major forces. Even the likes of them could not follow overlords and palace lords into Donghua Palace. They could only stay in the area below the hall. At this time, another group of cultivators was visible in the distance. It was a group of goddesses. The goddesses from the snow capital of northern White Continent are here. The goddesses of the fluttering snow palace are as rumored. Their temperament is cold as snow. Perhaps it is due to their cultivation, but they were all so outstandingly beautiful. The crowd talked amongst themselves, and their eyes showed great appreciation. "Fluttering Snow Palace is here to attend the banquet," said Xianxia. They were welcomed and seated in the same area as the cultivators from Lingxiao Palace, who then got up and bowed to them as a polite greeting. After the two parties exchanged formalities, they took their seats once again. After that, the cultivators of Donghua Academy arrived, causing a sensation in an instant. Donghua Academy was the holy land of cultivation for Donghua heavens. Many of the powerful cultivators within the academy were admired by everyone in the Donghua heavens. Donghua Academy had given birth to many extraordinary individuals. Ninghua did not come with Donghua Academy. Someone noticed that the vice chief of the Donghua domain was not there. The vice chief should already be at the domain chief's manor. He will probably appear in Donghua Palace with the chief. Someone whispered, and many around him nodded in agreement. With Ninghua's status and reputation, it was completely understandable for him to appear at Donghua Palace. After that, various forces from the Nanhua clan, the ancient royal family of Yan, and the ancient royal family of Jiang arrived in succession. Their appearances were noticed by everyone there. Finally, Yi Futian and the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower were here too. After Yi Futian and the others arrived, Li Chongxing put his hands together and greeted the many cultivators who were on the stairs. Cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower have come to take part in the banquet and observe the ceremony. Wangshan Watchtower. Many people looked at them, and their eyes quickly fell on Zong Chan and Yi Futian, who were standing beside Li Chongxing. "That's Zong Chan," someone whispered. "The white-haired young man on the left is probably the Sword Emperor Lionian. Just look at him. He looks so dapper and charming," someone exclaimed, and some female cultivators couldn't help but give another look at Yi Futian. The rumors were true. Not only was he unparalleled in strength and talent, but his appearance and temperament were also undeniably outstanding. They couldn't help but wonder if he had chosen a path companion already. Such was the world of cultivation. If one's cultivation was less than desirable along with low talent, then one's appearance meant absolutely nothing. However, if one was a peerless figure with extraordinary looks, there was no way that this person would not be noticed and admired. Take Taihua Goddess, for example. Although she had rarely been seen, her reputation preceded her. This was because, in addition to her extraordinary talent and strength, they were also enhanced by her beauty. It is rumored that everything that happened in Donghua Academy was true. They said that Sword Emperor Liuyan might be even greater than Zhang Yueli and the others, and that the rank of his divine wheel of the Great Path has a real chance to be the same as Ninghua's. Someone whispered. Although this information was reported from Donghua Academy and had been proven as absolutely true with no falsehood, some people were still surprised by what they heard. After all, those people's reputation was great in Donghua domain, and Ninghua himself was even known as its #1 genius talent. In the eyes of many people in the Donghua heavens, he would be the #1 cultivator in the Donghua domain and its future chief. None would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, not even these 4 most influential figures. He was the first among equals, and the other 3 would have to line up behind him. Now, there were rumors that Yi Futian's divine wheel of the Great Path was comparable to Ninghua's. Naturally, many were skeptical regarding this claim. Everyone, please. Someone from above came to receive them. Li Chongsheng and the others followed the person as they moved upwards. Clan Lord Lung took one look at the cultivators in the 9 heavens and immediately grasped the situation. He said, "Go up according to your own realm. Those below the Renhuang realm, please observe the ceremony from below." Ah! Lung Yen and Lung Shi both looked disappointed. Were they only allowed to watch from below? Even their aunt Lung Qinghan had gone up to be with the cultivators of Donghua Academy. However, their cultivation was still weak, so this was the best they could do. "Elder, may we bring a few companions with us?" Yi Futian asked the cultivator who came to meet them. The other gave him a serious look, made some estimation as to Yi Futian's identity, and nodded, "Of course." It was not unusual for cultivators from various might forces to bring some people up with them. "Thank you." Yi Futian thanked him, then said to Lang Yan and Lang Shi, "You two come along too." The two smiled and nodded, revealing a look of excitement. They were now right under Donghua Palace, which was higher than the place where even the clan lord would be. Clan Lord Lung gave them a small smile. These two were pretty lucky. The group continued upward, along with the 2 youngsters. Many wished they had also known some powerful figures themselves. Thus, it was useless for them to stand underneath. Although they could still see the Donghua Palace from the highest point in the sky, it was still not enough. The distance was so far that it would be considered just an observation of the ceremony, without a real sense of participation. If they could stand above, it would feel more like they were part of the Donghua banquet. Yi Futian and his party came to an area below the Donghua Palace. This area was very spacious and could easily accommodate 1,000 people. People from all principalities had seated in different locations, and most of the principalities in the Donghua domain had already arrived. This demonstrated the strong appeal that the chief had over the domain, and all the top figures had to respect the Donghua banquet. Seeing Yi Futian's arrival, Ling He looked at him with great interest and said, "Brother Yi is here." Yi Futian was a little surprised at the audacity of Ling He. He glanced at him and saw Ling He squinting at him with a smile, shaking the wine glass in his hand. The look in his eyes made Yi Futian felt extremely uncomfortable. It was as if he was being stalked. He understood very well that Ling He had no good intentions. Emperor Yi. On the other side, Qin Qing and other goddesses of Fluttering Snow Palace nodded to Yi Futian very amicably. "We meet the goddesses again." Yi Futian smiled and acknowledged them in return. Their exchange surprised many around them. Judging from several of the goddesses' attitudes toward Yi Futian, they seemed to be even friendlier to him than to Zongchan or Li Chongsheng. "Brother Yi," someone on the other side called out, and Yi Futian looked at the man and smiled. "Brother Jiang." The person calling out to him was Jiang Jiuming from the ancient royal family of Jiang in Luotian continent. "I heard that Brother Yi had gained fame during a battle in Donghua Academy, but unfortunately, I missed it and was not fortunate to watch Brother Yi fight, Jiang Jiuming said with a smile. They didn't go to Donghua Academy last time. I was lucky, that's all, Yi Futian replied modestly. Victory by strength. There was no luck to speak of. At Donghua Academy, Kong Xiao, who was defeated by Yi Futian once, had also arrived. He said bluntly, there was no luck in that battle. Jiang Jiuming smiled when he heard Kong Xiao's comment and couldn't continue to say anything otherwise. After all, he had to take the cultivators from Donghua Academy into consideration, and he didn't really know what their attitudes were from that battle. Emperor Kong's combat power is extraordinary. If he was an expert at some method, perhaps the person who lost would have been me, Yi Futian smiled. You are an expert at many kinds of great path, and your divine wheels were extraordinary. I had no hope of winning. If you were to have them examined in front of the divine mirror of heavenly wheels, your divine wheels would probably surpass the 5th rank. Kong Xiao continued, elicited curiosity from all who attended the banquet as they directed their attention toward Yi Futian. Having surpassed the 5th order, wouldn't that mean the 6th order? That was the rank of the divine wheel of the great path possessed by Ninghua, the first genius talent in the Donghua domain. Kong Xiao believed that Yi Futian's divine wheel of the great path would not rank below Ninghua's. Further, Kong Xiao and Ninghua both cultivated at Donghua Academy, so they should have been in close contact. Kong Xiao's assessment was very convincing. Ling He lowered his head slightly when he heard what Kong Xiao said, but a coldness flashed across his eyes. At this moment, everyone felt a supreme pressure covering the boundless space. From within the domain chief's manor, an extraordinary aura descended and radiated out, covering endless regions. A voice said, "Honored guests have arrived. Please enter." As the voice trailed off, the crowd saw a brilliant golden light sprinkled down upon Donghua Palace as a group appeared there. It was the domain chief of Donghua, and his wife was in the main seats of Donghua Palace. Next to them, there was a young man with an extraordinary temperament whose eyes contained divine light. This was the #1 genius talent of Donghua domain, Ninghua, the proud son of Donghua Heavens. Below, countless people were extremely excited to see the appearance of the chief and his wife, as well as Ninghua. In the Donghua Heavens, they would normally have no chance to see the chief. Even Ninghua was hardly seen by anyone. When the chief appeared, there was divine light shining in different directions above the sky. In one direction, the dark light enveloped a corner of the sky, then landed in Donghua Palace, revealing a domineering figure who stood there. It was Desolation God from the Desolate God Palace. In another direction, there seemed to be drifting snow flying, accompanied by a chill. A most beautiful woman appeared before them, and all the goddesses of the fluttering snow palace stood up when they saw her. Immediately, everyone knew who she was. The sword goddess of fluttering snow palace had arrived, the premier swordswoman in the Donghua domain. At the same time, rays of divine lights descended, and in different positions within Donghua Palace, voices were heard one after another. It was as if they were all coming out of thin air. These were people whose cultivation was of considerable might. They were already inside the Donghua Heavens. Though they were still far away, they could traverse great distance within a turning of their minds. With each top figure's arrival, the crowd beneath the domain chief's manor was becoming more boisterous. The person wearing the golden dragon robe is Emperor Yan from the ancient royal family of Yan, and the man in blue is the clan leader of Nanhua clan. Look, the college chief of Donghua Academy has also arrived. As they looked at those distinguished figures going into the banquet hall, they identified who was whom. For most people, this was the first time that they had seen these top figures. At this time, an old man in white had arrived. Although he was quite advanced in age, he still appeared elegant and dapper, quite pleasing to the eyes. It was a temperament few could match. Next to him, there was an extremely beautiful woman, like the Jochian goddess, whose beauty eclipsed all other earthly beauties. For a moment, she attracted everyone's attention. Even the Renhuang of the 9 heavens were distracted because of her. Taihua Skylord had arrived. Such a prestigious reputation was well deserved. The visage of the Taihua goddess was truly unparalleled. Even the goddesses from Fluttering Snow Palace, who were already extremely beautiful themselves, still couldn't help but secretly praise her peerless beauty when they saw Taihua Goddess. Skylord is here too, someone in Donghua Palace observed. Taihua Skylord was a cultivator who had been in semi-retreat and rarely showed himself. He didn't even visit Turtle Deity Island last time. We are just waiting on Emperor Shi and the others, the chief smiled and said. When his voice trailed off, a divine light descended, and two figures appeared at the same time. It was Emperor Shi and Thunder Punishing Skylord. Their arrival brought a smile upon the chief's face, and he said, Emperor Shi and the Thunder Punishing Skylord have arrived, and the attendees of this Donghua banquet are now all here. The people below thought of the same thing. There were countless people on the continent that was the Donghua domain, but there were only a few who were truly mighty. Every one of these figures was high above the clouds, difficult to be seen by ordinary cultivators. But now they were gathered together in one place to attend Donghua banquet, appeared in the domain chief's manor. Apart from the chief, who could command such a grand gathering? Therefore, their attendance at the Donghua banquet was considered a most satisfying outcome. Yifutian also raised his head to look at Donghua Palace above. The figures that appeared there were those who stood at the peak of the Donghua domain. They alone could represent the strength of the entire Donghua domain. In the 18 regions of Divine Prefecture, just Donghua domain alone was comparable to the entire original realm. Moreover, these were only the known cultivators in the academy. On their last visit, they had seen a lot of hermits inside Donghua Academy. In the entire land of Divine Prefecture, there must be some hermits who had been cultivating for many years. At the domain chief's manor, it was a scene of total prosperity. It was the most prosperous the Donghua domain had been in 50 years. All the major figures of the Donghua domain were here, with many emperors in attendance. Those whose cultivation was lower than the Renhuang realm could only observe the ceremony from below. The chief looked at the Donghua Palace cultivators and said, Everyone, please take a seat wherever you please. Everyone nodded as they found a seat and sat down. The seats in the Donghua Palace were not distinguished by rank. Otherwise, it would be difficult to arrange. Ninghua, go down and take care of our guests, the chief said to Ninghua, who was behind him. You go as well, Taihua Skylord said to Taihua Goddess, who was next to him. With the vice chief mingling with all the top figures, it would be inappropriate for his daughter, the Taihua Goddess, to stay here. Even if the others said nothing, it was better to follow the protocols. Ninghua nodded as he walked down next to Taihua Goddess and said, Goddess, please. Thank you. Taihua Goddess nodded and followed Ninghua. They walked to a platform under the stairs outside of Donghua Palace, where Yifutian and the others were seated. At this moment, everyone's eyes focused on Ninghua and Taihua Goddess, looking at these two peerless figures. Both of them were extremely well known in the Donghua domain, especially Ninghua. Although not many people had seen him before, his name was known throughout the domain. Likewise, Taihua Goddess enjoyed fame by reputation. Now that everyone saw the two standing together, they saw that they were a match made in heaven. If they could become path companions, it would be a great story for posterity. Goddess, please take a seat, Ninghua said as Taihua Goddess found a seat to sit down. Unlike the attendees, she was by herself. After all, Taihua Mountain was not a principality but just a place where her father happened to conduct his cultivation. In a way, it was similar to Turtle Deity Island as a place where Emperor she chose to cultivate. This time, her father brought her along for the occasion. Ninghua walked to the area where the cultivators of Donghua Academy were and sat down. He did not call attention to his own status by sitting in the high seat by himself. This was a detail that did not go unnoticed. Obviously, even in the domain chief's manor, Ninghua still regarded himself as a disciple of the academy rather than the vice chief. This was something that only increased approval from those in the academy. It is a pleasure every time I see the vice chief, who might be more accomplished than his father in the future. The palace lord of Lingxiao Palace commented with a smile. The chief might not be so pleased if it were any other else, but it was high praise for his son to be more accomplished than him. I do have such expectations, but it all depends on him. The chief smiled and said, "Enough about him. Today is the first time everyone in the Donghua domain had the good fortune to meet the treasured pearl of Taihua Skylord. I myself am quite amazed. I am envious of Taihua Skylord for having such a wonderful daughter. Chief is most generous." Several people in Donghua Palace laughed. It was natural for cultivators to wish for their descendants to inherit their craft. Since the great emperor unified the divine prefecture, there have been more and more outstanding cultivators over the years. In another 100 years, maybe these youngsters will be able to replace us, the chief said while looking at those seated below the stairs. Many people nodded in agreement. "Emperor," she said, "indeed, in the hundreds of years after the unification of divine prefecture, there have been many changes. In the future, more cultivators will inevitably spring up, and old guys like us will have to retire. But I am looking forward to the next era of prosperity." Everyone looked at the group below and saw that the eyes of Thunder Punishing Skylord fell on Yifutian as he nodded at him with a smile. When Yifutian saw Thunder Punishing Skylord nodded to him, he felt compelled to get up. He bowed slightly to him. A Skylord who was showed such friendliness deserved to be treated according to regular etiquette. Last time at Turtle Deity Island, it was also Thunder Punishing Skylord who told him what Ling he had done. At the edge of the cliff, Thunder Punishing Skylord showed him that he had a good impression of Yifutian. Such a character would never be motivated by anything other than pure appreciation. Yifutian understood this very well. Emperor Shi's gaze also stayed on Yifutian for a moment before moving away. Obviously, he remembered Yifutian. In the Battle of Turtle Deity Island, Yifutian had demonstrated his powerful strength. Around the 9 heavens, countless people focused their attentions on him. Emperor Shi, who had survived the first major divine tribulation. There were rumors that his current strength may be comparable to that of the chief and that he was one of the most powerful people in the Donghua domain today. It was even possible that he might be the stronger of the two between him and the chief. It was rumored that when he experienced the divine tribulation, the divine ocean continent was swept through by the divine tribulation, causing the waves to be swallowed back so that even the entire continent itself was shaken up and affected by it. However, at this moment, even though his temperament was outstanding, he appeared very easygoing and made those around him feel at ease. Unfortunately, Emperor Shi was not accepting disciples right now. Only if they could be accepted under his tutelage. Many Renhuang had the same thought. Anyone who could become a disciple of Emperor Shi would probably become a powerful figure in the Donghua domain. At this time, the chief looked down below at the 9 heavens and the cultivators beneath the domain chief's manor. He smiled and said, "Today, we host Donghua banquet at the domain chief's manor, and we are so glad that everyone can attend and observe the ceremony. 50 years have passed since the festivities last time in the Donghua domain. Over the years, the cultivation world of the Donghua domain has become stronger, so I want to take this opportunity to get together with my old friends, have a drink, and catch up. Then, I want to see the state of cultivation in the Donghua domain and see how many excellent characters have come into existence. Lastly, there is the matter concerning the domain chief's manor. Over the years, quite a few cultivators have left the manor, so there is a need to recruit another group of people to enter the manor for cultivation. This is a great opportunity for selecting a group of Renhuang to enter the domain chief's manor. In the 9 heavens, many cultivators in Renhuang realm were thoughtful when they heard what the chief had to say. They had guessed that the domain chief's manor would be accepting disciples, and was the purpose for so many Renhuang cultivators being at the banquet. Strictly speaking, the domain chief's manor was considered a force in and of itself, and a top-notch force at that, as it was backed by the great emperor. Anyone who could enter the domain chief's manor to cultivate would experience a completely different world. Of course, they would also be sent on some missions. More than 300 years have passed since the great emperor unified the divine prefecture. Over the past 300 years, the great emperor has brought a renaissance of martial arts, and command the world's cultivators to preach in divine prefecture. So everyone has the opportunity to cultivate. The divine prefecture has emerged from an era of chaos, and order has been restored. As it is getting stronger, many superior cultivators emerged, such as Emperor Shi, who had crossed the divine tribulations. or like thunder punishing Skylord, who broke through the realm and proved the way. Perhaps because of the time factor, there are still very few top figures existing amongst us. 300 years is not a short period of time, but neither is it a long one to us cultivators. Therefore, I hope that in the future, the Divine Prefecture will be able to produce more powerful cultivators and give birth to extraordinary individuals with the emergence of more peak forces, such as the ancient royal families. The chief continued to speak. Although his voice was not loud, it had spread across the boundless space so that everyone in the Domain Chief's manor could hear him clearly. The chief of Domain Chief's manor was appointed by the great emperor himself, whose purpose was to execute the will of the great emperor. The great emperor had the desire to nurture martial arts to its fullest potential, and it was the duty of the chief to work hard and make it a reality. Of course, all these words were just formality. It was expected for the chief, as the host of the Donghua banquet, to clarify his position at a grand gathering like this. After all, whatever happened here could easily be known by the imperial palace. Here, I would like to drink to our cultivators of Donghua domain. At this moment, the chief raised his glass and drank up. Countless cultivators cheered and shook the 9 heavens. The chief waved his hand, and everyone quieted down again. He continued, "All of you probably already know those around me, so I will forego the introduction, as they are all top cultivators from Donghua domain. If you have the opportunity in the future, you may seek them for spiritual guidance and cultivation. Perhaps this banquet will provide such an opportunity." With that said, the chief raised his cup to the powerful figures in Donghua Palace and said, "A toast to you all." Everyone raised their cups and said in unison, "Chief is too generous." With that, they drank the wine in their cups. Although some of you are not accepting disciples, the banquet has attracted every top figure in the Donghua domain. If someone catches your eyes, why not accept them? Perhaps not as disciples, but to cultivate under your tutelage. Domain Chief's manor will not be competing with you, the chief said with a smile. His words tempted many Renhuang. This time, not only did they have the opportunity to enter the Domain Chief's manor, but they may even have the opportunity to follow these powerful people in cultivation. Sure, if I have cultivators that I like, I will definitely invite them to cultivate in Lingxiao Palace as long as they are not vying to enter the Domain Chief's manor. The Lord of Lingxiao Palace said with a smile. Lingxiao Palace and the Domain Chief's manor were both located in the Donghua heavens. And judging from his demeanor and speech, the Palace Lord of Lingxiao Palace had a good rapport with the Domain Chief's manor and favored the chief. Being able to follow all of you in cultivation is much better than coming to the Domain Chief's manor, the chief said with a smile. If there are suitable candidates, the Fluttering Snow Palace would be willing to recruit them as well. The Sword Goddess also joined in. However, it would require an extremely excellent candidate to meet her high standards and requirements. After that, many expressed their agreement to such suggestions, which pleased the chief. He said, "Every one of you has heard that this banquet. It is a huge opportunity. Don't miss it." The Renhuangs underneath were slightly startled. The chief's gaze fell upon the group below Donghua Palace's staircase. Then he said, "I am sure that most of you will be able to recognize them. Ninghua, the practitioners of Donghua Academy, Goddess Taihua, the goddess of the divine palace of fluttering snow, as well as the best of the younger generation from various factions such as Desolation, Zhongyueli, Zongchan. Not to mention you, even I have heard of them. They are very renowned." Many people smiled. The chief was clearly speaking in a joking tone. He seemed very casual, and it helped create a favorable impression of him to many. Indeed, Ninghua, Zhongyueli, everyone had heard these names before. In addition, Goddess Taihua, Sword Emperor Liuyan, Qin Qing, Ling He, along with many others were names that the Renhuangs of Donghua Heavens had heard of. I am sure that many of you are curious about their strengths and would like to have a spar with them. Here, today I will call the shots for you. Whoever you want to challenge or spar with, choose as you please, they will accept all your requests. Let us old ones see how many genius cultivators in the Donghua domain are yet to show their talents. The best-case scenario is to defeat them. Then, the chief continued with a smile. As long as you defeat them, even if they do not take you in, my domain's manor will directly take you in. In addition to that, there will be a prize. How does that sound? Many people smiled. Most were very expectant and were raring to go. Just as the chief said, any Renhuang in the world of practitioners would drool at a chance to spar with any of these top geniuses. However, such opportunities were incredibly rare. Now, these geniuses were all gathered in the same place. They were seated right over there, and these practitioners could pick and choose who they wanted to challenge. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They could even challenge Ninghua. Many were feeling very excited. The chief shifted his gaze towards the group seated underneath and asked, "None of you have any objections, right?" They nodded. Then, a person from the Donghua Academy replied, "The Donghua Banquet is such a big event, to be able to see and meet the celebrities of the Donghua domain. Now that the chief has spoken, we will most definitely do our best." The most authoritative person of the Donghua domain had already spoken. Naturally, as juniors, no one declined. Ninghua sat there like the others. "By the time they're done, if you guys want to spar among yourselves, that's fine too. As long as it is not a high plane person intentionally challenging a person of a lower plane, you will not be allowed to decline the request," said the chief with a smile. As he spoke, his gaze scanned across the group of people underneath. Then he said, "However, I will say this in advance. These spars should be moderate. Nothing life-threatening is allowed. However, these are law battles after all. Moreover, at your plane levels, sometimes it is indeed hard to control your strength, especially when the battle gets intense. Any oversight could lead to very severe injuries. Furthermore, they have their own tempers. If the strength gap between you is too great, and you made them mad, you cannot blame anyone. You will have to bear the consequences of these law battles yourself." Many of them nodded. Naturally, they already knew this. So many Renhuangs were gathered here today. If everyone had a turn to fight, just how long would it take? Even though it was a grand banquet that was held only once in 50 years, the chief was prepared. While he wanted everyone to express themselves, he did not want any and everyone to actually participate. They should know their own limitations. If one were too weak, they should not waste everyone's time. Well then, let's get started. The chief raised his head and glanced upward. Immediately after, divine light beamed down from the sky. Following that, from the domain chief's manor, a divine item flew out and beams of divine light spread out and descended from the sky as if it was the Milky Way. It covered the entire area, connecting the 9 heavens together. Rumble! A loud rumble was heard. Then, everyone saw the divine item. It was actually a floating law battle platform. It had formed a space of its own. There were 4 doors, and when one walked inside, one would have entered an independent space where one could fully express and utilize one's full strength. Next, it is your turn to express yourselves. We will observe. I will not interfere, said the chief with a smile. He looked at the others of the Donghua Palace and said, smiling, "It is rare for us to be able to meet and gather like this. What say we old ones stay here, drink liquor, and watch what these young ones can do? How about it?" "Sounds good, Emperor," she answered, laughing. This arrangement was laid back, and it was good, as he wanted to see the cultivation level of Donghua Domain's younger generation. He had been cultivating at the Turtle Deity Island for a long time before he finally passed his divine tribulation. Now, his mentality had changed a little. Perhaps he would not be able to pass his second divine tribulation in the future. Perhaps he would die in his divine tribulation. So why not be a little more laid back? "Come, drink." Chief Ning laughed, raised his cup and said, "Come, let's guess. Who do you think will be the first to be challenged?" "My guess is Ning Hua," said the palace lord of Ling Shao Palace. He continued and said, "Ning Hua is very well known throughout the Donghua domain. Everyone has heard his name. Even if no one would be able to match him, I still think that he will be the first to be challenged." "That is possible," commented the sword goddess while nodding. "I actually think that the goddess of the divine palace of fluttering snow has a higher probability of being the first. Who wouldn't want to witness the elegance and talent of the divine palace's goddess?" said the overlord of the Jian clan ancient royal family. "Why not goddess Taihua?" asked the sword goddess. She then continued and said, "She is the daughter of the Sky Lord. Her beauty is peerless and she is a master of the divine melody. Why wouldn't anyone want to experience that? Perhaps, answered the Jiang clan overlord. This old one recently heard that the young man from Wangshan Watchtower called Yi Liunian has quite a reputation within the Donghua heavens. I am randomly guessing here, but I think it will be him, said Emperor Shi. I did not expect Emperor Shi to also know what had happened in Donghua heavens. Chief Ning chuckled and said, Indeed, I also heard Sword Emperor Liunian's name recently at the Domain Chief's manor. I heard that his divine wheel of the Great Path might not inferior to Ninghua. Donghua Academy is the holy land of cultivation in the Donghua heavens. Yi Liunian also made a name for himself at Donghua Academy. That is why I think that there is a chance that the first person to be challenged will be a disciple of Donghua Academy, said Nanhua clan's clan leader, laughing. At that moment, these top-notch figures did not seem dignified at all. They were guessing playfully in a relaxed manner. They did not seem like prominent figures who stood at the peak of the Donghua domain at all. Underneath, multiple practitioners raised their heads to look at the Donghua palace high up above. It was a rare sight to behold for them too. This was the closest they ever got to these heavyweights, and perhaps they would never have a chance like this again, to witness these people talking and laughing so casually. At that time, the first Renhuang had already walked on top of the law battle platform. It was a mid-level Renhuang. It is a practitioner from the Yen family of the Donghua heavens, Yen Qingfeng. Someone recognized this person. It was a local practitioner, a family of the Donghua heavens. A branch family of the great Yen ancient royal family. The teleportation grand matrix of the Wangshan Watchtower that connects to the Donghua heavens is with the Leng family. The great Yen ancient royal family, on the other hand, uses the Yen family. Beside Yifutian, Sky Sword Lang Quangxing transmitted his voice to Yifutian, which prompted Yifutian to look towards the person. Did the great Yen ancient royal family have a branch? Regardless, it would not be weird for a top ancient royal family to have a family member start a branch family on the outside. Yen Qingfeng floated above the law battle platform. He gazed above him, towards the area right below the staircase outside the Donghua Palace. His gaze finally fell upon a group of Donghua Academy practitioners. He said, Donghua Heaven's Yen family's Yen Qingfeng. I wish to spar with Donghua Academy's disciple, Leng Qinghan. Pleased to meet our acquaintance. Someone guessed right in that the first one to be challenged would be a disciple of the Donghua Academy. However, no one would have ever been able to guess that Leng Qinghan would be the one. After all, Leng Qinghan's name was not all that well known in Donghua Academy. She was most definitely not the most famous celebrity around. Of course, anyone who could enter the Donghua Academy to cultivate had already proven themselves to be talented. Naturally, their strength could not be questioned. Many from the Leng family had odd expressions on their faces. None of them would have even imagined Leng Qinghan would be challenged first. It was clear that this Yen Qingfeng was intentionally targeting her. Many people in the Donghua Palace also lowered their heads to glance below. Those who understood the situation shifted their gaze toward Emperor Yen. Could it be an extension of the grudge between the great Yen ancient royal family and the Wangshan Watchtower? The grudge began with the great Yen ancient royal family and the Eastern Deity Island. The great Yen family and the Wangshan Watchtower could never get along. Yen Dongyang even brought someone over to provoke the Watchtower in the past but was humiliated at the hands of Yifutian. Now, a Renhuang of a branch of the great Yen ancient family, the Yen family, was challenging a practitioner from the Leng family. It was inevitable that people would wonder if there was more than meets the eye. However, Leng Qinghan was a practitioner of the Donghua Academy. It would not be easy for Yen Qingfeng to defeat her. Leng Qinghan got up, leaped into the air, and entered the law battle platform. Who do you think will win this battle? Chief Ning asked inside the Donghua Palace. Leng Qinghan is a disciple of Donghua Academy, so her chances of winning are naturally higher, said the divine palace of Fluttering Snow's sword goddess. Many somewhat agreed with her, but Ling Shao Palace's palace lord said, Yen Qingfeng is also quite famous around Donghua heavens. He is not weak. Moreover, he is from a branch of the great Yen ancient royal family. From what I know, his combat strength is quite high. Even though Lung Qinghan trained in the Donghua Academy, she is now very well known. It is hard to say who will win. Chief Ning smiled. This was the first battle, and the practitioners engaged in the law battle were not famous individuals. As such, the debates were also not intense. Underneath, Yi Futian's gaze also shifted towards the battlefield. The great Yan ancient royal family sent a member of their branch family in the first battle. Were they trying to say something? On the law battle platform, the two fighters stood facing each other. Then, a cold aura emanated from Lung Qinghan's body as she said, "Pleased to make your acquaintance." "Likewise," Yan Qingfeng replied. Then, a vague but domineering golden divine light radiated from his body. The power of the great path oozed out of his body as a gigantic divine golden dragon appeared. His body was covered in golden dragon armor, while his arms were covered in extremely sharp dragon scales, as if his body had transformed into a dragon, and it looked immensely dangerous. Many people looked down at the law battle platform where Yi Futian and the others were. They heard the sound of a dragon singing. Song of the Yen Dragon, Yi Futian thought to himself. It was a secret skill of the great Yen ancient royal family. Yi Futian assumed that Yan Qingfeng might have cultivated with the great Yen ancient royal family before, since he knew how to release it. If that was the case, Yan Qingfeng might be targeting them this time. An icy storm formed around Lung Qinghan's body. The knife was like the cold moon, and its silver gleam sent a chill down every audience's spine. However, a real dragon manifested itself above Yan Qingfeng's body and soared through the sky. Countless dragon blades fell with great momentum. Yan Qingfeng himself also charged forward and pressed on Lung Qinghan. The battle broke out in an instant and shook the entire law battle area. The knives gleamed brilliantly and split up space. To everyone's surprise, Lung Qinghan launched the counterattack like a whirlwind. He is a disciple of Donghua Academy indeed. Although Lung Qinghan's blade technique originally comes from the Lang family, it is transformed into something much more powerful. A cultivator from the great Yen ancient royal family said. Yan Hanxing looked at Zhongchan and the others and said, Lung Quangxing also cultivated at Wangshan Watchtower before. Do you think Lung Qinghan can defeat Yan Qingfeng, who is also from an aristocratic family in the Donghua heavens? Crown Prince Yan, you also acknowledge that the Lung family shares a past with our Wangshan Watchtower. Of course, we believe Lung Qinghan will win this time, Li Chongxing replied with a smile. Unless, of course, people from the great Yen don't think Yan Qingfeng can gain the upper hand? Yan Hanxing smiled and said, Of course not. I have faith in Yan Qingfeng. Why don't we make a bet since we disagree? What kind of bet? Li Chongxing asked. If Lung Qinghan loses, Wangshan Watchtower will keep your hands off of the Eastern Deity Island and hand this man over to the great Yen if he lost. Yan Hanxing looked at Yi Futian and said with a smile. Squinting, Li Chongxing glanced at Yan Hanxing and said in a mocking tone, Sorry, but the great Yen doesn't have anything equal to offer. Yan Hanxing's piercing gaze focused on Li Chongxing. Li Chongxing was ridiculing the great Yen ancient royal family for not having anyone comparable to Yi Futian. Yan Dongyang, a member of the great Yen ancient royal family, had been vanquished before, while Yi Futian astonished everyone at Donghua Academy. Which Run Huang from the great Yen ancient royal family could hold a candle to Yi Futian. The great Yen ancient royal family didn't have anyone in the same class as Yi Futian to make this bet. People watched Yan Hanxing and Li Chongxing with great interest. The battle on the law battle platform was directly related to the two forces. Who would have thought that the crown prince of the great Yen would be tongue-tied? Nowadays, it was almost impossible for the great Yen to find someone as good as the Sword Emperor Liunian. Yan Qingfeng also cultivated with the great Yen ancient royal family, right? But it seems that he is losing ground already. Li Chongxing glanced at the platform and said, Lung Qinghan cultivated multiple types of power of the Great Path. By combining them brilliantly and utilizing her blade technique, she had the upper hand over Yan Qingfeng. Is that so? Yan Hanxing replied blankly. At this point, the situation on the platform changed abruptly. Yan Qingfeng seemed to have used some secret arts and covered his entire body with an armor made of dragon scales, which grabbed Lung Qinghan's knife. Then, His hand turned into a sharp claw and pierced through Lung Qinghan's body. A dazzling streak of light flashed across the sky. The dragon-scale armor covering Yan Qingfeng was torn apart, and a bright red will sprang upon it. But Lung Qinghan was also severely injured. She was flung away with a deep gash on her body. The blood stained her clothes. The audience quieted down immediately. Everyone was surprised to see that the first battle was so fierce. Normally, the first sparring session at a grand gathering where all the top cultivators in the Donghua domain came together was supposed to be courteous and friendly. The key figures in the Donghua Palace also glanced at the platform but didn't say anything. Chief Ning already stated that he would not get involved. He is quite good for being able to defeat a disciple of the academy. Let's not argue further since he is trained by the great Yan ancient royal family, Chief Ning commented. Lung Qinghan covered her wound and left the platform. She kept her head down after retreating. The first fight embarrassed Donghua Academy a little. The cultivator from Donghua Academy was defeated by a Renhuang from the Great Yan. Are you hurt badly? Lung Quangxing asked Lung Qinghan. She shook her head. Yi Futian took out a small porcelain bottle, handed it to her, said, "Here are some elixirs. Take them." "Thank you." Lung Qinghan nodded. She returned to the academy's side, drank the elixirs, and sat down to regulate her breath and mend her body. People from Donghua Academy were quite upset. They glared at the cultivators from the Great Yan. At this point, Yan Qingfeng also walked off the platform as if he didn't fight to prove a point or endorse a particular group. Some other Renhuangs stood up and planned to head to the law battle area. But a figure flashed past them. A person with silver hair stood quietly in front of a door outside of the law battle platform. Then, he stepped forward and walked in. This? Many people looked at him with astonishment. Even the top cultivators sitting in the Donghua Palace were stunned by the silver-haired man walking onto the battle platform. It was Yi Futian. Yi Futian only needed to sit tight and wait for someone to challenge him. After all, he was well known for his ability already and had Wangshan Watchtower to back him up. Chief Ning initially thought that some interested cultivators from the top forces might spar with Yi Futian after other law battles were over. However, Yi Futian walked out on his own to join the second fight. What did he want to do? Yi Futian came to the law battle platform silently, his body floating in the air. Under countless people's watch, he gazed at the cultivators from the great Yan ancient royal family who were sitting outside of the Donghua Palace and said, "I sparred with the Crown Prince Yan Dongyang before but didn't fully enjoy myself. Therefore, I'd like to invite Crown Prince Yan to another match to see if we have made any progress. Please." Everyone was staring at Yi Futian. The cultivators from the great Yan ancient royal family narrowed their eyes, and Yan Dongyang's face was frozen. Yi Futian already defeated him at Wangshan Watchtower, so another fight was completely meaningless and unnecessary unless he took the initiative to challenge Yi Futian. If that was the case, why did Yi Futian do this? Everyone could tell that Yi Futian wanted to crush Yan Dongyang again. He wanted to bring Yan Dongyang to his knees in front of everyone in the Donghua domain. How audacious! Yan Dongyang's expression was grim. The cultivators from the great Yan ancient royal family, who were rejoicing over Yan Qingfeng's victory over Lung Qinghan, also stopped smiling. Yi Futian was deliberately provoking the great Yan ancient royal family. He was retaliating for Lung Qinghan's loss just now. The cultivators from the Lung family were moved by Yi Futian's action. Lung Yan and Lung Shi watched him, their blood boiling. They were both raving mad just now, and they were eager to see the great Yan ancient royal family being humiliated. How interesting! The thunder-punishing Sky Lord snickered. It was said that revenge was a dish best served cold. But it seemed that Yi Futian didn't bother to wait. Yan Dongyang had no choice but to accept Yi Futian's challenge. After all, Yan Dongyang had no excuse to refuse, as Yi Futian was at a lower level than him. Could he concede? The great Yan ancient royal family would be humiliated. Everyone saw what happened just now. He had no way out. Yan Dongyang was forced to walk to the law battle area. He glared at Yi Futian with sheer malice. Without speaking, he unleashed tremendous might from his body. Along with the sound of the dragon singing, several terrifying dragons appeared in the sky above. The law battle area was dazzling and magnificent at that moment. Many people only realized then that Yen Dongyang, the crown prince of the great Yen ancient royal family, was also an extraordinary cultivator with a perfect divine wheel. They forgot about how powerful he was in the presence of his silver-haired opponent. Divine light shone brilliantly on the law battle platform. Under everyone's watch, the law battle area was transformed into a starry dimension where millions of stars circling. Then it was into a frightening great path domain. The song of the dragon was still echoing through the area. But countless starry steels rose from the stars, emitted bright Buddhist light, and unleashed the power of the sonic wave. It was the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm. The two types of the power of the sonic wave collided with each other and rippled across the great path. What a formidable great path domain! Everyone's eyes were fixed on them. Kong Xiao from Donghua Academy had a stern face. It was how he had lost before. The Great Path domain expanded with significant momentum and engulfed the law battle area. It repelled the golden dragons and took control of the area. It seems that the Millet Emperor has secretly recruited him as a disciple after all, Emperor Yen said coldly. Yi Futian's Great Path domain obviously evolved from the gate to world suppression. Of course, I'm glad to meet such an exceptional young man. I taught him what I know. But why do I have to recruit him as my disciple? The Millet Emperor replied. Emperor Yen uttered a snort. Countless divine monuments fell from the sky as if the starry dimension was crumbling. Yi Futian pushed a hand forward and shattered everything into pieces. So powerful! The audience was astounded by the scene. Yi Futian's strike dashed against the sky. Yen Dongyang tried his best to defend himself, but his great path disintegrated, and he couldn't withstand the attack at all. Bang! With a loud noise, the palm of the great path came down from the sky and hit Yen Dongyang's body. Yen Dongyang fell on the law battle platform, throwing up blood. He was barely breathing. One strike. The crowd was staggered. A cultivator as powerful as Yen Dongyang couldn't withstand one strike from Yi Futian. Yi Futian exerted his full strength to deliberately humiliate Yen Dongyang. Enraged, the great Yen ancient royal family cultivators stared at Yi Futian, who was standing on the law battle platform. He had pushed them too far. Yi Futian was exacting his revenge for the last fight by wiping the floor with Yen Dongyang. He would not hold back since the great Yen ancient royal family provoked him first. What upset him the most was that the cultivators from the great Yen ancient royal family targeted him and attacked the Leng family. They severely injured Leng Qinghan and humiliated her. That being so, there was no need for Yi Futian to feign politeness anymore. He retaliated directly. A great number of cultivators raised their heads to look at Yi Futian. They were shocked by the gap between Yi Futian and Yen Dongyang. Yi Futian and Yen Dongyang were not at the same level at all. Yen Dongyang couldn't withstand one strike from Yi Futian and was badly wounded. The Sword Emperor Liuonian certainly deserved the reputation he enjoyed. The battle at Donghua Academy made Yi Futian rise to fame. Now it appeared that he was indeed extremely powerful. Since he was at a lower cultivation plane than Yen Dongyang, he must overwhelm Yen Dongyang with his divine wheel of the Great Path to utterly defeat him. Yi Futian intentionally put Yen Dongyang to shame and made the crown prince of the great Yen ancient royal family mortified in front of everyone. How devastating! Many people were feeling sorry for Yen Dongyang. The great Yen ancient royal family provoked them first and wanted to secure a leading position over the opponent from the very beginning. They never expected that Yi Futian would join the fight himself to take revenge. Yi Futian left the law battle platform and returned to his seat. But Yen Dongyang couldn't go back on his own. The cultivators from the great Yen ancient royal family had to help him up. He looked even more pathetic than Leng Qinghan moments ago. Although Yen Dongyang was barely breathing, he glared at Yi Futian with deep hatred. But Yi Futian acted as if he didn't notice Yen Dongyang at all. He picked up the wine glass and took a sip without speaking. An awkward silence filled the air. Even though people from the great Yen ancient royal family were furious, there was nothing they could do. No one from the great Yen could handle Yi Futian. The great Yen ancient royal family had several princes, but none were in the same league as Yi Futian. It seemed that they had no choice but to accept the defeat. Is that the gate to world suppression? Emperor Shi asked the Millet Emperor inside of the Donghua Palace. Kind of. Millet Emperor nodded and said, but it's completely different now. It's based on the gate to world suppression but has become something of his own. He combined it with his own ability and pieced it together. It may look like the gate to world suppression, but it is a perfect blend with his own power of the Great Path. All right. Emperor Shi nodded and said with a smile, he is a good student. I'm surprised that he could develop the rare art of supreme attack instead of simply copying it. This young man has a creative mind. Any ordinary cultivator who obtained such a powerful art of sorcery would follow it strictly. Yifutian was different. He combined it with his own power and transformed it completely so it only looked like the gate to world suppression now. One strike contains several types of power of the Great Path. It's an impressive blow. An ordinary middle-level Runhuang without a perfect divine will could hardly handle it. The thunder-punishing Skylord commented. Yifutian was strong enough to fight against a high-level Runhuang without a perfect divine will. Even a middle-level Runhuang who had a perfect divine will didn't stand a chance against his attack. Indeed, Wangshan Watchtower raised 2 legends. Millet Emperor, you don't need to worry about finding a successor now, Chief Ning said with a mirthless smile. Their casual conversation only made the cultivators from the great Yen ancient royal family even more inflamed. At this point, another person walked into the law battle platform in the 7 heavens. Plenty of Renhuangs in the 9 heavens were surprised to see this man. He was a high-level Renhuang in the Donghua heavens and had reached the peak of the 7th order after years of cultivation. People at his level had already enjoyed a high status in society. Although cultivators had to keep studying and progressing no matter what plane they had reached, they would rarely participate in such an event or ask to become a disciple of another top cultivator. Who would this 7th order Renhuang challenge? He hovered over the law battle platform and looked above and said, I have been cultivating in the Donghua heavens, and I have long heard of the reputation of the vice chief. I want to seize this opportunity to ask the vice chief for some advice. Many people narrowed their eyes, but they were not too surprised. This would happen sooner or later. Ning Hua was a prominent man in the Donghua domain. Millions of cultivators were dying to see how powerful the best genius of the Donghua domain truly was. Since the chief had granted them the chance to challenge whomever they wanted, someone would definitely aim at Ning Hua eventually. Therefore, no one was shocked. Instead, they watched the platform with expectant eyes. How powerful is the vice chief? We can finally watch the best genius of our Donghua domain in action. While the audience was whispering to each other, someone spoke loudly. I assume Ning Hua could defeat him with one strike, like how the Sword Emperor Liuonian defeated Yen Dongyang just now. Yes, the vice chief only needs one blow if he gives his all. Everyone was on the edge of their seats. Even the top cultivators sitting in Donghua Palace were staring at Ning Hua, waiting with bated breath. They all wanted to see Ning Hua display his ability. Under everyone's close watch, Ning Hua stood up and walked to the law battle platform from Donghua Academy. They faced each other in the law battle area. The 7th order Renhuang showed off his divine wheel and formed a terrifying energy field. He said to Ning Hua, Please, please. Ning Hua replied with one word as well. Stepping forward, he shot dazzling light out of his scary eyes. The divine light of the Great Path surrounded his body and suffused the endless sky with mystic runes. Grand Seal Great Path. Everybody watched Ning Hua. The Grand Seal Great Path was the power of the Great Path that Ning Hua mainly cultivated. Other Great Paths and techniques all supported and facilitated Grand Seal Great Path. He learned it from the chief, and it was said to be a domineering force. While the divine light of the seals was shining brilliantly, the 7th order Renhuang looked into Ning Hua's eyes and felt as if the light came from the middle of his brow. He was placed into a world of seals. Not only his great path was limited, but his spiritual will was also invaded. Nothing felt real to him, but the divine light of the seals dazzled the world. Ning Hua stepped forward and hovered above his opponent. Formidable spiritual will burst out of his body while runes flying out one after another. It was the extremely powerful God Seal spell that could seal his opponent's will and spiritual soul, incapacitating him altogether. The law battle area turned into a prison of the Great Path, which sealed off the power of the Great Path, locked up the divine wheel, and even imprisoned the spiritual soul. The Seventh Order Renhuang was trembling slightly. A giant seal popped up in his mind as if it was an ancient rune that he couldn't repel. Am I really that far behind? He thought to himself. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, he was still frustrated and discouraged by the gap between him and Ninghua. He couldn't withstand the attack at all since his great path was sealed. The chief's God Seal spell was indeed dreadful. The Seventh Order Renhuang's body was flung back as Ninghua stomped his foot. The seal disappeared, and everything returned to normal. The Seventh Order Renhuang raised his head to look at Ninghua, having trouble believing what had happened just now. He bowed slightly and said, "The Vice Chief truly has unparalleled talent. I suppose no one in the Donghua domain can surpass you. Thanks for your nice words." Ninghua didn't stay to chat. They both left the law battle area. The audience exclaimed excitedly, "That is Ninghua, unmatched in the Donghua domain." The finest genius in the Donghua domain didn't even give a Seventh Order Renhuang a chance to launch an attack. How domineering. As strong as the Sword Emperor Liuonian is, he is still not a match for the Vice Chief. Some people were comparing Yi Futian to Ninghua. After all, rumor had it that Yi Futian's divine wheel of the Great Path was as good as Ninghua's. But many people were not convinced. Although Yi Futian had extraordinary talent and had displayed remarkable ability while crushing Yan Dongyang just now, he was still not on a par with Ninghua, even if their divine wheels of the Great Path were at a similar level. The divine wheel of the Great Path wasn't a decisive factor. While the crowd was murmuring, a lot of Renhuang sitting in the Nine Heavens were speaking to each other as well. The challenger was an established high-level Renhuang in the Donghua Heavens. Yet he was defeated right away, not even getting a chance to attack. After Ninghua returned to Donghua Academy, the Palace Lord of the Lingxiao Palace said with a smile, "Ninghua has inherited the chief's legacy. With his God Seal spell, few opponents are a match for him. We're flattered. Ninghua still has a long way to go." Chief Ning smiled and replied. Although he was quite satisfied with the result, he meant what he said. From what he could see, Ninghua indeed had a long way to go. He only started just now. He needed to reach the peak of the Renhuang Plain and go through the 3 levels of the Divine Tribulation. As the head of the Donghua domain, Chief Ning had a much broader horizon and extremely high hopes for Ninghua. Ninghua has attained the acme of perfection when it comes to the God Seal spell. Even his eyes are enough to seal his opponent. Few people in the Donghua domain can fight against him now. He will probably overshadow old guys like us in no time. The overlord of the Jiang clan ancient royal family from the Luotian continent also praised with a smile. The crowd had high praises for Ninghua. Over where the members of Desolate God Palace were, Desolation lowered his head and picked up a cup of wine. He drained it in one gulp. He raised his head and glanced over at where Ninghua was among the members of Donghua Academy. A faint battle intent emanated from his gaze. Seemingly sensing something, Ninghua also turned his head around and looked towards Desolation. They locked gazes. A formless current actually formed in between them. The surrounding people seemed to all sense something. Their gazes shifted toward them. When the cultivators of Desolate God Palace entered Donghua Academy, Desolation had wanted to challenge Ninghua. However, Ninghua was not around. Now that such an opportunity had arisen, Desolation would certainly not let it slip past him. However, Desolation was not anxious. He would wait until everyone had battled before challenging Ninghua. He wanted to see how powerful this monstrous figure, who was renowned as the top figure in the Donghua domain, was. Within Donghua Palace, the giant figures had also detected something. They looked down below, and they revealed faint smiles. It appeared as though there would be very exciting battles at the peak. Aside from Desolation and Ninghua, there were also many other incredible figures. The others would certainly use this opportunity to test each other out. At that moment, another silhouette stepped forward and appeared on the law battle platform. This Renhuang had an otherworldly aura and appeared suave. He is a cultivator from String Palace from the Donghua heavens. Someone commented when they recognized this Renhuang in his 30s. String Palace was a top force of the Donghua heavens. Almost all of the Renhuangs of leading forces in the Donghua heavens attended the Donghua banquet. Also, among the 9 heavens, the Donghua heavens had the most Renhuangs. Hence, up until now, all those who had walked up to the law battle platform were all cultivators from the Donghua heavens. The Renhuang from String Palace raised his head and looked up into the sky. His gaze landed on a person. Many people immediately turned to see who he was looking at. It was the absolute beauty with a mesmerizing appearance. Goddess Taihua. When they saw a cultivator from String Palace walk out, many people speculated that Goddess Taihua would be chosen for this law battle. The Renhuang said, "I am from String Palace and am somewhat proficient in rhythmic sorcery. I heard that Taihua Skylord, as well as Goddess Taihua, would be coming. I have long admired the two of you. I wonder whether I will have the good fortune of hearing the divine melody Taihua today." Many people were anticipating this. Among the top 10 most famous songs in the world, one of them was called Taihua. Taihua Mountain, as well as Taihua Skylord, were named after this song. Their surnames were not Taihua, but they were called this because they cultivated the divine melody Taihua. Countless gazes landed on Goddess Taihua. She slowly got up and then stepped forward. As they gazed at her absolutely stunning appearance, many people felt their hearts stir. Some people have been blessed since their birth. Not only had she been blessed with extraordinary cultivation talent, but she was also bestowed with astonishing beauty. Some people were destined to be favored by the heavens. An example of such a person was Ninghua. He was also born above the others and was a proud son of heaven. As Goddess Taihua walked forward, a halo of light circled around her. It was mesmerizing and calming. Her steps were like the music of deities. The sounds that they made caused the hearts of many to beat in tune. This sensation was miraculous. It was not a hallucination. Goddess Taihua truly gave everyone such a feeling. It was just like how a swordsman would give off a sharp vibe while a person who cultivated the great path of frost would cause people to feel chilly. Goddess Taihua made people feel as though they were listening to beautiful music. It was very relaxing. Looking at her was like enjoying a symphony. Incredible. The rhythm of the great path has already merged with her body completely. She can utilize it naturally. It is as though her body is a musical score of the great path. Li Changxing praised. The people around him also felt the same. They agreed with his praise. Her cultivation was astonishing. Yifutian also sensed this. He also cultivated a divine melody, but he had yet to reach such a level. It was apparent that the other party had greater attainment in rhythmic sorcery than him. After all, he had cultivated music as a means to support his cultivation. However, it was different for Goddess Taihua. She nourished her great path with music and had reached the stage where her body and will were one with her rhythmic sorcery. Yifutian could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. How powerful was Goddess Taihua's music? Goddess Taihua stepped onto the law battle platform and stood before the cultivator from String Palace. The other party said, "Goddess, please go easy on me. Let's begin." Goddess Taihua replied as she nodded her head. The other cultivator sat down, cross-legged. An ancient guqin appeared before his body. Instantly, his rhythmic sorcery became divine light of the great path that radiated outwards. Very quickly, musical notes enveloped this part of the sky. The rhythm of the great path filled the air. Goddess Taihua stood there quietly. On her body, formless rhythmic sorcery expanded outwards like ripples. A guqin of the great path appeared before her. The great path around her served as her strings. Each string was formed from the great path of rhythmic sorcery. That was not all. There seemed to be a miraculous resonance around them. It was as though this part of the sky was covered by the will of her great path, forming a domain. The entire space was within her domain of rhythmic sorcery. Countless guqin strings appeared around them. Goddess Taihua extended her delicate hands. Her palms were fair. Her fingers were slender and elegant. Her fingers curved and plucked at the strings of the guqin. A string of musical notes leaped out. In an instant, a sound wave actually swept out, causing the guqin strings in the domain of the Great Path to resonate. She played loudly and powerfully. It was hard to imagine that such a delicate and beautiful figure could play such powerful notes with simple plucks of the guqin strings. The other party's recital was nearly cut off. The Renhuang felt his body become extremely heavy. Every pluck of his strings seemed so difficult. Under the effects of the powerful musical notes, his own playing was directly suppressed. Goddess Taihua did not stop. Her fingers danced on top of the guqin. Immediately, countless musical notes of the Great Path leaped out. Each note contained unparalleled power. This was a beautiful melody that was filled with power. It was weighty and powerful. The surrounding space felt unbearably heavy. It pressed down on the figure of the other cultivator. The Renhuang even felt a frightening pressure acting on his spiritual soul. At that moment, he seemed to see an illusion. It was as though he was standing alone on the ground, and divine mountains were descending from the heavens. Standing alone in the vast world, he appeared exceptionally minuscule. His great path was being suppressed. His flesh and spiritual soul were also suppressed. It did not take long for him to be unable to continue playing. His strings had snapped. He raised his head and looked up at her guqin strings of the Great Path. Although they appeared formless, he felt as though he could see them clearly. The strings were everywhere like mountains before him. Right then, the sensation suddenly disappeared. The domain of the Great Path dissipated. Everything appeared to be a dream. Before him, a peerless beauty was floating in the sky. She stood there silently, stunning to behold. "Many thanks, goddess," said the Renhuang as he bowed slightly. She had enabled him to experience the divine melody Taihua. He was naturally grateful. Otherwise, with goddess Taihua's ability, any tune she played could similarly crush him. Yet, just now, he could truly feel the majestic power contained within the divine melody Taihua. When faced with such might and incredible power, even upper-level Renhuangs would feel small. Goddess Taihua nodded her head slightly. She then walked down from the law battle platform and returned to her seat. Yifutian glanced at her. Although he had not experienced the divine melody Taihua up close, he could still sense its majestic power from outside of the law battle platform. It was powerful and rich. It could suppress the Great Path. He did know which was more powerful, this or Song of the Lost Divine. "Marvelous," praised Chief Ning from Donghua Palace. "Today, the Donghua banquet is full of surprises. Even us old fellows will still be astonished at such a divine melody. It seems that she has completely inherited the way of Taihua Skylord. Taihua Skylord's daughter is a peerless, proud daughter of heaven. Even among the men, few can compare to her. She will certainly become a prominent figure at the peak. She reminds me of the vice chief," Ling Shao Palace Lord said with a smile. His words caused an idea to surface in the minds of many people. What was he implying? However, Ning Hua and Goddess Taihua were indeed a match. They were both top figures of their generation. "You are all too generous with your praises. The juniors of Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow are not inferior to her," said Taihua Skylord casually with a smile. Down below, over where the members of Donghua Academy were, Ning Hua raised his cup and said to Goddess Taihua, "I never imagined that I would have the good fortune of hearing the divine melody Taihua today. It is deserving of being one of the top 10 most famous songs in the world. Goddess, let me offer a toast to you." Many people revealed strange expressions. Ning Hua was incredibly proud. This was the first time he had greeted another person first. "Vice Chief, you praise me too highly," Goddess Taihua replied as she raised her cup. The two of them drank together from where they stood. Upon seeing this scene, many members of the Donghua Palace revealed knowing smiles. They seemed somewhat intrigued. If Ning Hua and Goddess Taihua could become an item, they would definitely become the most perfect couple among this generation in the Donghua domain. After Goddess Taihua stepped down, other people continued to ascend onto the law battle platform, battling against the Renhuangs from the top forces. Very soon, the cultivators from various forces had received challenges from Renhuangs in the 9 heavens. Even Jiang Yueli, who had an 8th-tier flawless great path, also accepted a challenge. A powerful Renhuang at the peak of his cultivation had challenged her. He wanted to see how powerful a Renhuang with a flawless great path was. There was little suspense in this battle. The Renhuang with peak cultivation lost to Jiang Yueli. This battle made people realize that Jiang Yueli was unbeatable unless she was going against giant-level figures. With her 8th-tier Renhuang plain cultivation, she was just a step away from being considered a giant-level figure herself. The goddesses of Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow also received challenges. However, they too defeated their opponents in a spectacular fashion. There was no suspense to their battles. Even though the challengers were all very powerful, those invited were all prominent figures of the top forces. They were all monstrous figures with extraordinary abilities at the Renhuang plane. Wanting to defeat them would naturally not be easy. Time passed. The law battles continued without end. Many people had already accepted multiple challenges. After all, there were too many challenges, but the number of Renhuangs from the top forces was limited. Hence, there were bound to be repeated challenges. However, today, the chief had personally given the order for the cultivators to join in the battles. The cultivators obliged to his orders very enthusiastically, cooperating in participating in the law battles. At that moment, on the law battle platform, another fierce battle was taking place. A middle-level Renhuang had walked out and challenged a Renhuang from Desolate God Palace. The abilities of the challenger were actually on par with his opponent. His combat ability was astonishingly powerful. Down below, countless people raised their heads and watched the ferocious battle on the law battle platform. Destructive black currents of the Great Path became frightening bolts of lightning. It was as though the space was experiencing doomsday. Destructive currents rampaged, attempting to destroy the opponent. Who is this person? He is so powerful, someone asked in astonishment as they watched the challenger. Even against such a great path of destruction, he does not seem to be at a disadvantage. Be it in terms of defense or attack power, he is terrifyingly powerful in both aspects. He is Renhuang Chun, said someone else. Renhuang Chun has cultivated for many years in the Donghua heavens. He has always kept a low profile. However, every battle that he was involved in was legendary. As expected, he will suppress the Renhuang from Desolate God Palace this time as well. With his fingers, he draws out rivers of swords, and his punches are like mountains. It is indeed frightening for him to have such cultivation. Someone to the side commented in awe as their gazes were fixed on the battle above. Every attack of Renhuang Chun appeared simple but exploded with astonishing might. As expected, there are multitudes of cultivators from the Donghua heavens. If Renhuang Chun wins this law battle, he will be the 4th to achieve victory, another person stated. As time passed, several battles had erupted. Although the chances of victory for the challengers were slim, 3 Renhuangs had managed to emerge victoriously. Bang! At that moment, a loud collision was heard. Several people felt their hearts leap. Then they saw that the Renhuang from Desolate God Palace was sent flying outward. Fresh blood had dyed his robes red. On the other hand, Renhuang Chun remained standing there, bearing the air of a grandmaster. He had won. Many people below clenched their fists. Because the chances of victory were slim, many people hoped that some extraordinary figures would appear to take down these cultivators from the superpowers. It was precisely because it was difficult that they looked forward to it. Hence, each battle that ended with such a victory stirred the hearts of the people. Not bad. From Donghua Palace, laughter could be heard. Chief Ning looked at the Renhuang on the law battle platform and said, "From the discussion below, this Renhuang Chun appears to be an extraordinary Renhuang from the Donghua heavens. It's incredible for him to be able to defeat such a powerful opponent." It is indeed incredible. The abilities of the Renhuang from Desolate God Palace are impressive. His combat ability is already considered very powerful. There was no element of luck in Renhuang Chen's victory, someone replied with a smile. He is the 4th. It is indeed not easy for them to have claimed 4 victories. What about all of you? Have any one of them caught your eye? Chief Ning asked with a smile. The palace lord of Ling Xiao Palace said, the Renhuang from the Donghua heavens. If he is willing to join my Ling Xiao Palace to cultivate, I will personally instruct him. Chief Ning answered as he nodded his head. He looked to the law battle platform and said, did you hear that? The palace lord of Ling Xiao Palace is willing to personally pass on his teachings to you. Are you interested in joining Ling Xiao Palace to cultivate? Renhuang Chun raised his head and looked at Chief Ning from where he was. He replied, I have come to participate in these law battles to join the domain chief's manor. Oh, Chief Ning uttered as he glanced at the palace lord of Ling Xiao Palace who was beside him. The other party smiled indifferently and said, it seems that he is not fated to cross paths with Ling Xiao Palace. Since this Renhuang wants to enter domain chief's manor to cultivate, then only the chief could grant him his wish. Chief Ning nodded in agreement. Since the other party was willing, he had no objections. He said, all right, after this, you will join domain chief's manor to cultivate. Many thanks, Chief. Renhuang Chun answered with a slight bow. With his abilities, he could have joined a top force before this. However, he had always been comprehending the Great Path. Now, he felt as though his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Hence, he wanted to join domain chief's manor. There, he could come in contact with the top figures of the Renhuang Plain. No need to thank me. It is just that you have missed an opportunity to join Ling Xiao Palace. You'd better not regret it in the future, Chief said with a smile. All right, all of you can stand down first. Yes, sir. Renhuang Chun responded as he stepped down with a nod. The law battles continued. The major figures of Donghua Palace continued chatting casually. Chief Ning said, members of our top forces have already lost 4 law battles. It seems that there are many incredible figures this time around. Yet they still seem to be lacking something. The people below are the backbones of the various forces. The Renhuangs of Donghua Academy, Desolate God Palace, and the other forces are prominent figures outside. Does the chief feel that it is not enough even if the challengers manage to defeat them? The sword goddess asked. As Chief Ning sat in his high seat, he smiled and answered, it is naturally not bad if the challengers can defeat them. However, there are countless cultivators in the Donghua domain. The Renhuangs here have come from all corners of the world. I hope that even more monstrous Renhuangs with extraordinary combat ability will appear and defeat our top forces' prominent figures. If the challengers can put up a fight against Sword Goddess' 3 personal disciples, Kong Xiao from Donghua Academy, Ling He from Ling Xiao Palace, or Yi Lionian from the Wangshan Watchtower, only then can the prosperity of martial arts in the Donghua domain be displayed. When they heard this, everyone smiled. Sword Goddess pondered this for a moment. She then replied, it is easier said than done. Chief Ning gave no further comment as he looked down at the 9 heavens below. In a loud voice, he declared, everyone, you have also heard what I said. This Donghua banquet is held so that everyone can witness the prominent figures of the Donghua domain. If there are any extraordinary people out there, do not hide or shy away. If the situation that I mentioned occurs, Domain Chief's manor will reward the person handsomely. Down below, countless people who had come to spectate the proceedings were excited. Would such a figure emerge? The difficulty was too high. Defeating a prominent figure of these top forces was easier said than done. These people were all peak existences of their planes. At that moment, in the 5th heaven of the 9 heavens, a Renhuang walked out. He was clearly a 5th-tier Renhuang. The battle on the law battle platform had not ended. Yet he had already walked out beforehand and was floating toward the law battle platform. It was him. Many people narrowed their eyes. Clearly, some people recognized the Renhuang that had emerged. Very soon, voices came from below as many people started talking about the figure who had appeared. Who is he? Someone asked curiously. He is a legendary figure that once turned down joining Donghua Academy, someone explained as they stared at the silhouette. This person had taken the Donghua heavens by storm back in the day. He would later disappear, with rumors claiming that he had gone on a training journey. They never imagined that he would appear during the Donghua banquet. So that person was him. Several members of the Donghua Heavens responded when they heard the voice explain this. Decades ago, they had also heard similar stories. Even among Donghua Academy's cultivators, many people glanced over at the Renhuang who had appeared below. He was actually among the crowd, someone said. The speaker clearly recognized this person too. At that moment, the battle ended on the Fifth Heaven's Law battle platform. After both parties stepped down, this Renhuang immediately walked onto the Law battle platform. Down below, there was a commotion among domain chiefs' manner. The sound of discussion grew louder. At the same time, the Renhuang who appeared on the Law battle platform raised his head and looked up. His gaze landed where the members of the Wangshan Watchtower were. He proclaimed, "I challenge Yi Liunyang." Ever since Yi Futian completely suppressed Yan Dongyang, no one else had challenged him. No one wanted to embarrass themselves. They all knew their own strength. It was almost impossible for them to defeat Yi Futian. Yet, right then, a person had emerged and directly challenged Sword Emperor Liunyang, the person who had become famous after a single battle in Donghua Academy. For a moment, there were bursts of cries from down below. Many people seemed very excited. This made Yi Futian feel somewhat strange. With his current battle record, did the people below believe that this Renhuang could pose a threat to him? If not, they would not be so excited. Clearly, the crowd believed that this would be an intense battle. Who was this person? There were still many uninformed people who were asking around. In the 9 heavens, many Renhuangs were whispering to each other. They were discussing the person who had appeared. Among those from the Donghua Heavens, a Renhuang who could cause such a commotion was definitely an outstanding figure. Only figures such as Ninghua and Goddess Taihua had such influence. So, who was this Renhuang? He was actually not part of any of the top forces. His name is Chun Yi, somebody stated. This caused many people to reveal strange expressions. This name was too common. He only had a single character for one after his surname. It was extremely simple. What's so special about him? Asked someone else. 20 years ago, this person was already renowned in the Donghua Heavens. Back in the day, he defeated many prominent figures and suffered no losses in the law battles he fought in. Rumor has it that Donghua Academy had personally extended him an invitation to join them. Such treatment from them is exceedingly rare. It has only occurred several times in the history of Donghua Academy. However, Chun Yi turned down their invitation. Someone said as they watched the silhouette on the law battle platform above. Hence, back then, many disciples from Donghua Academy were unsatisfied with his arrogant behavior. Several Renhuangs sought him out to teach him a lesson. In the end, he delivered them a crushing defeat single-handedly. Later on, Donghua Academy mobilized extremely powerful Renhuangs, and they still lost to him. There were even rumors that Domain Chief's Manor also wanted to recruit him. However, Chun Yi had disappeared by then. He slowly faded from the consciousness of the members of the Donghua Heavens. That is why many people gradually forgot that such a figure once existed. Yet now he has appeared again in this Donghua banquet. It was Chun Yi. Over where the members of Donghua Academy were, they were all staring at the figure below. Many of them recognized this person. This person had caused Donghua Academy to suffer a humiliating defeat. Ninghua lowered his head and glanced at the silhouette on the law battle platform. His gaze was cold and indifferent. He had also heard of this name. Back in the day, due to his station, he had not fought Chun Yi. Back then, Chun Yi was only a third-tier Renhuang, whereas he was already a middle-level Renhuang at the peak. His cultivation is already at the 5th tier. A disciple from the academy commented. High above, in Donghua Palace, Emperor Shi was curious as he asked, "Is this person famous? I recall having heard of him 20 years ago. Back then, he was indeed well known in the Donghua Heavens," Chief Ning said as he looked at the person below. As expected, the Donghua banquet is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons that need a little motivation for them to show themselves. It seems that an even more intense battle is about to begin. Chief has such a high opinion about this person? Emperor Shi asked. Ling He, Yan Dongyang, as well as the prominent figures of Donghua Academy, are all of the same plane as this person. However, without any exception, they have all suffered defeat at the hands of Yi Lionian. Could it be that this person is even more outstanding than all the previous ones? The various giant figures were also curious. After all, they were not from the Donghua heavens and would not be too concerned about a junior from there. If this person had been from their own continents, they might have known more about him. Ling He is inferior to him, Ling Shao Palace Lord stated. According to my sources, a disciple of the academy who was even more outstanding than Ling He had lost to this person back then. This person has disappeared for many years. For him to return and participate in the Donghua banquet this time, it might be that he has reached a bottleneck in his cultivation journey and wants to challenge himself again. It might also be that he wants to join Domain Chief's manor. Let us see. Many people are cheering for this person. I am looking forward to this fight, said Chief Ning with a smile. The others nodded in agreement. Chun Yi is such a famous prominent figure of the Donghua heavens. However, that being said, for him, a 5th-tier Renhuang, to challenge a 4th-tier Yi Lionian, it is giving the crowd such anticipation. Thunder-punishing Skylord said with a smile. From a different perspective, this also proves where Yi Lionian currently stands in the hearts of the cultivators here today. Many people who heard him say this nodded their heads slightly. Sword Goddess also said, "It is indeed so. After such a prominent figure like Chun Yi emerged, everyone hoped that he would battle against Yi Futian. From this, it could be seen that the crowd unknowingly viewed Yi Futian as an unbeatable figure. At least in a situation where Yi Futian's cultivation was similar to that of his opponent, the crowd believed that no one could stand against him. Therefore, when Chun Yi walked out, this caught the attention of everyone. Countless people were waiting for their battle. It has only been a few days since he entered the Donghua heavens, yet he has gained such fame because of a battle against the academy. It is a rare sight. The crowd was busy discussing. At that moment, Yi Futian had already entered the law battle platform and now stood before Chun Yi. Yi Futian also heard some of the discussion below. This Renhuang, who had emerged from the 5th heaven, appeared to be famous. The crowd was eagerly waiting for him to battle against Yi Futian. It was apparent that this person was particular. Yi Futian could not help but size up his opponent. Chun Yi's appearance was not outstanding. However, he gave off a very comfortable vibe. He had a faint smile on his face and seemed casual and unrestrained. Yi Futian heard the people down below discussing that this person had turned down the invitation of Donghua Academy and had not joined them to cultivate. I am Chun Yi. Recently, I have heard of Renhuang Yi constantly in the Donghua heavens. Hence, I have intentionally come to receive a few pointers. Chun Yi greeted Yi Futian with a smile as he saluted with his fists. I am Yi Lionian, Yi Futian replied as he did the same. They chatted casually. They both appeared very calm. Yi Futian felt that Chun Yi was looking at him with a strange gaze. It seemed as though Chun Yi was very interested in him. Yi Futian could not decipher the meaning behind the gaze. Let us begin, said Chun Yi. Let's, Yi Futian replied. However, he saw Chun Yi standing there quietly. It was as though he had no intention of attacking. Yi Futian also stood there, seemingly waiting for his opponent to attack first. Chun Yi suddenly smiled at Yi Futian. It was a meaningful smile. Just as Yi Futian was puzzled for a split second, a blinding light suddenly radiated outwards. The powerful light instantly turned the space into a world of absolute light. Yi Futian found it difficult to keep his eyes open. There was extremely bright light before his eyes. For a moment he was in a daze. Sensing an extremely intense threat, Yi Futian's figure immediately retreated backward. The will of the great path of space emanated outwards, warping space. Buzz! A high-pitched hum of a sword could be heard. Yi Futian instantly appeared far away. However, the sword seemed to penetrate the space directly and descend upon him. Its speed was actually even faster than his teleportation. A soft swooshing sound could be heard. Yi Futian appeared high in the sky. He lowered his head and glanced down below. A section of his white robe had been sliced off. A sword light swept across before him. Chun Yi did not continue his attack. He stood unmoving on his spot quietly. Yet, at that moment, dazzling divine light appeared around his body. shining out in all directions. The divine sword in his hand also radiated brilliant white light. It was blinding. "A sword of light," said Yifutian as he looked down at Chun-Yi. Just now, Chun-Yi could have taken advantage of Yifutian being caught off guard and continued to press his attack. The speed of light was unbelievably fast. Yet, Chun-Yi had not done so and instead merely stood there waiting. It seemed that the sword just now was merely a reminder to Yifutian. "Light Shadow Sword Emperor, Chun-Yi." Down below, voices cried out. Countless people gazed up at the dazzling sword. This was the prominent figure who shook the Donghua heavens 20 years ago, the person who was known as Light Shadow Sword Emperor, Chun-Yi. Incredible! In Donghua Palace, thunder-punishing Skylord praised Chun-Yi and said, "No wonder this person was so well regarded. He has actually comprehended the way of light. He must have had a fateful encounter." The other cultivators responded as they nodded their heads in agreement. The way of light was an extremely rare ability of the Great Path. It isn't easy to comprehend. Chun-Yi must be a cultivator with a flawless Great Path. It was almost impossible for him to have managed to do so without a fateful encounter. I am not too clear about this. He should have had one. Each incredible cultivator will have had their own fateful encounter, aside from their talent, Chief Ning said. Many people nodded in agreement. No wonder he previously turned down Donghua Academy, the crowd thought to themselves. However, no one said this out loud. After all, the college chief of Donghua Academy was also present. Outside of the law battle platform, Ninghua and Desolation were also excited as they looked down at the platform. Chun-Yi raised his head and said to Yifutian, "Are you ready?" This time, the power of the Great Path emanated around Yifutian. A formless aura of the Great Path expanded out around him. Yifutian was clearly taking it somewhat seriously. In their exchange just now, his opponent had not been serious. Yet, that attack made Yifutian feel as though Chun-Yi's ability was above Kong Zhao's. Chun-Yi was mighty. Yifutian replied as he nodded his head. He had a serious gaze. In front of Chun-Yi's figure, a sword of light appeared. It then split into 2, then 3, and so on. A wheel of divine swords appeared before him. They were all pointed at Yifutian. Seemingly in an instant, billions of swords of light appeared, forming a gigantic sword pattern. Each sword radiated with blinding light, making it hard for the spectators to keep their eyes open. Chun-Yi extended his palm forward and then sent out a palm strike. Instantly, the billions of divine swords shone at the same time and shot out. Blinding divine light covered this part of the sky. The swords seemed to merge into the light. Each beam of light was a murderous sword. They flooded this part of the sky. It seemed as though Yifutian was about to be buried by the light. The crowd saw Yifutian being consumed by the sword light in an instant. They could not see his silhouette. The blinding light consumed his figure completely almost immediately. Buzz! The will of the Great Path emanated from Yifutian's body. A domain of the Great Path appeared around him. Stars circled him, and countless stone tablets appeared before him. Each stone tablet released divine light. Runes appeared to be carved on them. A string of runes lined up and appeared in front of Yifutian, sealing off the space. This scene caused Yifutian's silhouette to once again appear in the crowd's view. The stone tablets seemed to gather together to form a gigantic divine tablet that spread across the sky. Divine light of the Great Path shot out from it and collided with the sword light charging towards him. This caused a majestic scene to be displayed before the crowd. The law battle platform became an independent space. 2 silhouettes floated in the sky, facing each other. The gigantic divine tablet released the brilliant divine light of the Great Path. With Yifutian's figure as its center, a galaxy of the Great Path appeared. The divine tablet seemed to be from the ancient past, suppressing everything in this space. The light that shot out from the blinding sword of light and the divine tablet collided. Each beam of light was like a sword. Billions of pillars of light were like billions of divine swords. In the sky above, they formed an astonishing river of swords. Seeing that the divine tablet was blocking them, Chun-Yi pointed a finger ahead. A beam of light immediately slashed across the space and landed on the divine tablet. The beam of light lit up on the divine tablet from top to bottom. A mark of light appeared on the gigantic stone tablet. "Split," Chen Yi uttered. As he said this, the extremely dazzling stone tablet actually split in two along the mark of light. The next moment, Chen Yi's figure disappeared, becoming a beam of light. Buzz! The beam of light disappeared. The crowd saw Yi Futian's figure leave behind an afterimage. As the light descended from above, the afterimage disappeared, and the two of them appeared high above in the sky elsewhere. "So fast!" exclaimed the crowd. The crowd tried to follow their movements but soon discovered that they could not catch sight of their figures at all. Both of them were too fast. If they weren't on the law battle platform, they might have traversed 1,000 miles in an instant. However, the difference between the two of them was that Yi Futian was teleporting while Chen Yi was moving at the speed of light. Both of them possessed extreme speed. This was what caused the other cultivators to be unable to follow their movements. At that moment, both of their silhouettes suddenly came to a stop. They stood across the space, staring at each other. "Such a fast sword," Chief Ning said in Donghua Palace. In this short interval, the two of them had exchanged blows countless times. The other cultivators could not see it clearly, but the giant figures above in Donghua Palace naturally saw what had happened. "It is not just his sword, but also his speed. This is the way of light, Emperor," she said. "Although there is no absolute strength or weakness for ways of the Great Path, and it still depends on the user, in reality, some powers of the Great Path will definitely be more powerful than others once mastered. Those who cultivated up to their plane understood. There was no such thing as a strong or weak Great Path. This fact was not always true under all circumstances. In reality, if the same person cultivated different ways, there would be a difference in terms of strength between the ways he mastered. If not, every Renhuang would have no qualm choosing between the way of light and the other of the 5 great paths. Everyone would choose the former. This time, this fellow has truly met his match, thunder-punishing Skylord said with a laugh. Chen Yi was truly a threat to Yi Futian. His ability was super powerful, and he had been undefeated in law battles before this. Yi Futian, who had defeated countless prominent figures and had yet to suffer a loss, finally encountered an extremely powerful opponent. The people down below were very excited. Although many of them could not understand what they were seeing, they still felt that this battle seemed interesting. The two of them stood facing each other in the space on the law battle platform. Chen Yi was like a child of light as he was bathed in light. Each beam of light that shot out contained frightening power. He looked at Yi Futian and said, "I never imagined that Renhuang Yi would be so proficient in the great path of space. If we continue fighting like this, who knows when we will be able to determine a victor?" Yi Futian lowered his head and looked at Chen Yi. He answered, "It won't take long." Yi Futian had barely uttered this when Chen Yi suddenly frowned. Then he sensed a strange change in the surroundings. With his figure as the center, there seemed to be a bizarre change to this part of the space. A domain of the great path formed, and countless currents flowed within the space. A cold moon appeared above where Yi Futian stood, and stars circled him. An extremely cold aura flowed over the land, seemingly freezing it solid. Chen Yi sensed the cold aura around him. He looked at Yi Futian and muttered, "The power of Yin." Just as he said this, he saw Yi Futian shoot an eye sorcery over. The eye sorcery pierced straight towards Chen Yi's eyes, attempting to invade his mind and will. However, at that moment, intense light radiated from Chen Yi's pupils. Yi Futian was blocked out from invading. Yi Futian revealed a strange look. This was the first time his eye sorcery had failed. His opponent's eyes could become eyes of light and defend against Yi Futian's eye sorcery invasion. Moonlight shone down, contained the power of Yin. The light of the cold moon caused the space to become extremely cold. It also contained a terrifying destructive power as it froze over the domain of the Great Path. However, Chen Yi still stood there quietly, seemingly unperturbed by the cold. Behind him, in the sky above, a sword floated in the air. It was his sword of light. Even more blinding light shot out and formed an absolute domain of the great path around Chen Yi. When the moonlight shone down and came in contact with the domain of light, it could not pierce through. It was unable to break through the defense of Chen Yi's great path. Buzz. Chen Yi's figure disappeared once again and became a beam of light that shot towards Yifutian. As his figure moved, with his figure as the center, countless beams of divine light that contained terrifying murderous power shot out. For other Renhuangs, it would be difficult for them to survive being near him. I am being affected, Chen Yi thought to himself as he felt his speed of light being affected by the power of Yifutian's domain of the Great Path. However, even so, he was still extremely fast. The distance between the two of them was insignificant to him. He could ignore it entirely. Buzz. A sword of light swept across the space and stabbed towards Yifutian's body. There was no technique involved. Extreme speed was absolute power. If it were any other person, when the light landed, Chen Yi's opponent would already be dead. They would not have the ability to block his attack at all. When the sword of light charged over towards him, an astonishing current of the great path suddenly surged around Yifutian's body. 2 layers were formed around him, one hot and one cold. It made everyone feel very uncomfortable. Yifutian's figure turned ethereal. Countless afterimages appeared. He used the great path of space to teleport. However, the speed of his opponent's sword of light seemed to surpass space. Chen Yi followed every traversal Yifutian made through space, chasing behind him closely. In the battlefield, the crowd saw endless afterimages that were dragged out, as well as an ever-advancing light. What is he doing? Some people in Donghua Palace discovered that something was strange. Many people below also noticed it. 2 completely different types of currents had appeared around Yifutian's body. As he moved, the 2 currents crisscrossed and circled one another. Chen Yi also noticed this. It was not just that. Countless destructive lightning gradually descended around his body. The 2 terrifying powers hanging over Yifutian's body slowly coalesced into a pattern of the Great Path. Soon, an astonishing destructive power spread out above Yifutian. In the sky above, the Great Path's endless power coalesced, and an awe-inspiring pattern of the Great Path appeared. This gigantic pattern was hot and cold, both yin and yang. It became yin-yang fish. Fire and ice, some people thought to themselves. Yin and yang, others mumbled. The scene was too terrifying. A gigantic yin-yang diagram appeared and consumed the Great Path's power around them, turning the area into a true vacuum. The flames seemed to be the divine fire of Wutong. On the other hand, the cold aura seems to be the power of Yin, Chief Ning muttered in Donghua Palace. He could sense the 2 powers. These 2 powers intertwined and formed a destructive yin-yang diagram. 2 powers descended from the yin-yang diagram at the same time. It was like an endless catastrophe of the Great Path. They blocked out the sun and the sky. It was as though everything within this domain of the Great Path was about to be destroyed by the yin-yang diagram. Screech, an ear-piercing sound could be heard. The light of catastrophe descended from the yin-yang diagram, collided with the light that radiated from Chen Yi's body. This time, it actually suppressed the way of light on Chen Yi's body and constantly compressed his domain of the Great Path. The crowd was awestruck. Yifutian was too powerful. He had not displayed such ability during his previous battle with Kong Shao. He was only forced to demonstrate it once Chen Yi appeared. How powerful exactly was he? He seemed to be limitless, becoming even more powerful when encountering powerful adversaries. This should be his strongest trump card, many people thought to themselves. With the combination of his sword and light, Chen Yi had forced Yifutian to reveal his full strength. Yifutian looked down below. His will shifted, and countless destructive divine light plummeted from the yin-yang diagram, slaughtering toward Chen Yi. Facing such power, Chen Yi was finally suppressed. He lifted his head and looked at Yifutian. His eyes did not reveal disappointment. He seemed to be even more excited. He didn't even seem surprised. His divine wheel of the Great Path resonated with his body. Endless divine light gathered on his figure. Chen Yi moved once again. With his power of light, he directly penetrated the yin-yang light of catastrophe descending upon him. He charged straight towards Yifutian. A high-pitched swoosh sound could be heard. Light of catastrophe kept descending, landing on the beam of light. However, Yifutian's opponent continued advancing, showing no signs of retreating. Buzz. Yifutian's figure also moved. The extremely frightening yin-yang diagram also moved with his figure. Countless yin-yang light of catastrophe protected him as they descended towards Chani. The crowd lifted their heads and saw their two lights collide with each other. An extremely intense blinding light shot out, becoming a light shroud that swept over the surrounding region. The area in the law battle platform shook violently. The blinding divine light dissipated, and the law battle platform returned to normal. Chun-Yi stood there quietly. His clothes were in tatters, yet he still stood there straight and tall as he looked up at Yifutian. Yifutian also stood there quietly, just looking at his opponent. This Chun-Yi was the most powerful figure that Yifutian had met among the same generation. Incredible. Even my power of light cannot touch you, Chun-Yi praised. He continued, it seems that among those of the same generation, no one in the Donghua domain can do so. His words contained immense self-confidence. It was as though others could not do what he could not. However, this self-confidence that was borderline arrogance was acknowledged by many people. Even a figure as powerful as Chun-Yi could not pose a threat to Yifutian. Yifutian looked at Chun-Yi and said, it is the same for you. Not many among our generation can defeat you. Do you still wish to fight? That won't be necessary, Chun-Yi replied. The light of the catastrophe that descended from the yin-yang diagram was also merged with the power of swordsmanship. Each light of catastrophe contained frightening murderous power. With such power protecting Yifutian, it would be difficult for Chun-Yi even to touch him. Yifutian nodded his head. The battle came to an end. Spectacular. In Donghua Palace, Chief Ning clapped and asked, what do all of you think about this battle? The college chief of Donghua Academy had an otherworldly temperament. He looked down below and asked Chan-Yi. Back then, Donghua Academy invited you to join the academy to cultivate, but you turned us down. Now, would you be willing to join us? Although Chun-Yi did not win against Yifutian, the crowd acknowledged his ability. The top figures especially knew how powerful Chun-Yi was. Hence, Donghua Academy once again extended him an invitation. This time, the college chief personally made the request. Many thanks, Senior. However, I have grown used to being left to my own devices. I hope Senior will understand, Chun-Yi said as he raised his head and smiled. Once again, he turned down Donghua Academy. The cultivators of Donghua Academy looked over at him. Chun-Yi truly had character. Even though the college chief favored him, he remained unmoved and turned them down once again. With your cultivation and ability, I believe that no one here will turn you down if you choose to join them. Could it be that you have already made a choice? Chief Ning also spoke up. The members of the various forces did not say anything. They clearly agreed with what Chief Ning said. With Chun-Yi's ability, if he were willing to join any one of their forces, no one would reject such an outstanding Renhuang. Could it be that you wish to join Domain Chief's manor? Lingxiao Palace Lord smiled and said, Chief will naturally not reject you. Chun-Yi could choose any force that he wanted to join. This time, I came to participate in the Donghua banquet to witness the prominent figures of the Donghua domain. Seeing that Ren Huangyi was here, I had the sudden urge to seek pointers from him. I have no interest in joining any force. I hope Chief will understand. Chun-Yi continued to reject their offers. Although the members in the Donghua Palace were somewhat surprised, they were all giant-level figures. They had experienced many things and would not take such a small thing to heart. They just felt that was such a shame. Chief Ning nodded and said, Since you have made up your mind, we will naturally not force you. Although you lost this time, you still displayed extremely outstanding ability. Do you have any wish that I might be able to grant? Before this, Chief Ning had said that anyone who could defeat these prominent figures would be rewarded handsomely. Although Chun-Yi had lost, Chief Ning still wanted to reward him. It was clear that he held Chun-Yi in high esteem. There is nothing that I wish for, Chun-Yi replied. All right. If that is the case, both of you may step down, Chief Ning said as he nodded his head gently. Yifutian and Chun Yi glanced at each other, and then stepped off the law battle platform and returned to their own seats. Down below, countless people were busy discussing the battle. They felt that it was somewhat of a pity, and some of them lamented at the outcome. This was the personality of geniuses. Countless cultivators wanted to join the top force to cultivate but could only dream of doing so. Chun Yi could choose any force that he wanted to join, and yet, he had actually turned them all down. Once Chun Yi returned to his seat, the Renhuangs of the same plane beside him also looked at him and asked, "You could choose from all the superpowers of the Donghua domain, and yet you rejected them all. Isn't that such a waste?" "I do have a choice, but others will not agree to it. So I'll leave it at that," Chun Yi replied. "Why would they not agree?" Chief Ning himself promised this, and the various forces also did not say anything against it, said the Renhuangs beside him. "I want to join Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow to cultivate," Chun Yi said in a low voice as he looked at the other party. The surrounding Renhuangs looked at him. Oh dear. They had no response to his declaration. "Brother Chun, you sure have guts," someone commented to the side with a smile. Chun Yi raised his eyebrows and gave him a knowing look. His gaze turned towards the goddesses in the sky above. The Renhuangs beside him smiled but did not say anything. It was not that Renhuangs were lustful. It was just that the goddesses were too sultry. However, ordinary Renhuangs only dared to keep this thought to themselves. The goddesses of Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow were beyond their reach, especially Xianxia, Qin Qing, and the others. Those goddesses would not even look them in the eye. Yifutian also returned to his seat. Many people in this area looked towards him. They were also getting more and more curious about him. The ability he displayed was getting more and more astonishing each time he fought. It was as though he was truly undefeatable. On top of that, when he was in Donghua Academy, he proved the tier of his divine will of the Great Path. Could it be that if he were the same plane as Ninghua, they would be equals? "Renhuang Ye's ability surprises everyone each time," Zhang Yueli said. Qin Qing also nodded her head in acknowledgement beside her. Ever since she first encountered Yifutian when he solved the mystery of the cliff face back in the Divine Ocean continent, each time she met him again, he appeared even more outstanding. It was as though he had no limits. "Goddesses, you praise me too highly," Yifutian still replied humbly. Li Chongqing smiled at the side as he looked at Yifutian. Over transmitted thoughts, he said to Yifutian, "Younger brother Yi, this goddess of Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow seems to be particularly concerned about you." Yifutian looked at Li Chongqing and replied, "Elder brother, you are already so old, and yet you are so fond of gossip." Li Chongqing smiled as he glanced at Xia Qingyuan. This fellow drew the favor of women. They were also such extraordinary women. However, this was also normal. Since time immemorial, great beauties had favored prominent figures. Yifutian was undoubtedly such a person. Not only did he have exceptional talent, but he also had the looks to match. "It is precisely because I am old that young, beautiful women do not fancy me. Hence, I have yet to find a path companion up until now. I can only admire and envy you," Li Chongqing lamented playfully. Yifutian ignored him completely. The more time he spent with Li Chongqing, the more he realized that this person, who put on the airs of an expert beyond this world before others, was actually an old urchin. He loved joking around, and he was easy to get along with. He did not have the airs of someone superior at all. Down below, another person stepped onto the law battle platform and challenged the cultivators above. The law battles continued. Gradually, a group of very incredible figures appeared. Unfortunately, the battles mostly failed. It wasn't easy to achieve victory, especially when challenging such prominent figures. No one managed to defeat them. These figures at the top were all too powerful. The challengers' attempts were futile. However, some exciting law battles stirred up the crowd, causing the spectators to be very excited. In the blink of an eye, the Donghua banquet had been going on for 7 consecutive days. Within these 7 days, dozens of Renhuangs had been chosen to join the various top forces to cultivate. Some of them joined Domain Chief's manor, while others joined Donghua Academy and the rest. However, on this day, the number of people who came out gradually whittled down. There would sometimes be gaps in between law battles. The rounds of law battles had also worn out the renhuangs of the top forces. Many of them had been challenged multiple times. They also developed and showed growth during their battles. Right then, the law battle platform was empty. After a long while, no one had gone up. In Donghua Palace, Chief Ning declared, "Since no one has the desire to battle, this round of law battles will end here." The crowd nodded their heads. Not only did the people below have no objections to this, conversely, but they also became even more excited. Many people revealed looks of intense anticipation in their eyes. If this round of law battles ended, that meant a new round was about to begin. This time, there would be law battles between the cultivators of the top forces above them. The disciples of Donghua Academy, Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow, the Wangshan Watchtower, Desolate God Palace. The renhuangs of these forces would compete with one another. This was a grand occasion. Each battle would be thrilling. Rumor has it that Desolate God Palace had gone to Donghua Academy to challenge Ninghua before this. However, Ninghua was not in the academy at that time. Hence, they had missed each other. Today, both of them were here. The showdown between these two figures would be inevitable. The crowd could not wait to see how it played out. There was also Jiang Yueli and Zhong Chan. Would peak-level battles explode between the four prominent figures? There were far more middle-level renhuangs with flawless great paths than these four upper-level renhuangs. The contest between them would be even more intense. Could anyone at the same plane pose a threat to Yifutian? It would most likely take a sixth-tier cultivator to do so. Before this, in many law battles, almost no one could pose a threat to those prominent figures with flawless great paths. However, what would happen if these figures were to clash with one another? They would soon witness the battles between the strongest figures. These would be the highest-level battles in the Donghua domain. This was also a test to see which cultivator among the top forces' current generation was the most outstanding. Renhuangs were already the foundations of the various forces, the core of their power. Their strength also determined the overall strength of the various forces. All of you seated here have cultivated many powerful cultivators. They are the present and future of the Donghua domain. Now, why don't we let the cultivators of the Donghua domain witness their glory? Chief Ning asked the giant-level figures. A thunderous response immediately came from below. The sound reached the 9 heavens and shook the Donghua heavens. Everyone was waiting with great anticipation. The giant-level figures of various forces also nodded their heads. They had no objections. If that is the case, let us begin. The stage is yours, Chief Ning said as he looked at the cultivators below. The atmosphere below suddenly turned solemn. From Desolate God Palace, a silhouette stood out. Desolation looked towards a figure sitting alone nearby. The figure raised his head and looked back at Desolation. For a moment, the world seemed to have descended into an instance of silence, followed by astonishing cries erupting. The first battle would already be a pinnacle showdown. The most monstrous figure in the Donghua domain, Ninghua, versus Desolate God Palace's next leader, Desolation. Desolation did not speak but turned around and walked toward the battle platform. Everyone knew who he was going to challenge. In all of the Donghua domain, besides the truly powerful, there were only 4 people with a perfect great path. With Desolation being one of them, who else besides the other 3 was worthy for him to challenge? But Jiang Yueli was in the 8th realm and a woman, and Zhong Chan had achieved his name much later than him. Desolation's nature was not prone to frivolous challenges, so only Ninghua, known as the number 1 genius talent in Donghua domain, was qualified to be challenged. Desolation would only challenge Ninghua, the head of the 4 most influential figures. Previously, when he went to Donghua Academy, he had sent out an invitation for a challenge. I never thought that we would be able to experience a duel between 2 excellent figures in the first battle, the clan leader of the Nanhua clan said with a smile. Even these leading figures seemed to be quite interested. Both Desolation and Ninghua would be future leading figures, destined to be on the same level as their elders in a matter of time. Therefore, such a fight was not something they could afford to ignore. In the future, these two people may be stronger than all those sitting here. This was not surprising at all. The older generations were there waiting to be surpassed. I thought it would take some time and didn't expect that the next heir of the desolate palace would be so direct. It seems that he is eager to prove himself as the most dazzling existence in the Donghua domain. The palace lord of Ling Xiao Palace smiled and said, "Only, it's no easy task to defeat Ninghua. In my opinion, Desolation is about to lose." Chief Ning did not speak. The person who was being challenged this time was his son, Ninghua, the most enchanting figure in Donghua domain. But no matter how outstanding his son was, it would be inappropriate for him to praise his own son under the circumstances. It's fascinating. Who do you think will win? The thunder-punishing Skylord asked with a smile. Ninghua, the sword goddess of Fluttering Snow Palace said. Ninghua, the college chief of Donghua Academy said as well. At Donghua Academy, Desolation engaged in fights before, but he didn't have the power to take everyone down. Although he is mighty, he is not invincible. No one had a better understanding of Ninghua's strength than him. After all, Ninghua was cultivating in Donghua Academy. Desolation once had a battle with the Xuanwu Sword Emperor, a Renhuang of the Ninth Realm in Donghua Academy. He had been defeated by the Xuanhuan Sword Emperor, proving that he was not invincible. But if Ninghua were to engage Xuanwu Sword Emperor, not even Xuanwu himself would be certain that he could defeat Ninghua. That was a peerless genius talent who could really make others feel that he was invincible. When Ninghua fought, he gave everyone the same feeling each time, and that was no matter who his opponent was or how strong they were. They were all the same in front of him. Precisely because of this, he was named the #1 genius talent in the Donghua domain. His Grand Seal Great Path overpowered every opponent he had ever encountered. Ninghua, Emperor Yan also said. In Donghua Palace, it seemed that everyone's opinions were the same. They all thought that even though Desolation was outstanding and one of the 4 great figures, he would still be unable to shake that #1 genius talent. After all, though many people called them the Great Four, Ninghua was on his own level while the other 3 were on the same level. We will only know until after the battle. At this moment, a voice sounded in the ears of everyone present with cold indifference. All the cultivators turned their eyes and saw that the speaker was the master of Desolate God Palace, a terrible existence known as Desolate God. Everyone thought without that his heir, Desolation, would be defeated. Everyone looked at Desolation God and smiled, and no one refuted him. They just kept looking at the battle platform. In the area below, Yi Futian and the others were very concerned about this battle. For example, Zhang Yueli and Zhong Chan gave great importance to this battle. These 2 were listed along with them, and in a sense, they were already at the top of the Donghua domain. Who do you think will win? Li Chongqing looked at Yi Futian and asked in a low voice. I don't know Ninghua's strength very well. Yi Futian responded. Desolation's actions at Donghua Academy were very domineering. The Desolation will was frightening. Those in the same realm as him had difficulty defeating him. However, his opponent is praised as the #1 genius talent in the Donghua domain, so I can't really say who will win. Ninghua will win, Li Chongqing said. Although he was laughing casually, he was very certain, and his tone was definite. It was as if he already knew the outcome of the battle. You are so sure of it? Asked Yi Futian. Watch. There shouldn't be any doubts about it. Li Chongqing smiled as he looked at the battle platform. At the same time, Ninghua stepped onto the battle platform. The terrible aura of the Great Path burst out above Desolation's body, and the terrifying Great Path currents swept out and flooded the sky. In the space within the battle platform, a desolate palace appeared above the sky, spinning in the air. As the endless power gathered and poured into the palace of the desolate wheel, an incomparable light of destruction burst out from the palace and fell. The vast space of the Great Path turned into a world of doomsday. No matter how strong and proud Desolation was, this time he was facing Ninghua, who was ranked above him. He dared not underestimate him and had immediately turned into his strongest form, ready to fight. His eyes were pitch black, and black lightning of Desolation seemed to flash out from them, capable of destroying everything. At this time, Ning Hua came above him and stepped forward with assurance. A dazzling divine light was released from his body as if it was a dominant divine body. He looked down at Desolation. His eyes were terrifying to behold. Their eyes met in midair, and an incomparable power of Grand Seal Great Path was released. In an instant, infinite divine light shot out and turned into characters of the Great Path. Each character contained terrifying power of the seal, sweeping toward Desolation's body, even invading Desolation's eyes. Bang! The Great Path's power on Desolation's body was extremely violent, and the eyes of destruction shot out to destroy the invading will of the Grand Seal Great Path. But the characters seemed inexhaustible. They continued to invade madly. Beyond that, the surrounding space was also covered by it. It's the divine method of Grand Seal Great Path, the God Seal spell. Destroy! Desolation spat out a command, and from the sky above, countless rays of divine light descended from the Desolation wheel. These lights, like black lightning, blasted on the characters, madly destroying them. Some even rushed toward Ning Hua's body like an invasion of thousands of destructive divine tribulations. But just at that moment, an extremely horrifying light screen appeared behind Ning Hua as an immense pattern appeared. The pattern was cast from the characters, a spinning sign of yin and yang, which bore some similarities to Yi Futian's abilities. But inside this pattern, there was a giant character that said, Seal. Not only that, but the immense pattern itself was completely composed of this one character, and each character released an extremely brilliant divine light. With a turn of Ning Hua's mind, the pattern began to expand, and the circular pattern enlarged with a rhythm as it continued to grow. With every expansion, the divine wheel's light became ever more brilliant and bright, and more characters of the seal were being released from it. Ning Hua's divine wheel. Many trembled in their hearts. This was the divine wheel of Great Path that had revealed 6 wheels of divine lights in the divine mirror of heavenly wheels. In just a few short moments, the divine wheel of the Great Path had expanded to cover the sky and the sun, sheltering this corner of the sky. The divine light released by the Great Path covered this part of the world, which was full of the power that sealed the Great Path, as endless characters were floating. Although these characters continued to be destroyed under the Desolation wheel, they did not appear to be exhausted as they still covered this corner of the sky. Everyone could clearly feel that the power released by the Desolation wheel was beginning to wane as if it was affected by the Grand Seal Great Path. Desolation stood there and suddenly felt powerless. At this time, whether it was the sky or his divine consciousness, they were filled with endless characters of the seal and were transformed by the indestructible divine light of the Great Path. He felt that the Grand Seal Great Path was eroding the space he was in. It was eroding his divine wheel of Great Path. Your divine wheel is lesser than mine. How do you propose to fight me? Ning Hua lowered his head to look at Desolation. His tone was extremely domineering. He projected a power as if no one could compare to him in this entire world. Desolation had no words to refute him. His divine wheel of the Great Path was not as good as Ning Hua's, which meant that he would lose the claim regarding the realm of the Great Path. His defeat would mean that the other party would have absolute control over the realm of the Great Path, and it was the power to seal the Great Path. Thus, all his methods would be unquestionably sealed and weakened. The divine will aside, how could he not be defeated in this situation? You are the heir to the desolate god. You have extraordinary combat power. You are already someone at the peak level. In the Donghua domain, apart from the truly powerful, not many people can defeat you. Nonetheless, it doesn't mean you can challenge me. One day, when you are confident enough that you can counter my divine wheel of the Great Path, come challenge me. Ning Hua put away his power of the Great Path. When everyone heard his words, they fell silent, but their hearts were greatly disturbed. The cultivators of the Donghua domain had separated Ning Hua into his own level. Even though the other 3 were equally famous, they could not truly go toe-to-toe with him. Today, Ning Hua's words seemed to reinforce this point. Although not many people in Donghua domain could defeat Desolation, it did not mean that he was able to challenge Ning Hua. Ning Hua was invincible. Countless eyes followed Ning Hua as he walked back. No one had thought that this battle would end this way. There were no fanciful collisions nor any great battle. Ning Hua sent out his divine wheel of the great path, and no one could compete with it, not even Desolation. Ning Hua was invincible. Although everyone had anticipated the outcome of this battle, the process was still shocking. Under the suppression of the divine wheel of the great path, Desolation was overpowered. Such was the crushing of the divine wheel of the great path, and Ning Hua's divine wheel of the great path was different from that of the others because it also contained the power of the Grand Seal Great Path. Once the opponent's way was suppressed, it would seal it shut and restrict the opponent's ability so that they would lose the power to strike back. Therefore, even if the fighting did not continue, both sides already knew the inevitable outcome. Desolation's divine wheel of the great path was weaker, after all. In this generation, who else can best the vice chief? Countless people below thought secretly. Ning Hua, with God-given talent, was the epitome of this generation in the Donghua domain. No one could compare. He had an extraordinary origin and would continue moving forward as the one and only until he reached the top and inherited the position as the chief of the Donghua domain. Senior brother's estimation was spot on. There was really no doubt, Yifuyan said to Li Chongsheng, who was next to him. The divine mirror of heavenly wheels does not lie. What's more, what Desolation had inherited is quite a bit less than that of the vice chief. Even if he could contend with the great divine wheel of the Grand Seal, the outcome would still be the same. Therefore, under the circumstances that the rank of his divine wheel is not on the same level, he has no hope of winning, even though he is an outstanding figure himself. But there are some people who would always stand out no matter where they are. Ning Hua, undoubtedly, belongs in this category. Li Chongqing spoke to Yi Fuyan via voice transmission and continued, "Of course, you also belong in this category. Those who are in this category are destined to sit up there in the future." He then looked up at the Donghua Palace above. "Senior brother has praised me too generously," Yi Fuyan chuckled. He understood what Li Chongqing meant. There were countless cultivators in the world, and there was no shortage of geniuses. Genius talents who could cast the perfect divine wheel of the great path, as well as unparalleled characters who were able to break through the realm of Upper Runhuang while remaining flawless. However, above this, there was another type of people who were above these geniuses. They were not of this world, such as Ning Hua, such as himself. Obviously, Li Chongqing's had high praises for him, and that itself was the highest of all praises. Ning Hua and Desolation returned to their respective positions. They didn't speak. It was as if they had already forgotten about the battle. But Desolation's expression was not so good. He looked sullen and said nothing while Ning Hua acted as if nothing had happened. In the Donghua Palace, Desolation God said nothing. However, the Palace Lord of Ling Shao Palace said with a laugh, "Desolation inherited the power of Desolation God and possesses extraordinary strength. The release of the Desolation wheel was apocalyptical. It was indeed astounding. It is a pity that it was unleashed on Ning Hua and that he was unable to exert his own strength fully. However, Desolation God needn't worry too much because Ning Hua is already the first man under us at the Donghua Heavens. In the future, he might even be more excellent than all of us, so it is completely understandable that Desolation lost. Ning Hua has been cultivated carefully by the chief. His excellence is expected. Desolation's defeat would only encourage him to endeavor in the pursuit of the great path," said Desolation God. "I heard that the young Palace Lord of Lingshao Palace has considerable strength and once underestimated Yi Lionian. Although he was later defeated, I'm sure he has learned from it so that he could have a second chance when his realm is stronger." The people in Donghua Palace revealed a strange look. It seemed that even these major figures were beginning to annoy each other. The Palace Lord of Lingshao Palace had been on the side of the chief, and Desolation God seemed unhappy about that, so he spoke rather sarcastically regarding Ling He. "Yi Lionian is also extraordinary. He was no less than anyone else in front of the divine mirror of heavenly wheels, including Desolation and the others. It is not surprising that Ling He lost to him," the Palace Lord of Lingshao Palace said with a smile. Although he was deeply displeased, he did not reveal it. The conversation between the two was getting a bit sharp. Of course. Desolation God nodded slightly while looking down. He said, "Who among you dares to taste the strength of the young palace lord of Lingxiao Palace?" Everyone's attention was on Desolation God, while the cultivators in the Donghua Palace were smiling without saying anything. They were acting as if they were waiting to watch the show. Desolation God was still as domineering as always, aggressive and cold. Desolation was defeated, but he was defeated by Ninghua, not by anyone from Lingxiao Palace. The commentary from the palace lord of Lingxiao Palace was not taken kindly by Desolation God. Therefore, this was the first time a leading figure in the Donghua Palace had offered one of his own as a challenger. The performance of the cultivators above had always been seen in the eyes of the people below. There were many cultivators in the Desolation God Palace, and all of those who came this time were powerful characters, not just Desolation. But because Desolation was the heir of Desolation God, he was the one who got most of the attention. Apart from Desolation, there were other powerful cultivators in Desolation God Palace, from the Badlands continent, and in the western region of the Donghua domain. Desolation God himself had spoken. This battle must be won. Therefore, all eyes from Desolate God Palace fell on the same person. Obviously, the cultivators themselves already had a consensus on who should be the challenger. Storm Demon of Desolate God Palace. Li Chongqing looked at him and whispered, "He is very strong, and his status in the Desolate God Palace is second only to Desolation." Storm Demon. Many people recognized him. The cultivators from the top forces had some understanding of these powerful players. Many people from Lingxiao Palace changed their expression when they saw the man. They hadn't seen Storm Demon in action before, but they had heard how strong he was. He really might not be able to beat this opponent. Storm Demon was a massive, domineering figure. In the black robe he wore, he appeared even more majestic up close. He looked to be about 40 years in age, and his eyes were sharp and aggressive with a strong sense of oppression. Standing up, his size was even taller than Desolation. He glanced at Ling He, then walked toward the battle platform and said, "Come over here." His tone was full of domineering contempt. It was as if he didn't care to speak to him. Clearly, this was aimed toward Ling He. This slight did not go unnoticed by Ling He. Even though this storm demon was a well-known existence in Desolate God Palace, but Ling He himself was a man of the Donghua heavens and was the young palace lord of Lingxiao Palace. How could he allow others to act so insolent toward him? Ling He stood up and followed Storm Demon. The two stepped into the arena of the battle platform, one after the other. As they entered the battle platform, Storm Demon was in front with his back facing Ling He. Then he stopped. The moment when he turned around, a storm of destruction appeared around him, and this storm rushed into the sky as a terrible dark thundercloud appeared. Countless black lightning struck down like a catastrophe of the great path. The light of darkness enveloped the firmament, and the storm of destruction was becoming more terrifying. Every gust of the wind was like a knife that cut through everything as they rolled toward Ling He. This storm that gathered together was capable of tearing the space apart. In the dark thunderstorm of destruction, a massive black thunder battle axe appeared. Storm Demon hovered in the air and rushed into that devastating storm, holding the battle axe in his hand. Like a demon god of destruction, he looked down at Ling He below. Above Ling He's head, Lingxiao Pagoda appeared, suspended in the sky. Endless shadows of the pagoda filled and suppressed the space, with strands of golden light permeating from them. At the same time, a golden spear appeared in his hand with a radiant divine light flowing forth. Infinite shadows of the pagoda appeared, trying to suppress this corner of the sky. However, the sky on that side was full of destructive thunderstorms. The great path withered, and all signs of vitality were wiped out. The golden streamer rushed into the storm and was shattered by the devastating storm. Terrifying dark streamer blasted on Lingxiao Pagoda, causing the divine wheel of the great path to make a violent, harsh sound like there was a sword slashing on the pagoda. Lingxiao Pagoda was getting larger, covering the sky and the sun, directly suppressing Storm Demon. But Storm Demon stood proudly in the air, with extremely violent power sweeping toward the surrounding area. His massive and dominant form was akin to an invincible war god of storm, holding a battle axe. That terrifying storm of destruction directly swept into Lingxiao Pagoda and was affecting its repressive force. Though the pagoda was fighting the storm, it was still suppressing downward nonetheless. At the same time, Ling He also made his move. Lingxi's spear bloomed as the golden streamer directly penetrated the void. The radiant golden divine spear slashed through the air in a direct attack on Storm Demon. But just then, Storm Demon's battle axe had already come down, carrying with it billions of destructive streamers, slashing at the opponent's spear as if it was the end of days. The two attacked and collided, but Ling He disappeared. With such a violent attack, he was able to separate himself with the slightest contact. As if the spear was able to move according to his will, appearing directly in another location, and continued its attack. It was like a golden afterimage, but its power was extremely frightening as it continued to pierce through the space. A gusty wind swept past, but the storm demon's reaction was even faster. The battle axe in his hand turned into wind and merged with the storm. As it drew an incomparably radiant arc, it slashed toward Lingxi's spear once more. The attack speed of these two is so fast, the spectators only saw a blur in front of them. In the dark storm of destruction, countless afterimages of Ling He appeared, spreading in different directions. Every appearance was accompanied by the shadow of a golden spear, as if several spears were launched all within a very short moment. But every strike was countered. Lingxi's spear emphasizes the perfect blending between man, spear, and the way, thus making possible the movement at will. Even when it was blocked, it could still break away and attack from another location instantaneously. However, Storm Demon's axe is the same, as if he is a gust of wind, dancing and moving with its momentum. The scary thing was that, in line with the way of this wind, the attack power of his battle axe will become ever stronger, as if he was continuously gaining momentum. Zhang Yueli of Fluttering Snow Palace spoke, partially meant to explain to her junior sisters around her so that they could better understand the battle. In a brief moment, the two of them had already exchanged numerous times. Just then, a figure swooped down from the void, and the Lingxi spear was still as fast as ever, like golden lightning. At the same time, the storm seemed to pause for an instant, not quite as free-flowing as it was before. Just when the Lingxi spear was about to hit, a monstrous storm blew up against it, tearing the space apart. Everyone saw the storm demon moved so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. But, in the next moment, black axe light appeared from the firmament and slamming downward, splitting this part of the sky. The next moment, the golden streamers were knocked out, with speed so fast that it was almost inconceivable. This time, Ling He finally stopped the attack, staring at the storm demon across the sky. There was a cough accompanied by a spit of blood, and his face was a little pale. The dark, destructive storm of the thunder of catastrophe was still roaring in the sky, and the Lingxiao Pagoda was still engulfed in the terrifying tornado. Storm demons stood in the storm of doomsday in midair and looked down upon Ling He. Bolts of black lightning struck around Ling He's body as though they were mocking him. Ling He raised his head to look at Storm Demon, extremely distressed and embarrassed. Ling He was the young master of the Lingxiao Palace and a prominent cultivator in the Donghua heavens with a perfect divine wheel of the Great Path. But he had been losing over and over again ever since he met Yi Futian at the Divine Ocean Cliff. A Renhuang from the Desolate God Palace also defeated him in a fight that was issued from discordance and feud between his father, the Palace Lord of the Lingxiao Palace, and the Desolate God. Unfortunately, he lost. Not only did his loss embarrass himself, but it also brought humiliation to his father, who was sitting in the Donghua Palace. "Get off the platform. You are not a match for me," Storm Demon said in a cold and domineering tone, which put Ling He to shame. Beams of frightening golden divine light shone from Ling He's body. He wanted to keep going. Storm Demon moved swiftly in the destructive storm. The thunder of catastrophe fell from the sky and merged with the way of wind. Storm Demon bathed in the destructive storm and transported again. He held the battle axe with both hands and hacked from above, as if he didn't want to leave Ling He any chance to turn the table. A ray of light of darkness became visible and almost split the sky in half. The battle axe struck at Ling He with tremendous strength as soon as he brandished his golden spear. The destructive energy was extremely horrifying and made the earth tremble. Fizz! Cracks appeared on the spear. Ling He was flung away even further, spraying blood from his mouth. How tragic! The cultivators watching from below felt sorry for Ling He. Ling He was the young master of the Lingxiao Palace, a well-known cultivator in the Donghua Heavens, a disciple of the Donghua Academy, and a Renhuang with a perfect divine wheel of the Great Path. At this moment, however, he was brought to his knees by Storm Demon. The palace lord of the Lingxiao Palace sitting in the Donghua Palace was staring at Storm Demon with a grim expression. Everyone could tell the anger on his face and sense the dark energy emanated from his body. But the desolate god couldn't care less. He also watched the battlefield below and commented casually, "Not bad. He can withstand Storm Demon's battle axe." Speechless, the top cultivators all shot a strange look at the desolate god who did not attempt to save face for the palace lord of the Lingxiao Palace at all. The palace lord of the Lingxiao Palace didn't respond. He was at a loss for words. It was a fair fight, and he couldn't complain about the result. Ling He was humiliated like this only because he was less capable. What else could he say? Awkward silence reigned at this moment. Other than the first two fights, this was the fiercest and the most hostile match so far. It was tied up with two of the magnates sitting in the Donghua Palace. Instead of fighting each other themselves, they sent their protégés. Even so, both the Renhuangs in the Nine Heavens and the ordinary audience below were secretly excited by the fights. These were real law battles in which top cultivators were matched against each other and exerted their strength to the utmost. Ning Hua and Desolation, Storm Demon and Ling He. Both the Renhuangs and the ordinary audience wondered who else would step up. The storm dissipated on the law battle platform, and the destructive energy of the Great Path also disappeared. Ling He walked off the platform, despondent and low-spirited. While walking back, he could feel that countless pairs of eyes were staring at him. It was not easy to endure even for a Renhuang like him with exceptional mental strength. What he experienced just now was not an ordinary sparring session but a battle of humiliation. Nevertheless, Storm Demon didn't leave the law battle platform. People were surprised to see him still hovering above the platform. Did he want to have another fight? Sure enough, Storm Demon raised his head and looked in the direction of the seats of the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower. He said, "I would like to see what the Sword Emperor Liuonian is capable of. Please grant me the honor." Yi Futian. All the eyes were fixed on Yi Futian in an instant. It was him again. And it was Storm Demon who just vanquished Ling He, challenging him this time. However, as powerful as Storm Demon was, he was probably a lesser cultivator than Chen Yi. Chen Yi was already a legend 20 years ago and excelled at the Sword of Light. His speed and power left a lasting impression on people's minds. Therefore, Storm Demon would certainly lose to Yi Futian. But the fabled Sword Emperor Liuonian had become a mountain that everyone was eager to conquer. That was why Storm Demon still wanted to challenge Yi Futian to further prove himself after defeating Ling He. He challenged Yi Futian knowing that he would lose. It was a battle of path-seeking, while the result was secondary. Storm Demon knew himself that a victory was not very likely. A cultivator at his level surely could tell how powerful Yi Futian was. Yi Futian stood up with a calm expression. At such an event, it was beyond question that someone would challenge him sooner or later. He was well prepared from the beginning. Although it was hard for him to meet his match, he could use the opportunity to test the abilities of the talented cultivators from various top forces. He stepped forward and walked into the law battle area again. Looking at Storm Demon in front of him, he said, "Please, please." Storm Demon's face was stern. He was not as arrogant and contemptuous as he was when facing Ling He. It was obvious that he also knew how strong his current opponent was. Yi Futian's divine wheel of the Great Path surpassed geniuses like Desolation and Zhang Yueli. No one in the Donghua domain other than Ninghua was in the same league as Yi Futian in terms of the divine wheel of the Great Path. Moreover, Yi Futian cultivated several types of power of the Great Path and possessed multiple divine wheels, each of which reached perfection. Storm Demon was also at the Donghua Academy when Yi Futian showed off 2 fifth-order divine wheels. Yi Futian still had other divine wheels that were not revealed to the public. Those might be even stronger, possibly at the 6th order. Thus, Storm Demon was well aware of Yi Futian's ability. "Please," said Yi Futian. The destructive storm gathered in the sky above him. The entire Great Path domain turned dark and desolate as rays of light of destruction fell from above. The cold moon hanging in the sky kept expanding. Yi Futian moved along with the moon. All of a sudden, a strange phenomenon occurred. The moonbeams froze the area and released frightening power of destruction, which destroyed everything that attempted to attack Yi Futian. The power of Yin. Storm Demon looked at Yi Futian with a solemn face. The endless light of catastrophe fell on Storm Demon as the world was being transformed into a vast desert. Storm Demon's already burly body kept growing and transfigured him into the desolate god of war. Glowing with the light of destruction, a black battle axe slowly descended from the destructive storm in the sky. Storm Demon reached out his hand and grabbed the axe. The ravaging light of catastrophe rolled out at the moment. Storm Demon bathed in it as if he was gathering the energy, poised to attack. Yi Futian certainly understood Storm Demon's intention of making a decisive blow. It would be Storm Demon's most powerful strike. Yi Futian could clearly feel the devastating energy of the attacks coming from above. The cultivators of the desolate god palace came from the Badlands continent. Their specialties were somewhat similar. The moonbeams swept across the area and transformed into streaks of icy sword chi. They circled Yi Futian's body and turned into frightening shadow sword. Endless sword will float around and made shrill whistles that reverberated throughout the area. Finally, the destructive storm fell from the sky in a frenzy. Storm Demon held the battle axe and chopped downward. The gleam of the axe almost split the sky open. Even the audience could feel the frightening power contained in the axe. The axe moved at lightning speed at first, yet it seemed to slow down when it approached Yi Futian. Then, the crowd saw a frosty sword coming into collision with the axe in midair. It didn't look so terrifying when the sword and the axe met head-on. It almost seemed like 2 lines converged before one of them was annihilated by the other one. Under everyone's watch, the black line drew by the axe retreated and eventually wiped out by the other line. With a ray of extremely dazzling light, the sky split open, and the dark world was destroyed. Storm Demon's body was flung upward, and the dark, destructive storm was neutralized. As expected, the audience was more amazed than surprised by the scene. No one, including Storm Demon, could beat Yi Futian. Yi Futian was a legendary fighter who came out of nowhere. The Sword Emperor Lionian remained undefeatable and invincible. High up in the air, Storm Demon recollected himself and looked at Yi Futian, said, "Thank you for the lesson." Then, he walked off the law battle platform without much disappointment. The result was not beyond his expectation. Ling He watched the match with a cold face. Storm Demon, who vanquished and humiliated him just now, lost to Yi Futian. This kind of comparison made him feel bitterer. He was a celebrity from the Lingxiao Palace yet was not on an equal footing with Yi Futian. A voice rang out just when Yi Futian was about to leave the law battle platform as well. "Please wait for a moment, Renhuang Yi." The voice attracted everyone's attention. They all looked in the direction of the voice and saw a ravishing woman walking out. It was Goddess Taihua. Goddess Taihua gazed at Yi Futian in the law battle platform and said, "I wonder if you can give me a chance to play a song for you?" Goddess Taihua came out and personally invited Yi Futian to listen to the divine Taihua melody. Countless people focused their eyes on them in surprise. No one had thought that Goddess Taihua would come out, but it was not totally beyond reason. Although Yi Futian made a name for himself not too long ago, he was in the full flush of his success and had never lost a fight. He could always gain the upper hand no matter how talented his opponent was. Aside from not having a celebrated background, he was better than anyone other than Ninghua, including Goddess Taihua. Therefore, it made sense that Goddess Taihua wanted him to listen to the divine melody Taihua. The sword Emperor Lionian was so powerful that all the genius cultivators from various top forces were eager to challenge him. This was a distinctive way to show their approval. Li Changsheng and Zhong Chan darted Yi Futian a glance, both of them smiling. Li Changsheng said in a low voice, "Brother Yi can always attract beautiful women." Zhong Chan shook his head with a smile. Standing in the law battle area, Yi Futian replied, "I certainly will listen if Goddess is willing to play. It's my honor to enjoy the divine Taihua melody." He was not acting humble out of courtesy. He mastered 2 divine melodies himself and was already interested in the divine melody Taihua. Of course, he was glad to know how unique and remarkable the divine melody Taihua was since Goddess Taihua offered to play for him. After getting Yi Futian's permission, Goddess Taihua stepped forward and walked over to Yi Futian. She soon entered the law battle area and stood face to face with Yi Futian. It seems like Yi Lionian is one of the most extraordinary cultivators at the Donghua banquet this year. Everyone wants to beat him, but no one has achieved it yet. Chief Ning, who was sitting in the Donghua palace, commented, chuckling. The master cultivators had been paying more attention to Yi Futian now. The palace lord of the Lingshao Palace and Emperor Yen both glanced at Yi Futian. Then Emperor Yen shot a look at Millet Emperor and said, "Millet Emperor trained him well. He was born with remarkable talents. I let him cultivate at Wangshan Watchtower for several months and didn't have much influence on him. What he has shown in the previous battles are his own skills and abilities. If you believe he only won because of the gate to world suppression, why don't you send a cultivator of the great Yen ancient royal family to challenge him? I will ask him not to use the gate to world suppression." The Millet Emperor replied blankly. "Humph!" Emperor Zhan uttered a snort and looked away. Even though he was not pleased that the Millet Emperor imparted his unique skill to Yi Futian, he had to admit that the Millet Emperor was telling the truth. No one from the great Yen ancient royal family could beat Yi Futian even if he didn't use the gate to world suppression. No one was even close. Yi Futian didn't use the gate to world suppression when he fought against Storm Demon. The Millet Emperor is right. Yi Lionian is a top-level cultivator even without the gate to world suppression. I'm afraid he is unrivaled among his peers. Thunder-punishing Skylord spoke with a smile. These master cultivators all had a good eye for talents. There was no doubt that Yi Futian was much superior to everyone else. "Let's see if he can withstand the divine melody Taihua," said the palace lord of the Lingshao Palace. He darted a glance at Taihua Skylord and added, "It's a divine melody composed by you. Your niece is also nothing but extraordinary. I think she should be able to win against Yi Lionian this time." "It's not easy." The Taihua Skylord gazed at the law battle platform and replied calmly, "I would be more confident if she challenged someone else. This youngster is truly amazing. I'm not certain if the divine Taihua melody can overpower him. It's about to begin. Let's watch." Chief Ning smiled and said. Inside of the law battle area, Goddess Taihua was glowing with celestial light. Her beauty was out of this world. She bowed slightly at Yi Futian and said, "I beg your pardon, Ren Huang Yi." "Please, Goddess," Yi Futian replied. Goddess Taihua sat down in midair with her legs crossed. Countless strings of the great path took shape as soon as she reached out her slender hands. The strings covered every inch of the sky and turned the law battle area into her own great path domain. A guqin appeared in front of Goddess Taihua. She plucked the strings with her fingers. The forceful and stirring tone made everyone's hearts tremble, both the Renhuangs in the 9 heavens and cultivators sitting in the lower areas. Clang, clang, clang. Goddess Taihua bowed her head and immersed herself in playing the guqin as if no one else was nearby. She radiated the celestial light, her long black hair blowing in the wind. Her elegance dazed many people. The tone was rich and vigorous, and the vibrant notes formed a symphony of the great path. Standing in the great path domain of the strings, Yi Futian could hear the music clearly. His heart trembled at every beat, and the notes stifled his spiritual soul. He felt like a range of mountains was pressing on his soul. At this moment, Yi Futian had a feeling that he was no longer standing in the law battle platform. Instead, he was put in a world of music where divine mountains came down from the sky one after another. Each one of them contained unparalleled force, which made him exceptionally small beneath the mountains. His heart was palpitating, and his blood was rushing in the veins. The divine melody Taihua. Yifutian had been exposed to music before, including 2 divine melodies. But he had never heard something so powerful before. Nothing he experienced in the past was as energetic as the divine melody Taihua. He could feel the splendor and glory of the great path and the triviality of himself. Right now, the divine melody symbolized the heavenly path that was overwhelming and irresistible. Yifutian also felt a tremendous amount of pressure. He emitted the divine light of the great path from his body. But the pressure from the music was intangible. Another note fell upon him at this moment. He felt like his body was being slammed by an invisible force. The divine mountains were collapsing on him, and the world he was in was being destroyed. The great path around him was also sagging and crumbling. Any energy he released was neutralized immediately. The stars circling him were shattered and annihilated. His spiritual soul was being pounded again and again. The great path inside Yifutian's body was also under attack. Everything was about to be destroyed by the divine Taihua melody. Countless pairs of eyes were glued to the law battle platform. It was the first time Yifutian was being subdued. Many people were staggered to see the great path gathering around Yifutian's body and immediately falling to pieces. No one expected Goddess Taihua to be so frightening. It appeared that they underestimated the top cultivators in the Donghua domain after all. Although Goddess Taihua had fought against other people before, she didn't reveal the true power of the divine melody, since her opponents were less worthy. That's what the divine melody Taihua can do. It looks like Yi Lionian is about to lose, Chief Ning commented while watching the law battle platform. Other master cultivators were shocked as well. Taihua Skylord was a hermit who rarely communicated with the outside world. He immersed himself in cultivation and studied the divine melodies assiduously. The 10 divine melodies of the divine prefecture all had a long history. Cultivators could gain great power and significant benefits if they comprehended them thoroughly. No one knew to what extent Taihua Skylord mastered the divine melodies, but they could all venture a rough guess by listening to Goddess Taihua's performance today. Indeed, I didn't realize your niece is so phenomenal. I guess only Ninghua is a match for her in all of the Donghua domain, the palace lord of the Lingxiao palace said. Maybe Yi Lionian can come up with more surprises? Emperor Shi laughed. It's not over yet. Let's keep watching for now. That youngster hasn't lost a single match so far. Right? Everyone else nodded. Apart from the big shots in the Donghua palace, cultivators from top forces sitting below were also surprised to see the invincible Yifutian being held in check. They didn't expect Goddess Taihua to be so powerful. Standing on the law battle platform, Yifutian sensed that the power of the great path around his body was still being crushed and suppressed. The notes were interwoven into an illusory world where Yifutian was placed in. It was a world of rhythmic sorcery and a great path domain that belonged to the divine Taihua melody. Yifutian's mind was dashed by the music violently and repeatedly. If not for his strong spiritual will and stable spiritual soul, he would have been severely injured by now. His spiritual will would have been collapsed, and his spiritual soul wrecked. At this point, Yifutian emitted extremely dazzling green divine light from his body. The divine light didn't seem to contain the power of the great path, but it still possessed extraordinary life force. At this moment, everyone felt like Yifutian was full of vigor and vitality. It was as if he was an immortal being that couldn't be exterminated. The life force from the divine light built up Yifutian's physical body and strengthened his spiritual will. Many people sitting in the Donghua Palace were surprised by its effect. Did the way of life give strength to Yifutian? The way of life was the foundation of everything. It might not seem particularly practical, but it was the ultimate source of everything. People who excelled at the way of life would have an easier experience cultivating other types of power of the great path. They had more life energy and a stronger spiritual will, which would help them gain an advantage over their peers. Yifutian felt much better when the life force filled his body. His blood flow rate gradually returned to normal, and his spiritual will was not as shaken up as before. He collected himself and regained his footing. As expected, defeating him doesn't appear to be an easy task. The thunder-punishing Skylord laughed. For some unknown reason, he had remained very confident about Yifutian. Maybe it was because of their encounter at the Divine Ocean Cliff. The Divine Tree. The Millet Emperor gazed at Yifutian. Yifutian ate the Divine Tree at the Eastern Deity Island, which filled his body with extra energy. It was much harder to kill them than other cultivators at the same level as him. Moreover, the life force he gained at that time was helping him hold out against the Divine Taihua Melody right now. Nevertheless, how would Yifutian fight back? At this point, Yifutian also sat down with his legs crossed at the center of the law battle platform. The great path transformed into strings as soon as he reached out his hand. To everyone's surprise, a guqin materialized in front of him as well. The audience was stunned. What did he want to do? This guy? Has he lost his mind? The audience below all had the same thought in their minds. Their eyes were glued to him, who intended to play the guqin in front of Goddess Taihua. On top of that, Goddess Taihua was playing the Divine Melody Taihua. Did Yifutian want to use music to fight against the Divine Melody Taihua? Although no one could deny Yifutian's incredible talents, they were still astounded by his arrogance. Even if Yifutian was good at music, he should think twice about who he was facing right now. The common folks were not the only ones shocked by Yifutian's move. Even the cultivators from various top forces were stunned. With an odd look on their faces, they wondered what Yifutian was attempting to do. He is going beyond his depth. Some cultivator from the great Yen ancient royal family ridiculed him in a sneering voice. Yifutian was asking to be embarrassed by showing off his musical talent in front of Goddess Taihua. I remember that he revealed his guqin divine wheel at the Donghua Academy, right? Zhang Yueli asked. Qin Qing nodded and replied, yes, he did. It matched his swordsmanship. Despite that, no one reckoned Yifutian's chances of success. He should take his opponent into consideration even though he possessed the guqin divine wheel. The master cultivators sitting in the Donghua Palace were confounded by him as well. Chief Ning asked with a smile, what was he going to do? Use music to combat the Divine Taihua Melody. How creative, the Palace Lord of the Lingxiao Palace said in a mocking tone. Let's have a look. Perhaps this guy can also play the guqin well, the Taihua Skylord said. The rest of the people nodded and continued to watch the law battle platform in silence. Sitting with legs crossed, Yifutian started to pluck the strings of the great path, and the music flowed from the guqin. The noted seemed to be a little jumbled and could hardly form a melody under the Divine Taihua Melody's influence. But Yifutian was playing the guqin with absorbed attention. The musical notes of the Divine Taihua Melody kept attacking him, yet he acted as if he wasn't affected at all. He played his own music without speaking a word, completely engrossed in his own world. Endless sword will circled his body. The musical notes facilitated the emergence of more and more sword will, which was rushing wildly in the area. The audience even sensed a twinge of sorrow as the music continued. A strange look appeared on people's faces. They got in the mood and started to hear the melody played by Yifutian. Moreover, Yifutian's melody grew stronger and took shape in defiance of the Divine Taihua Melody. The tunes were doleful and melancholic to their ears, as though each note was drenched with profound sadness, and each melody was filled with lasting regret. The great path was flowing around wildly, and the sword will rampaged through the sky and turned into a frightening path of the sword. Goddess Taihua glanced at Yifutian with her beautiful eyes. Her face grew solemn. The Divine Taihua Melody became even more forceful and vigorous, charging at Yifutian. But the music Yifutian was playing was wild and arrogant. It was as if it was going to pierce through the sky. The great path was roaring, and the tones were shrill, fighting against the great path. Bang! Two radically different types of invisible sonic waves came into collision with each other in midair and generated disturbing currents of the great path. The illusory divine mountains that had been dominating the area were also crumbling. Buzz! The gust howled and blew up Yifutian's silver hair. The disturbing currents of the great path stormed toward the divine mountains. The two types of music were contending as though two different concepts of the great path were dashing against each other. Bang! The law battle area shook violently. Goddess Taihua plucked the strings with full strength. A series of notes rushed out and trembled the world. Countless divine mountains were dropped from the sky and crushed everything, including the spiritual soul. Yi Futian's figures also plucked the strings. The great path flowed backward and turned the tide. A sword river of the great path appeared and surged upward, destroying everything it touched. Two types of destructive power met head-on. In an instant, a terrifying scene became visible around their bodies. It looked like they were situated in an unstable space that could collapse any second. The great path there was all going to be annihilated. All the master cultivators sitting in the Donghua Palace watched the law battle area with a serious expression. Taihua Skylord gazed at Yi Futian's figure and muttered, "The lost sound of the great path, song of the lost divine." "Marvelous," said the thunder-punishing Skylord. "I didn't know it would be a clash of divine melodies. It's a nice surprise indeed." Emperor Yan and the palace lord of the Lingxiao Palace were taken aback. They obviously didn't realize that Yi Futian could also play the divine melody so well that he would fight the divine Taihua melody with the song of the lost divine. A surprise for sure. The song of the lost divine has been lost to the divine prefecture for many years, right? Chief Ning said. Staring at Yi Futian, he showed a look of incredulity. This was the first time for him to be truly astonished by Yi Futian's ability. The cultivators of the top forces sitting below were also amazed. This is the song of the lost divine? They overheard the conversation in the Donghua Palace and couldn't help but look at Yi Futian on the law battle platform in silent wonder. Yi Futian was going beyond his depth? He used music to combat the divine Taihua melody played by goddess Taihua. What he played was another divine melody. The audience sitting in lower heavens was simmering with excitement. Countless people whispered to each other while some exclaimed loudly, "Song of the Lost Divine." They said it's the Song of the Lost Divine, one of the 10 divine melodies. Two divine melodies confronted each other today. Some people stared at the law battle platform with an animated look. Sword Emperor Liuyan. Others gazed at Yi Futian, who shocked the crowd at the Donghua banquet. They heard about his extraordinary performance at the Donghua Academy in the past. But no one had seen him fighting for real. Yi Futian truly displayed his unparalleled talents at the Donghua banquet and blew people's minds again and again. Apart from his previous matches, he was battling against goddess Taihua with a divine melody right now. So powerful. People looked at Yi Futian with admiration. This man seemed to be perfect and invincible. There was nothing he couldn't do. Two energetic melodies were still wrestling with each other. The clash of the music on the law battle platform made the disturbing currents of the great path stronger and stronger, shaking the entire law battle area. Nevertheless, the two melodies seemed to be played without being affected by each other. The divine Taihua melody suppressed the great path with full might, and the song of the lost divine filled people with eternal regrets and deep sorrow. Their bodies were engulfed by the disturbing currents of the great path. The music sped up, and the clash became more violent. Bang! The music stopped abruptly after a deafening sound. Goddess Taihua was flung high up into the sky, and Yi Futian was pushed back. Both of them stopped playing.